ICELW 2020 to our Thursday afternoon session. I'm David Goralnik, and it's great to be here with you again as our conference continues. We have a great afternoon planned, full and lots of sessions. We'll have Laura Schreiber talking about how to work with voice actors from the perspective of a voice actor. We'll have Steve Schmidt talking about how instructors can learn to teach online. Elizabeth Barber covering rapid e-learning development during these times. Natalie Wieland giving an analysis of the past, present, and future in our field, and particularly in light of the pandemic and the times that we're in. And a lot more. Interview with Hal Christensen, a performance support expert who's been interacting in the conference so far, and a whole lot of other things. So I'm really pleased to have everybody back here for the afternoon session. And as the program says, I am actually going to be the first speaker of the afternoon session. So I'm going to talk for a little bit longer than I have before. And here's my intro. All right. And there's the intro, and I am back. So thanks again for joining me this afternoon. I'm going to talk this afternoon about new technologies and new learning experiences, and how we can look toward the future and use technology in some different ways. So some of the themes that we've followed throughout the conference, but maybe in a little bit more detail and with some of the themes behind it. So let me start with a story. There's an old story that seemingly everyone who tells a story says it happened to them. I'm not going to say that. It did not happen to me, but I've heard it many, many times. Many, many people, every one of whom says it happened to them. So I don't believe them, but it's still a worthwhile story. The story is the following. It's about a woman, it could be a man. It's about a woman who is putting a roast in the oven. And the way that she cooks the roast is by first cutting off the end of the roast and then putting the rest in the oven. Which seems really strange because you're wasting a lot of the meat. You cut this off, she kind of throws it away. So you can see here, there's just an end of the roast that's missing, and you might wonder why that was. So she was asked why that was, and said, "Well, that's the way my mother taught me. That's how I do it." Okay, it's an explanation you learn from the people who've taught you, but somehow this wasn't really questioned. So went to her mother, asked her, "Why is it that you cut the ends off the roast before you put in the oven? What's the purpose of that?" And she said, "It's what my mother taught me. I really couldn't tell you." So they went to her mother, so the grandmother of our original person in the story, who says, and they said, "Well, why cut the ends off? That aren't you just wasting perfectly good meat?" And she said, "Well, when I grew up and learned to cook, we had a really small oven, and I could never fit the entire roast in it unless I cut the ends off, and that's why I do it." So that's the story. And the purpose of the story, is there's a tradition that was carried on that wasn't a tradition that needed to be, right? I'm all for tradition. I really enjoy tradition. But that's not a tradition that needed to be unexamined. The reasons behind it didn't make any sense anymore in the modern world. They made sense at the time, and it just got passed down without being examined. Following what Antonella said this morning, the unexamined life is not worth living. This is maybe not exactly life, but it is a key principle. So here we are in a time of change. And we are in a significant time of change, particularly in ways that can affect our work in learning and development and in education. Generally, new technological changes bring us new methods of interaction. So I think that's where the great opportunities lie in terms of what we can do to reimagine and reinvent education. So we have new technology. We had mobile technology. We have virtual reality. We have augmented reality. We have holograms. We have so many more things that we can use. And when we do so, we want to think about what can we use them best for, right? We don't want to just translate the old methods into the new technology, but think about what can we do that's going to be different, cast off old limitations, think about, from scratch, where would we be? So if we were in a position of cooking the roast and we were seeing a roast for the first time, how would we do it with the world that we're in, and try to, separate ourselves momentarily from the past. So it's kind of a funny line, because on one hand, you want to learn from the past. You want to learn not only from mistakes, but from the good things. You want to follow traditions that are good traditions, but you want to re-examine things and think about what can we do differently. And we are in a very different world now than we were some time ago. So the goal really is to not try to replicate some of the learning methods that have evolved over the years necessarily, but to take the right parts of those and the right research behind them, and some of the things that we've seen, learning by doing, active learning, coaching, and all that, and create new experiences that are built around the technology that we have today. Historically, as we see technology change, we see new methods of interaction. So there's, a lot of other things that happen when technology changes. But if we look back at the history, one point we had radio, and that gave us sound. We could have sound portably anywhere, or at least anywhere, first everywhere with an outlet, an electrical outlet, then anywhere at all. This was before my time, in case you were wondering. Television, we had video, right in your home. No longer did you have to go to the movie theater. You had video right there in your home, and that was a big technological advance. But again, you had to kind of think about, well, what can you do differently with video? Some of the early TV programs were, again, before my time, but more like radio programs where they would just be talking and you would see the person who was talking, but it wasn't much more. It took some time for things to get reimagined and to evolve fully. One of the later technological advances, the VCR. This gave us, among other things, time shifting, fast forwarding, rewind, replay. So, with TV, you could watch what was on TV. That was your choice. If you like one of the channels, that's it. If you don't like one of the channels, go do something else. With the VCR, you had a level of control, right? So you can watch what you want when you want, as long as you remember to record it in the first place. But still a big step. Video games were another big interface step. The joystick and other interfaces, different types of user control, different types of interactivity. So, the VCR was sort of a level of interactivity, but not much. Radio, you change the station. TV, you change the channel, the volume, I guess, for both of those. VCRs, you can do a little bit more, but then with some of the video game stuff, you're really interacting much more substantially. Later on, I started to get computers at home. When computers already existed, but you started to really get them in the mainstream. Keyboard and the mouse and so much more, graphical user interfaces, all sorts of things. Next major one is probably smartphones and tablets with mobility and touch and multi-touch. Portable audio came along, was there with radio and was there with the Sony Walkman, and then became sort of even more prevalent with MP3. So there's so many different parts of this, but each technological advance gave us new opportunities. And some of the early e-learning we saw on mobile phones did not take advantage of that. We saw a lot of early e-learning that looked like the learning that you might get in a classroom, or that might look like the learning that you would get on a computer, but scaled down to a small screen and not all that usable. So again, it's reimagining what can you do with the technology, and that's, I think, where the beauty is and where the opportunities are. So for example, take a look at virtual reality. Imagine an educational simulation. We've seen some bits and pieces of educational simulations, both from Fernando's talk in a sort of 3D environment. We saw some this morning, some of the online ones that I showed. And imagine those in a VR environment. Imagine those in virtual reality where you're doing something, you have some kind of guidance and feedback. It's realistic feeling, and you're immersed in the world much more than we even were watching. The videos or watching Moira and James this morning. We were paying attention to the situation, but we weren't fully immersed. It's on a screen. It's not everything that's going on with us. They're not fully in 3D. They're really in great video, but that's all it is. So imagine that, and then imagine further if you have full motion control, right? So you could actually control things. We saw the example this morning where you were sorting money and making change. So you were picking the bills and the coins out of the drawer. Imagine if you could actually feel more as if you were doing that. You reach out and it feels like you're doing something. Touch is another issue, but at the very least, imagine if you could control the dollar signs, or the dollars, I guess, themselves by reaching out and picking one. And handing something to a customer. Any of these things could work. So if we design the right situations to take advantage of virtual reality, we really have something we can do that's a level of simulation beyond what you can do with a computer. Here's a survey from the e-learning guild here in the US that is kind of just worth looking at. This is a survey from about a year ago, where organizations were asked, do you see opportunities for your organization to use VR in the future? So there's a lot of interest. 64.5% said yes. It's going to take time. I think, if you ask that question today, we probably would still see the same yeses. I don't know that we would see a tremendous number who are already using it. And if any of you are, that would be absolutely great to hear about it in the Q&A session. But what I've seen out with my clients so far and out in the world is much more talk and plans, but the plans are definitely there. And VR is becoming a step more mainstream. We saw with Michelle Cortese's talk, interview and her demo yesterday. For those of you who missed it, she's a Facebook VR designer who teaches a course at NYU, New York University, for drama students, for theater students, where they produce performances in VR that run on the Oculus Quest, which is a standalone powerful headset, which is the latest version. And they're really, really good. And they're really phenomenally interesting. And we got to see some demos and some of the behind the scenes activities and all kinds of things. It was a lot of fun to see what they're doing. And now it gives you sort of just a sign that the Quest is coming to become a little bit more mainstream. They're not overly expensive. They're something that people can get. They're not going to be in every home and every office, but it's a step closer than we've been before. Right. Augmented reality, another technology, particularly good for just-in-time things. Maybe we don't need training for a lot of things, right? Here's a new version of Google Maps that's more than, sort of what the version at least that runs on my version of Android is right now, which gives me the maps, which is nice, but this points out things that are coming near you. It shows you a 3D view of where you are. The more you can do with augmented reality, the less you might need training on the job, right? So if you're working in a particular job and it involves something that you can do just in time, you don't have to learn in advance, that's obviously much better. And AR, among other things, is great potentially for that. Companies are also interested in augmented reality. Question from the e-learning guild there was actually higher, although I don't think necessarily significantly higher than the VR. So are you than the VR numbers? So are you going to use AR? 70.8% said yes, and that would be, that would be great to see, and for this to become more mainstream technology. And again, the question is for us as as the learning field and as the education field, as the designers, to think about what can we do that's really going to take advantage of the new technology. So it's, again, great to have it, but what can we re-envision that's going to make use of it? And so much interest in that at this time. Holograms, another one where you can do some 3D projections. We saw it with Fernando. Even more realistic. Some things right now need space, physical rooms. Holograms always need rooms. What if you could project in your house and it would, be smart enough that it wouldn't really need quite a plain white room for you to be in when it's not going, which would not be a good way to live the rest of the time. So there are things to look at. Lots more we can do. Artificial intelligence, which I'll talk a little bit more about later this afternoon in a mini talk at 3:05. AI can mean a lot of different things, and there's been a lot of talk about what AI is, what it will mean in education, what can it mean. Ryan Baker talked about learning analytics, and there's some AI techniques certainly in that, and in managing big data. The idea of using analytics for adaptive learning, for personalized learning, all of that counts as AI. And to me, that's a big part of the experience. What we want to do is look at ways to use AI techniques to improve the experience, to help coach people, to help give them more say in the decision, in the experiences that they have, and to create experiences that really feel much more realistic. So we're not really, to me, looking at the idea of a full-fledged, fully functional humanoid robot who's your teacher, but rather, where do we take these AI techniques and put them into practice in the context of education? And that's been an area that some of I've worked in for quite some time, since the late 80s and early 90s, with educational simulations that used AI techniques. There's a lot more to go, and more technologies that come out seemingly all the time, or might get more and more popular or more and more useful. We have smartwatches, we have Echo, we have 5G networks now getting a little bit more prevalent. We have foldable devices coming, coming and going, but eventually coming, I think, for good. The last one is a headset that monitors your brain waves by a company called Emotive, and you can interact with your computer based on your brain waves. Now, this does raise issues in terms of comfort and privacy, and it certainly does for me. I don't know that I'd immediately be comfortable wearing that and having my computer knowing what I appear to be thinking in any way, shape, or form. But there's something to that, and can we sense, for example, in a customer service simulation, that you're getting angry? Can we sense it from your tone? Maybe if we have you speak to the system, can we sense it from your brainwaves? Possibly. Do we want to do all these things? Is this totally related but different question? But again, it's really kind of all about thinking about what we can do and where we want to work these things in. So a lot of new technology, a lot of different things that we can do, and a lot of things that I'm excited about. I want to talk a little bit more about what kinds of experiences we can create and some of the underlying themes that might help us create great learning experiences, whether it's in the workplace, in a university, or for children, or anything else, or just in a lifelong learning kind of context. Okay, biggest thing really is keeping in mind that we're scaling up, right? That's one of the great things about technology. I talked one of the other talks a little bit about apprenticeships as an early model of education that worked really pretty well. You had an apprentice working with the expert. It was a one-on-one relationship. They had an expert coach. They learned by doing. They would practice. They would get feedback. They would kind of build up from simpler tasks to more complex tasks. They could have the expert helping them, so they would get it scaffolding. So a lot of educational theory, a lot of cognitive theory was sort of implicitly being addressed in that model. But that's a model that just doesn't scale up, right? You just don't have enough experts who have the time to work with the number of people who need to learn things, multiplied by the number of different things that they need to learn. Even with technology connecting people, that can help in some ways, and that is one way to use technology. But we also want to look at things we can do that are environments that are more, at least significantly self-paced, and give you more time on your own to try to do something that's interesting. And technology scales up really, really well, right? So if we build it right, if we build something, we build a great simulation experience, and online or in a VR headset, and we run it on one person, it's the same cost if it's going to be $1 million or 10 million, other than hardware if it's VR, but basically it's the same. And so that's one of the major advantages, and always I think something to keep in mind is that technology can scale up. Mass education kind of came about because of the need to scale up. The classroom model, well, we only have so many teachers, so we want to put a lot of students in the class with the teachers. But with technology, we can get that scalability without having to use the systems that we have in the past. They have the roles, but they're not the only way to go. A little bit about user-centered design and what that means. The picture on the screen right now is something that some of you might remember. This is a little MP3 player. It's one of the early MP3 players from, I believe, 2001 by a company called iRiver. And it's not a bad little device. I had one at one point. It's useful for running. It's small. You can carry it with you. It's very, very portable. And it plays MP3 files. You can play songs. So sort of at the generic level of, does it check off all the features? You can play the songs. You can see information about the songs. You can carry it with you. Those are pretty good things. But it never really caught on. It was just kind of just a niche product. And then the same year, the first iPod came out, and this really caught on. And at a glance, well, it's bigger, it's less portable. Can you really run with that? Why did it catch on? There are a lot of reasons why this caught on. One was Apple produced an ecosystem that really made it work. So if you look back at the iRiver, and I had one, and no criticisms for them, it was a really nice piece of technology, and I found it useful. But it required kind of a level of technical expertise and time to be able to use. So if I wanted to put files on this little iRiver device on the left, which I did, because why else would I have it? So if I wanted to put some files on it, I would find a file online somewhere. It wasn't always clear where. Sometimes your friends would give it to you. More often, you would take your CDs and rip the MP3 file because it wasn't really clear where else you'd find them, or you'd get it from someplace that maybe you shouldn't be going. And I didn't like doing that because of computer virus worries. So there weren't that many choices. But I could take things. Still, it's portable music. I could rip my own CDs. That was good. You take your MP3s. You name the file so that you probably will remember what it was within the character limits of file names, like the name of the song title or something. Then you hook up this little iRiver player to your PC. It only worked on PCs with a USB cable, and it looked like an external hard drive. And you would copy files onto it. You would move the files on. You copy and paste or drag them over into the correct folder, and it had to be into the correct folder. And then you would disconnect it, and everything would work. And you would have a little screen, and you could kind of see the name of the file that you're playing, and you could play the songs in order. So you got maybe 50 songs or so, and you could play them in order. So great, that was something. It was an accomplishment, but it wasn't enough for mainstream acceptance. What was the iPod, because from a design standpoint, everybody talks about Apple products and how they're beautiful, and they often are, but this wasn't just the physical beauty, it was the entire setup. They had the ecosystem. You want a song, you would go to iTunes online and you would get the song. You want to put it on your iPod, you plug your iPod into your computer and it syncs automatically and you have your song. You want to create a playlist, you can do that. You can do it on your computer where you have a keyboard so that you don't have to try to do things in some other way. You can take advantage of the computer capabilities, make a playlist, bring it onto your iPod. And by the way, all of this seems like it's like 50 years ago, doesn't it? It's really less than 20, but it really seems like a long time ago. It feels almost the same way as when I was talking about radio before. To me, it just feels like it's so long. But this is how it worked. And this was a significant change at the time because it was well designed, because the system was well designed for the goals of the people using it. Right? You want to be able to play your music and understand what you're playing and play it in different ways and easily move around. And that's where the little click wheel and the it came in as well. So design is much, much more than the look. It's the entire conception based on goals of a product. And I think that's something we always want to keep in mind when we're designing learning of any kind, and particularly online learning, where it's always easy for the technology to kind of take the forefront as a constraint. And sometimes that can drive you in a direction that may not be the one that we want. We'll talk about another underlying theme when it comes to design and thinking through what we can do, what we might want to do, what we can do. This is a story about an academic study. And it is actually what it is a story about. There was a study done at Case Western Reserve University here in the US in the late 90s. And in the study, people were asked to walk into a room that had a table with radishes, as you see on the left. We only have a plate, but it had lots of them. And on the other side was a lot of chocolate chip cookies. For most people, I don't want to oversay everybody, radishes are not a favorite snack. Chocolate chip cookies are a favorite snack. They are almost universally considered to be appealing. Radishes are almost universally considered to not be something that you're really crazy about eating. So they asked people to go in the room, and there was a group of people that was asked to go in and eat the radishes while they were in the room with the cookies that they could not have. The happier group of people, as it turned out, was asked to go in the room and eat the cookies. They enjoyed themselves, I think, a lot more than the other one. So people went into this study, they knew it was a study, but they didn't really know exactly what was going to happen because they were not told that the study was going to be what it was. Here's what happened. After they went through this little radish or cookie experiment, both groups then went to another room, and they were given a very difficult problem to solve. It's really an unsolvable problem, something you just weren't ever going to get to. So they would keep trying, they would keep trying, they would keep trying. The people who had eaten the cookies gave it a lot more time than the people who had the radishes. The people who had the radishes quit problem solving significantly earlier than the people who had the cookies. Now, one interpretation before they did some other studies could be that, chocolate chip cookies are good for energy, and that's a great lesson for us to learn. I don't think it's necessarily true, but it's a really nice lesson. I'm happy to take it. What the takeaway really was that resources are sort of a quality that transcends a particular area, right? So the people who had expended resources fighting off the temptation to eat the cookies and forcing themselves to eat the radishes didn't have as much energy left to fight through this difficult problem. And the researchers at Case Western did more work on this and found that this was sort of a takeaway that seemed to hold up over time. So the takeaway really is the notion of resource limitation is general. So it's not just like, oh, I only have time for so much, and you think about that in terms of time, because you kind of do know that that's general, right? So in terms of time, there's only so much. I have time for this, I have time for that. I don't have time for everything. And that's an issue too. So when it comes to designing online learning, we're often competing for resources. People are distracted, even if they're going to finish a course that we've built or a product that we've built or a just-in-time performance support piece and use that, necessarily finish it, but use it at the right times. We want it to be something that's so compelling that people are going to get excited about and they will devote resources to it. There are so many things competing for everyone's time and resources right now. Now more than ever. Talk about some foundational educational concepts. I've talked a little bit about many of these throughout the conference so far. Learning by doing, we've seen some examples. People learn really, really well by doing something. It's not by memorizing content and by taking a test on it, but by actually doing. Put them in a situation where they can experiment and experience and learn. And ideally, it's a situation where they can learn without necessarily real consequences, at least initially, especially if the potential real consequences are bad and dangerous. And a situation where they can also be encouraged to experiment. And that's always worthwhile and harder these days. But to get people to feel comfortable experimenting. And in the corporate world, that's always a challenge. People feel like somebody's going to know what I try. Somebody's going to know what I do. So, if I'm in a customer service simulation and I decide to make a customer angry because it's fun and I know it's not a real customer and I would never do that, not everyone's willing to do it, but there's still interesting things that come from experimentation. Also some consequences, as we see on this slide. Situated learning. There's a famous paper by Alan Collins and a couple of people, John Seeley Brown and Paul Duguid in 1989, on situated learning, meaning that learning is best done in context, and that you learn things best when you are in the context where it's going to be useful, and that will also help you transfer things to the actual job. They also studied authentic activities, the idea that you should be doing activities that are realistic, and particularly in workplace learning. Which was not exactly, the paper was not about that, but that's a conclusion I think we can safely draw, particularly in workplace learning. You're going to put people in an environment and in a situation that is like what they're going to do. So it's not, here are the 12 principles of customer service, and then you're magically supposed to go out and apply them. It's, let's put you in a situation where you learn to practice and employ. You may want to know what the principles are and know what your goals are. You certainly want to know that, but that you're learning by doing in a realistic context. Another underlying concept is just-in-time performance support, and we've talked a little bit about that so far in this conference, and we will talk more. There's an interview with Hal Christensen, a performance support expert, coming up later this afternoon. And just-in-time performance support, meaning something that will help you just in time when you need it. It's still the case that the traditional model of education doesn't always transfer it all to the workplace. So, people take a long training course, even if it's a great training experience, there are things you're going to learn that by the time you need them, you will have forgotten. Or there are things that you really just don't need to know because they're an exception case. Even, relatively simpler jobs, it's a customer service job. Here's a particular situation. I don't know if I'm going to know how to handle that when it happens to me 9 months from now. I may have handled it in a great training class, but, in a great training simulation, but nonetheless, it's a lot to ask. And it's not necessarily the most efficient use of resources. People are spending time in training that doesn't need to be, questioning the relevance of things sometimes if they don't see how this is ever going to happen to them. And also, there's just an opportunity here, particularly more and more. We have mobile devices, we have all sorts of things to give you something that's going to help you do something just in time when you need it, whether it's look up information the way we do in Google, whether it's a decision aid where you're facing a situation and you want some advice. Hey, I'm in a complicated sales situation, the customer is objecting, even though, objecting to our price, even though my price is better than that of our competitors. What do? You might be able to look something up. Probably not if you're right there in front of the customer, but if you've got a little bit of time. So lots we can do with just-in-time performance support, and I've always felt it to be undervalued in the workplace learning field. Another underlying concept and a related one is workflow learning, learning in the context of the workflow. So this relates to situated learning and just-in-time performance support, because I think you often find that if you're learning something in the workflow, you're not necessarily having to learn it. So here, we see people consulting a tablet as they're doing a task, and it's in the workflow and it is just in time. So it's really more performance support, and they will also learn it, however. So they may, next time they have the same situation, probably going to remember it, and they're probably not going to have to go back and look at it, again, or at least by the third time that you see a similar situation. So there's a lot we get out of that. Certainly don't want to forget about collaborative learning. I've talked a lot about self-paced kinds of environments and skills that you would need there. There's an advantage to self-paced. You can do anytime, anywhere, and you don't need other people, but there's certainly a role for collaboration to try to build environments that foster the right kind of collaboration, get people in situations where they can work together, not only practicing teamwork, but making the most and learning the most from each other is certainly a critical underlying theme. Next one, we talked about learning analytics and the idea of sort of intelligent analytics. I've talked a lot about that in this conference. Love to see those, not used as much as sometimes they are now, where certainly Brian is not guilty of this, but there are a lot of cases I've seen where the analytics are used more to predict, more to provide a performance summary of someone, so more to give you an evaluation that is useful, but I'd rather use them more for good. I'd rather use them for personalized learning and to help the experience that you have be personalized to you. Create a coach component that's going to understand who you are and what you like and what's important to you and how you're comfortable learning and maybe where you can be pushed a little bit and where you shouldn't be pushed and when and how and all those things. And there are absolutely potential privacy concerns with these. None of these come up whenever I talk about it. But those issues are something to deal with. But on the other hand, there's a lot to be said for creating such a valuable experience. Keeping in mind, in the workplace, job performance is the goal. And that's, always really what, we're trying to perform better. We're trying to often change behavior, trying to get people to perform. And one way to do that is through learning. So sometimes it's through some kind of training, sometimes it's through some other kind of learning. Another way is just-in-time support. So you may eventually learn how to do it, but really you're just getting helped to do the task while you're doing it. And a third, which is usually outside the scope of our world, is process improvement. So you might find, sometimes you can't do that. Often as learning and development professionals, you're called in at a time when, I would love to recommend a change to this process, but we can't do it. It's already rolled out. It's not our role, and that does happen. But if you can, and especially if it's within your own organization, sometimes processes can change, and that's another way to keep to keep changing and improving performance. And that, in a certain sense, helps us keep track of the fact that job performance is the goal at the end of it, and that's really the most important thing. Okay. Again, the goal is, once again, improve performance. So what makes for a great learning experience? And this is a question that comes up kind of a lot. I've run a lot of seminars and asked people to share their stories about their best experiences they've ever had. Okay, so what are the most memorable and best learning experiences? I've done that in seminars, I've done that in classes. Here's someone who said that her most memorable experience was when her sister taught her how to drive a car. Okay, these, by the way, are not actually the real people. They are people who resemble the real people who told these stories. Another person had a different memorable experience about learning how to crochet from her aunt. Okay, so they worked together on that. And another one who had a childhood experience where he was on a great soccer team with a great coach and great teammates, and that was really just a memorable and great experience. You feel like you learned a lot. So all of these people told their stories. They had certain key elements that came through. Okay, now corporate e-learning experiences aren't always as good. So here's some selected comments, and there are obviously good ones, but I've heard these comments more often when I've gone into consult than I think I should. This guy, again, not quite this guy, but somebody like this guy, always waits to the last possible minute to do his e-learning. Okay, this is someone from the financial services industry. It's kind of a requirement. It's just like, okay, it's a chore, it's a deadline, I got to do it, I'm going to do it. Next person, he clicks through the pages as fast as possible to get to the test. Again, just wanting to get it done. Someone in retail. So again, another one in retail. So, and the third person just says e-learning is a waste of my time. So there's been a reputation that some e-learning has acquired, and certainly not the e-learning done by the people at this conference, but there is still a lot of the e-learning that's out there does tend to be kind of the page turning, test taking type, less than before, but still a lot out there, and you do see a lot of these. So there's, again, an opportunity to sort of change the perception by using technology in different and new ways. Okay, some of the stories people said we saw, some of the characteristics that came through of the great learning experiences. One was personal relevance. What does it mean to me? What is this, this has meaning to me. It's something I care about. Sometimes it was the person they were working with. Sometimes it was the content itself. Feedback from the environment. So if you're learning to crochet, your aunt is giving you feedback, but also the environment is giving feedback. You see if the stitches aren't right. If you're learning to drive a car, hopefully you're in a safe place because you're really going to get feedback from the environment. Feedback from the coach. So this is where the soccer coach, the aunt, and the sister in the examples that we gave are all giving a lot of feedback. From peers, and that's tremendously valuable. And there are, certainly ups and downs, but tremendously valuable to hear from other people on what you're doing. And coaching in general, coaching guidance and feedback. So it's not just the feedback, but it's the guidance, somebody who's there to help you and somebody who's there conceptually and emotionally and who knows is there. Another key one is the opportunity to fail. You get to experiment. It's a safe environment. When you're learning to drive a car, at least the way I did, I learned how to drive in a parking lot, an empty parking lot. There was little damage I could do. There wasn't zero damage I could do. Fortunately, I did not do any damage, but it was minimal damage. You didn't learn to drive a car on a busy street. You could hurt a lot of people as well as yourself. And related to the opportunity to fail is the freedom to experiment. So there's sort of an underlying set of things that we really want to be able to do and think about how we can be creating the right kinds of experiences and the right kinds of environments for people. Learning by doing came up quite a bit. Competition comes up as one. Not everybody competes, but in the sports example, competition was a big one. And again, these don't all have to be in every environment. They're things to keep in mind. Modeling, so modeling your own behavior, particularly in the crochet example and in the sports example, that was valuable actually in the driving one as well. All three people model their behavior after someone else. Maybe let me see somebody drive the car and show me, where I'm supposed to put my hands on the wheel. Okay, now I'll do it. Okay, so it's a role that the coach can play, but it doesn't have to be the coach. It's a way to model your behavior. Appreciation by someone else is another one. Interaction with a charismatic teacher or expert. And learner control is another one. They felt they wanted to have control. So you are looking for expert advice. You're looking for someone who knows how to do something that you have not done before, and that's why you're learning. But people wanted to have control and not simply be told what to do. And those all tend to be, characteristics that come through frequently in people's great educational experiences. Last one, this is a clear relevance between the learning and the real life task. And another thing, like, you always get asked, why are we learning this? And to see the relevance always helps when you can do it. So what can we do next in this field? What can we do? And that's a question that we ask ourselves frequently, like, what is it that we can do with technology to improve the experiences that people have? So lots of different kinds of experiences. I have a different way of looking at learning technologies than maybe I've seen some of the other places. I tend to look at learning technologies and people see learning theory and technology and they think learning technologies is the intersection of that. And so you can kind of take education and move it online. And, particularly in these times of the pandemic, a lot of people had to do that. That's all you can do in the time that you had. But to me, it's a lot more than that. We have learning theory. We have technology and computer science. We have user experience design. We have cognitive science and how do people think and learn. And we take all of these and other areas too, motivational theory, all of this kind of goes in there. And to me, that's learning technology. What we're looking at is being the creators of learning technologies that particularly support learning. So not simply adapting old learning models to a technology, but looking at it fresh and looking at what we can do with a certain technology. So let's walk through a potential future learning experience. This is one that some of you saw some of yesterday, if you're with me in the morning yesterday. Potential learning experience, this is a student, and he wants to study ancient Greece, and he's in his room in this imaginary world, and instead of having to do anything, he simply can push a button, and there he has ancient Greece right there for him to see. And he might ask questions. Is that the Acropolis? Well, who might he be asking? Well, he could be asking other friends that are logged on or colleagues or experts. He also could be asking an AI coach. And so in this case, I have an AI coach who says, yes, it is. And there are actually a number of buildings known as an Acropolis. This one is the Acropolis with a capital T and a capital A, and it's the one that you know. But there are several, and this is one of them. So you have an AI coach who is, again, theoretically, this is a step beyond what we can exactly do today, at least in a general context, but be able to answer his question and be able to answer it in a natural and friendly way, right? So it's a natural and helpful way. So it's natural language, really feeling, as realistic as can be. He might want to know, our student here asked, did the Acropolis always look the same over the years? Look at this now. And she said, well, we don't really know what it looked like before the Archaic era. Let's talk about one major addition. This you might find interesting. When Pisistratus built his entry gate, take a look. So she can decide, hey, you might want to see this. And he could say, thanks. He could say, I'm not interested. In this case, he wants to know who Pisistratus was. And we learn who that was, who was the son of Hippocrates. And we learn a little bit more about him and when he lived. And we see what he looks like, at least somewhat. And he can make some comments. Again, it's just kind of the one of the goals, I think, is for people to feel that they're in a comfortable, natural learning environment, right? So kind of take and capture a lot of what people got out of learning to drive from their, with their sister and playing on a great soccer team, and put that in the technology so that people really can experience that in lots of different ways when they want, anywhere they want, covering any area that they want. And that's a very ambitious goal. And we aren't going to try to do that by the end of this week, but it is, I think, the direction we want to be going in, and that a lot of the principles from this can come back into our everyday lives, and some of them already are. So suppose he left the virtual world, visited Greece today, is actually there. He might have the AI coach with him in augmented reality, so she could still point out and say, hey, you know what? You remember when we saw this? Remember we saw how this used to look? It still pretty much looks like that, but here's what's changed. Remember the history. So many different things you can do, and a lot of different ways we can take advantage of this. He also could have his friends with him, either online, so he might have friends who he was exploring ancient Greece with, and he can say, hey, I'm here in Greece. What do you guys want me to look at? They could join him. They could join him through a camera, so they can look themselves. The possibilities are endless. They're limited only by creativity. They are limited to some degree by technology, but we have a lot of technology too, and there's plenty left to do, but a lot of technology we can do different things with. So what are some key elements of this experience? It was experiential learning in a very realistic context, coaching guidance, feedback from a coach and from peers, learner control, but again, the learner is assisted and advised. And it was an immersive, personalized experience, and we could have added more learning by doing too. It wasn't really asked to do anything other than explore, and that seemed right for this particular example. So a lot we could do. Now, learning by doing seems much more necessary for the next example. So suppose our student isn't only a student; he's also got to get a job. He's got to make a living, has to make some money, has to support, at least his time in college, at least his nights out, something. So he works retail. So here he is walking into his retail training room, which is a projected training room. Okay. So it projects a store. So here he is now in his retail training in this imaginary world in a store, and he's got to help this customer. And so he says, as she's looking at something, he jumps in and says, hey, can I help you find something? And the AI coach, though, is paying attention. Well, make sure you smile and look friendly. So the AI coach knows that, might know whether he's smiling or not. That's something we could theoretically know for monitoring your face. And again, there are privacy issues, probably particularly with that. She can also know his tone if he's speaking out loud. Customer is there, so he's got some coach help. Okay, all right. So customer says, yes, do you have this in a size small? He says, I'm sure we do. He's going to check. So we jump to the end. This could go on following sort of some of the things that we've seen in other simulations, but in a much more in-depth way, and with the AI coach jumping in more and providing more advice. At the end, the AI coach can tell you how well you did. Facial expressions, maybe in this case, weren't his thing. He kind of said the right things, but he didn't really look the way he needs to look. He didn't seem as warm as he could be. And she gives him, in this case, some feedback numerically on wording, tone, facial expressions, and overall customer satisfaction. So there are questions. Do we want the numbers? Do we not want the numbers? Do we simply want it to be qualitative feedback? I think every case is different. There are different situations, but we do want whatever we're doing to be able to provide personalized and nuanced feedback, and we have a lot of data that we can use to do that if we do the right things with it. Key elements of this experience: experiential learning, once again in a realistic context. Learning by doing results in skill transfer to the job. Coaching guidance, coaching feedback, again from a coach and potentially from peers, although we didn't see the peers in this one. A realistic performance-based assessment and evaluation. So one thing that often comes up is, how do you measure people's performance in some kind of training experience or on the job? In a training experience, they tend to do it by giving you questions, asking you to answer them. That's the easiest thing to evaluate, and we want to do something better than that, right? He may be great at memorizing the principles of customer service and telling you which one of the following is not a principle of customer service, but he might not be good at doing the actual job. This kind of performance-based assessment, if we use a similar thing to assess his performance, as we kind of showed here, would work well for that. And again, learners has control, but has assistance and advice from the experts, and this is very immersive and very personalized. One more example. Here's a workplace example that's just in time. So it's not training, it's just in time. It's support, it's performance support as you need it. So suppose we're in a veterinarian's office, and we are looking at this from the perspective of a veterinarian, and we have a dog waiting for us on our examination table. I'll leave that for another second because everybody wants to likes to watch the dog. So whenever there's a dog, I'm totally with you. We all want to watch the dog for an extra second. So we're going to do that. And we're in the middle of our exam, and the AI coach might come in and say, based on information from the sensors, there are sensors in my operating table. Well, how about my exam table? It's not operation. So there's sensors in my exam table. That's pretty cool. You might want to check a right back paw to see if there's a cut there. Okay, so that's something that we could do technologically. And this could pop up on, I may be looking at a screen, I may be wearing, the successor to Google Glass. It may be something simpler than that, but any of these that could work. So we've got something monitoring and saying, here's something you might want to know. I'm still in control. I'm the veterinarian in this case, but the AI coach is really, really helpful and has information that I don't have right at my fingertips. It's monitoring information. It's a much better use of resources. I'm not always checking all the sensors. Okay, so here's the later part, later in the exam, holding the dog a little closer. A colleague comes up, and this could be a real colleague or an AI colleague. So we could go either with this. This could be either one of those. I think I see a spot on her ear. I'm not sure if I should be concerned about it. And then the oncologist colleague comes up and says, well, I biopsy this just to be safe, but it's probably not anything to worry about. Okay, a lot of different things we could do. Key elements of this experience: just-in-time performance support, when we need it, coaching guidance in real time, integrating sensors, other technology into the experience, real-time collaboration with colleagues, and all kinds of things. So a couple things before I close and have time for questions. There's an expression, necessity is the mother of invention, which has always been true. There's a need, people come up with a creative way to meet the need. But we need to see now, sometimes invention is the mother of necessity, and that works the other way. There's certainly a need for new approaches. But if you look at, getting back to sort of the iPod, in this case, the iPhone, Steve Jobs didn't really necessarily look at focus groups. In fact, Apple said they did not really look at, what does everybody want? But he saw that this was something he could create, that Apple could create, that would be useful and that people would find useful if they did it right. So there's, sometimes there's the need to create and invent something, and the need is there when people realize that it exists and when the product exists. I think the same is true with a lot of the work that we do, that it's not so much always following what's been done before, but you think about what can we do, and it's like, nobody's saying, in any of the conversations I've had with clients or anyone, I never hear, what I really need is an AI experience. What I really need is a virtual world that I can jump into. But if you think about what this could be, you can imagine how it would work, and then how you can position it to people. And the goals that they have are achieved by the experiences that we want. So you do hear what the goals are, you just don't necessarily hear what the design would be. And that's often and typically is going to be our role, those of us in the industry. So to wrap up, a couple of key points. Just again, I'd love to design new experiences that make the most of new technologies as they keep coming more and faster, to think about, how do we re-envision, how do we reimagine, how do we think this is a time of change now more than ever, and what can we and should we do differently rather than doing the same old thing. Certainly have a group here who's done a lot of that, so I know I'm not the only one in this virtual room who's thought about this for quite some time. Active learning and situated learning principles are tremendous value. Learn in context, learn realistically. Just-in-time learning and performance support are key. So that's another one that's always true. I think, that's to not overtrain, particularly in the workplace, but to think about other things that we can do. When do you really need training? When do you need something just in time? When is it a mix of things? We had a product once that was for a retail client where it was a mix of, it was a just-in-time performance support product to help the people who manage the cashiers and some other people do their jobs better and more efficiently. And some of the things that you would find when you searched for answers were really quick. Like, okay, I'm having a little trouble with my cash registers. What do we do? All right, here's how you troubleshoot. 1, 2, 3. But sometimes it was, my team is being consistently slow. What can I do? Okay, well, here's something you can do in text, but then here's a 5-minute training piece or a 10-minute training piece that you might want to go through, or positioned as a 10-minute video that you want to watch, or some other kind of experience, so that you can, or a 2-minute video, so that you can go through and learn something you might want to do. So there's a lot of different ways that performance support and training can blend together. It's a great way of experiences that are immersive, relevant, that are personalized, and those tend to result in the learner emotionally connecting to the experiences. And I think that's a key point. There's sort of a reputation that a lot of traditional education has, as if it's a chore. It's something you're told to do from the time you're at a young age. This is, well, you go because you have to. Even people who really enjoy learning sometimes find themselves in learning experiences that they don't enjoy. So they may enjoy learning in general, but they don't enjoy that particular learning experience. And the more, in my view, that we build experiences that follow these principles, the more that we're going to be able to have people feeling that learning is a natural outgrowth of what they're doing. It's something that they have control over. It's something that they enjoy. It's an area where they feel respected. It's all of those things. They can pursue their interests. They certainly are things that they should become familiar with and will be asked to, but it's not the same take a step, do what you're told kind of model that still is way too prevalent in these days. Okay? I'd say in the end, it's all about the experience. So I'll close with a quick quote. This is Isaac Asimov, famous writer, published something in at the end of 1983, predicted the world of 2019. So we are now just past that. And his quote was, education, which must be revolutionized in the new world, as you can see on the screen, will be revolutionized by the computer. There'll be an opportunity for every youngster, every person to learn what he or she wants to learn in this, everything in their own way, at their own time. Education will become fun because it will bubble up from within and not be forced in from without. And, I think that's all still true today. And it's still true that certainly some of the experiences we see are like that. The ones we're seeing here are like that. But so much that is out there is not like that. And what we want to do is look at how we can make an impact on a large scale so that education feels the way that he described it feeling for everyone. So that training and learning development feel that way in the workplace, and that you feel emotionally connected, you feel that it's relevant, and you feel respected, and it's something that you sort of do naturally and naturally enjoy. And on that, I will wrap up. So thank you so much for taking the time to be with me over the past 45 minutes or so, a little more. And I've got a little bit more time left for questions. So if we have questions, please go ahead and put them in the chat. Anything else we can talk about? And I can't ask myself questions. So anything you have, please go ahead and put it in the chat. Give a minute for anything to show up. And while we're waiting to see if there are further questions, getting back to the learning performance support product I was talking about before, one of the interesting things, I mentioned, this was for a retail client. It's a product that was out for a number of years and started back in the early 90s. And so it was just in time learning in sort of all the ways that you might want. And I do have, now I have questions, so I will save the rest of that for later. How can emotions be linked to experience, Fernando asked, and that's a really good question. And I think, I agree with Ryan that there's a lot of work to be done in the sort of affective area on the psychology side, but there's, at the very least, there's something to, you put people in a realistic experience and they're going to tend to feel that it's much more enjoyable than sitting and being told what to do. You give people interesting and challenging tasks and personalize them, and they'll feel better about it. And so there's a level there, at the very least, of emotional connection that I think is a step, toward what we want. I think we can do much, much more. And Fernando's own work, I think really has. I think Fernando, if you have a chance to ever measure, is there a time that people were in a, non-simulation environment and how they thought about it relative to how they were in one of your simulations? It'd be interesting to be. Next question from Christina. So her comment is that her 20-something-year-old learners, as well as her 40-plus-year-old learners, say that interacting with a screen feels frustrating and ineffective. Do I think learners are ready for the new education? Will they need to change their mindset? It's a great question. And, I think it's a challenge and that it's somewhat controllable. And so there certainly are complexities in any kind of change, and people are used to what they're doing. I think one of the barriers to people getting comfortable with this kind of AI component or with some of the things that we see online is that it's not really natural yet. It's not designed well for you. So I think that it's the iRiver MP3 of learning, right? So it's there. It kind of has the right features. It's a step, but it's not quite there. And that when we build the right kinds of products, that people will, not against never everybody, but start to feel a level of comfort and things can become more mainstream. And we kind of see that with other technologies. VR, as Michelle pointed out, VR seems like it's not, to a lot of people, it's not mainstream yet, am I going to really wear this headset? And said, well, how was it with your students? And she said, they all thought it was great. They didn't have any problem with it. And that's not everyone yet, but it's becoming more and more mainstream. Patrick asked if it has to be VR, AR to make it immersive. Are there other possibilities? Two things. Number one, I don't think it has to be. I think some of the online video things we've done are pretty immersive. You watch Ray and Jane, you get really absorbed into the story and you find yourself immersed in it. There are interface things we can do online to make people do that. It's not as immersive, but it certainly can be. And I think we want to take those techniques anyway. And, if you have something that's 80 or 90% immersive, however one defines that, that's, a lot better than 0 or 10. And that also, as we see other technologies, we'll see holograms are another one. We start to see projections as we did with Fernando. And, that's another area. Jumping down, comments about game mechanics and gamification, which I think is a big question about, gamification, not playing games is engaging learners. And Don, I'm glad you brought up gamification. Gamification is a word that I feel like maybe got a kind of funny reputation and not necessarily undeserved, but it could be more than that, right? So, there's sort of this idea that you gamify a learning experience by taking an existing learning experience and putting a game on top of it. And, usually that's not going to work, right? The old example we used to use, my old advisor used to use in the late 80s was when Space Invaders was still around as a video game that people remembered was something about shooting down verbs. There were these products out where people would theoretically learn language by looking at verbs and shooting them down in sort of a little video game. And that wasn't particularly useful from an educational standpoint, right? The game might have been fun, as fun as anything is, but there was no connection between shooting things down and learning how to use your verbs correctly or knowing what they were. So that was a game with no purpose. We see, if you have to memorize things, playing Game of Jeopardy is probably more fun than simply sitting in a room by yourself, memorizing it. But is memorization really the right thing? Is memorization going to get you any closer to any of your goals? And those are questions, those are, I think our answer is always, there's a lot more to that. The more you can build, I would say, the gamification and the game elements into the products, the better off we are. And I actually have a screen to show, which I have to wait later, but during my 305 talk, there's an old screen I can show you that is, it's a simple workplace task with some game elements, but the game elements are real. It's you're doing the real task. You're not playing an artificial game. You're doing the real task, and that's kind of where I think we want to be going with gamification. And it's not just about, and sometimes not at all about, badges and challenges and who reaches the top of the ladder. And I don't know that those are really the ideal things to do, but to think about the game-like elements that can make things really, really enjoyable and fun for people and build them in, but build the realism and the game parts together. And I think that's where I'd like to see. And I'm glad you agree with that. Fernando asked about engaging students with actors, interacting with them from screens or big walls in aerial, perhaps. Absolutely. Those are very much learning by doing, learning by feeling immersed in it. It's a tremendous level of immersion, learning by, putting yourself in a realistic situation, even within the room that you're in. And I think, what I would love to see is when, we get one step closer and, you can do the really high end e-real experiences and not have to be in the, in the room. And that's one, we'd like to get there. So Christina asks, who'll be able to afford this type of education? That's a great question that I would love to have a good answer for. And I think that's a critical point. One of the advantages that I see aspirationally of doing this kind of learning, because it can scale up, is that more and more of it becomes accessible to anyone, right? So I talked earlier this morning, for those of you here this morning, about, which was yesterday, actually, this I did not talk about this morning. Yesterday afternoon, I did talk this morning, but I spoke yesterday afternoon about an experience I had in 5th grade, where we had a great learning experience in which you were learning about the state governments in the US by doing very constructivist exploratory learning and making phone calls to the state governments and writing letters and putting together a scrapbook. And some of those principles are, just by and large, just good education principles. But those aren't what you would see in every school. I was fortunate enough to go to a school that did that, and it was very labor intensive. We had a great teacher who would do that. She couldn't teach everywhere. We only had 15 people in the class. If we had 40 or 100, could we have done that project? I probably not. But with technology, we have the opportunity to build experiences that scale up. And I think we want to kind of continue to rethink the role of the teacher, the role of the professor, the role of the expert. And the flipped classroom approach with Christine certainly does a lot of that. Like, you're not being talked at, you're doing something educationally, and then you're using the person who's the expert more as a mentor and expert. And if some of that is AI, all the better, then it scales up. So it is always a challenge where there are things that are progressing that are not yet affordable. And I would really like to find a solution to that, because I think one of the big advantages is that this will make things more accessible to people, and that's kind of one of the goals that we have societally and worldwide. I'm not sure I have a full answer for that, but at the very least, if we build, even using the technology that we have, building more immersive online environments that run on a laptop or even on a tablet would at least reach the majority of people. For example, right? Like, I know Patricia was talking yesterday about the limitations in Brazil right now. Not everybody has laptops and what they're working with in terms of mobile phones and tablets, but they do have some technology. So suppose we built an immersive learning environment and it was a simulation, and people had the opportunity to learn something valuable by practicing in that environment, and it worked on a laptop and a tablet. Would we reach everybody? We wouldn't reach everybody, but we could reach a lot more people, and theoretically that would be something that was more affordable. So those are some of my thoughts on that. And as I see this conference throughout the rest of the time, and throughout the next rest day and a half, these are issues I'd love to keep talking about. Many of our speakers cover issues along these lines as well. And almost everything that we talk about here kind of plays into it some level, whether it's a production aspect or whether it's a high level conceptual aspect or anything else. What is it that can we do? How do we do things differently? How do we do things in a way that's affordable and accessible to everyone and produces the kinds of experiences that we want, and does it and allows us to work to do so in an efficient way? And that's kind of what we're, I think, trying to do over the course of the time here. And one of the things I value about this conference. So looking at the clock, it is time for me to wrap up. I will be here. I'll be here all week. So happy to talk to everyone via email, via chat, via Twitter. I think I missed a couple of questions and I apologize for that. But we're going to move to the next talk, and then we'll be back later. So next up, we have Laura Schreiber here, and Laura is going to talk about working with professional voice actors, and Laura's going to do that from the perspective of somebody who is a voice actor, and we're really excited to have that perspective and hear what she has to say. So we're ready to roll Laura's intro, and we'll go from there. Thanks again, everybody. Quite hear you yet for some reason. Okay, Laura, we still can't quite hear you. All right, so still can't. I'm sorry, still can't. Can you hear us? We'll get this. Still not. All right, so still not quite yet. Still can't. It's okay. We'll work it out. We have a. It's okay. It will all work out. I think our team is going to work with you on this to try to get your sound back. Always, no, we want to hear the voice of a voice actor. So we're hoping to hear. Can you hear me, Laura? Oh, still can't hear you. Okay, so she's going to adjust a couple of things on her end and see if we can get that straightened out. I can't hear. Okay, not yet. Speak again. Still nothing. Can you log out and do the test again? Yeah, I think log off and yes. All right. All right. She's going to be back with us in just 1 second. So I'm going to scroll back through the questions and see what I missed since we have a little bit of time. So I can pick up another couple of questions I think I scrolled past. So there's one about Hudagogy, which is concept I haven't really particularly used. It's a you know, I know it's self-directed learning and it's more informal. And I think that's, if you want to tell me a little bit more specifics if I'm missing anything, more in line with the kind of learning that I think I believe in. I think it follows these concepts. And I hear something.
Yes, I switched screens.
I can
you hear me
and
now?
See you. So I'm assuming.
I apologize, except now my note cards are in the other room.
That's well. Do you want to take a second?
I'm so sorry for this. I don't know what happened because the test went through. I apologize. If you now you can see what my room looked like that I was in. Well, I don't know why.
That's okay. All right.
If you give me 30 seconds to grab my note cards, I'll be right back.
All right. So we are just about there, and we're coming back in 1 second. So, yeah. So we're going to wait for Laura, and then we'll go from there. All right. Well, thanks so much. I'm going to turn this back to you. I'm going to turn off my mic, and it's all yours.
Thank you. And I apologize for the delay.
It's all right.
Some things just can't be predicted. Exactly. So when I saw that the conference was going to be at Columbia University, I was profoundly excited. I spent 6 years of my life studying there. I was there for college and for graduate school for history. And the first thing that happened when I found out that my proposal was accepted was that I called my mother and I called my best friends and I said, guess what? I get to leave the padded foam booth where I work all the time and be in front of real live people. But in an ironic twist of fate, here we are back in our homes, all separated. So life goes on. But I want to bring you back to what you see right here in front of you on the steps, the red and beige steps. That's the rotunda of the Low Memorial Library. And that's where I stood when I took my diploma at my commencement in May 1999. And on that rotunda, actually, Muhammad Ali and Lauren Bacall stood there with me receiving honorary PhDs. And it was a really big deal. And another momentous thing happened that day. Believe it or not, the Phantom Menace, the prequel of the Star Wars movie, was also released the day that I graduated from Columbia. And the entire time that I was at Columbia, the Star Wars movies were being re-released in the theaters. And because I was too young to see them, it was a very big deal for everybody at Columbia to be watching these movies while I was in university. So as soon as I found out that my proposal had been accepted, I had to sprinkle in some Yoda wisdom throughout. So I hope you'll indulge. So why am I qualified to be here speaking to you today? I think I offer a unique perspective because I understand what it's like to work from voice talents from both sides of the mic. I come from an academic background. I taught at an independent upper school in the city for many years, but I've also been a full-time voice actor since 2015. And my business is made up of both commercial clients and a lot of e-learning work. About 40% of my business is e-learning. The clients listed here tend to be the clients that I work with regularly, but I have a lot of clients that are K-12 clients, universities as well. And I work with people who do their e-learning in-house. I work with independent instructional designers, and I've worked with companies that are content creators. And so let's start to talk about the trends that we're seeing right now in e-learning and voiceover. Yoda says you must unlearn what you have learned. And it's interesting because just since I've been in the field in 2015, there's a shift. It used to be that everybody wanted a professional narrator. When I first got into e-learning, there were big corporations creating content libraries, and they wanted a narrator. I have a friend who is a vice president at Merck, and she would say, "You mean you're like one of those voices that I skip when I'm listening to training in the car?" And I said, "Oh God, I hope not." But that's what all of the e-learning that I initially was getting was like. Now, I would say 90% of the scripts that I get are role plays. And that's not just for gamification and mobile apps. I did a job last week that was a call simulator for a local hospital, and that was from a very big content creation company. What do I think is driving this trend of the shift towards playing? I think it's new technology. I think it's the shift towards mobile apps. After watching the last 2 days at the conference, I hadn't really thought so much about the AI and the VR, but I think that could be coming into play too. But it seems like they want the real voice. And even clients that I had been doing a lot of work as a professional narrator, they want you to sound totally conversational, like you're speaking to someone else in their office. They don't want you to sound like a trained narrator anymore. That trend has left. Now, I don't do a lot of medical narration in e-learning, but my friends who do medical narration tell me that they aren't seeing this shift so much with the medical. So that's an interesting thought. Okay, so this talk very much came up from meeting people who were instructional designers and content creators and listening to their pain points. I met a woman at a conference in Atlanta in 2017 when I was actually on a water break, and she said, I cast a guy that I found on Fiverr, and we had some pickups to do, and I couldn't get him back. So I had paid him several $100s to do all of the voiceover for the project, and then there were script changes, and I couldn't get him back, and I had to recast another talent, and I had to eat that cost. And the more I started to talk to my clients about what worked for them and what didn't work for them, the more I realized these were academics who never interacted with creatives or actors, and suddenly they're in the position that they're casting actors who act, and they don't know what to ask. And that's where the problem is. So I wanted to create this talk, understanding it from both perspectives, so that you could start to think about it. So Yoda says, the greatest teacher failure is. I hope that this does not happen to you, but these are some of the questions that every single time you work with somebody like me, you should ask. The first question is, what is your turnaround time? If the phrase turnaround time is new to you, that means from the time you send a voice actor like me or someone else your script, when should you expect to have your fully edited, finished audio back? It's different for everyone, and it can be different for every job. So you want to ask that every single time. For me, my answer for e-learning is always the same. It's always 8,000 words fully edited a day. I have a friend, Jay Michael, who does 10,000 words a day. I know people who do 6,000 words a day. It depends on their rate of recording and how fast they edit. Now, something else I was thinking about that you want to ask. If there's an NDA for the job, you don't want people who outsource their editing. I don't outsource my editing. People who tell you that they can record and edit 10 to 15,000 words in a day may be outsourcing their editing. So that's another question that you want to ask, because especially if it's proprietary content and there's an NDA involved, you want someone who does their editing themselves and isn't outsourcing it. And a red flag might be someone who can do more than that in a day because they're likely not editing their own content. Next, what is your revision policy? You want to ask a voice actor that always. So my revision policy is that I have a minimum, we'll talk about pricing later, but a revision is different than a pickup. A revision is defined as the content creator, the client, making a script change. So my revision policy is that I prefer that they let me know if there are revisions or script changes within 48 hours of the delivery of the audio. And then I have a price per 30-minute revision session. Every single talent prices this differently. So you want to ask, and you want to ask what the voice actor's availability is for revisions when you hire them. The next thing is pickups. So what are pickups? Pickups are if there's a word change, if there's a script change, if they want you to change emphasis, and you want to ask them what their policy is. Performance errors, meaning if the voice actor makes a mistake with the voiceover that they did, they should always be responsible for that. That's industry standard. You should never pay for a mistake that the voice actor made, and they should never be charging you for a revision session. You want to ask them what their pickup policy is, and you want to ask them how soon they need to know. So for example, I prefer to know within 48 hours, but if a client tells me when I deliver the audio that they won't know for 2 weeks because there's a team of people reviewing the audio, that's fine as long as you know up front, but you need to have the conversation. The next thing is a big deal. You want to ask the voice talent if they're full-time. Why does this matter? This matters because if they're working somewhere else from 8 to 5 or from 9 to 6, it means they're not available to record your voiceover. And it means they're not available to do your pickups and your revisions either. So you want somebody who's in their booth all day so that A, they can get your modules back to you, and B, they can make the changes that you need. You want them to be able to bring your recordings to life. And if they're not in the studio, it can't happen. So you want someone who's really there. Okay, Yoda says size does not matter. Size matters not, but the tech does. So I think what's happening, and David talked about this in the last session, and as the technology starts to improve, I think that there's this shift that people are using more and more professional voice talents, and especially in the world of corporate e-learning, when there used to be like Susie from HR who had a great voice, so they would just plop her down in front of the computer. That's happening less and less. I think that you need people who have really great professional home studios. Now, again, I realize that a lot of you are coming from academic or corporate backgrounds, and suddenly you're casting voice talent. So what do you know about microphones, preamps, interfaces? Typically, a voice actor who's established has what they have in their professional studio on their website. Now, if you don't know what any of that means, there's another thing that you can look for. A lot of us get our studios professionally certified. There are different organizations that do that. For example, mine is certified by an organization called WOVO, W-O-V-O, which is a professional organization of non-union voice actors. What do these certifications mean? It means that the voice actor has spent months and months jumping through a lot of hoops, having multiple audio engineers review their raw audio. And it means that it's been approved, and that's why they have a certification number. So what's the difference between raw audio and the finished broadcast ready audio? So the raw audio is the unfinished audio before it's edited, compressed, has anything done to it. And that audio is sufficient, and that means that their tech is sufficient. So they're not using like a plug-in Apogee mic. They're using a really high-end microphone, like the one that just didn't work at the beginning of my session, that. They're using a microphone like that. They're using a preamp. They're using an interface. And they have it set up on the right settings for their voice, and they know how to use it, and they've gone through an approval process with multiple engineers, and there are several organizations that do this for voice actors, both union and non-union. So even if you don't know what to look for, if you look for a seal of approval, it means that they're in the process enough that you can trust that they've done this. And yesterday, I think it was Tim who was talking about ROI on the projects. And I think when you're looking for the ROI and you make this investment on the technology, how can you not make the investment in hiring a voice actor who has solid sound? Because it could just ruin the whole process, the whole project, really. Okay, so Yoda says, you will know good from bad when you are at peace and passive. You may not be trained to evaluate voice actors. You know crap when you hear it. I mean, you can tell the difference when something is crackly, when it's not crisp, when you hear the roominess in the audio. Another question, and I have never spoken at this conference before, so I didn't think to use the polling feature. But had I used the polling feature, I'm curious to know how many people here listen on the headphones that we typically wear, that voice actors wear, which are the headphones that are not treated, not like a Beats or what comes with your iPhone, but we listen on headphones that are really strong so we can really hear our voices, as opposed to listening on your computer or listening on headphones like Beats or what comes with your iPhone, because it makes a difference in terms of what you're listening to. But you can really hear what you're getting for your money. In terms of pricing for voiceover, pricing is often the last thing thought of. Voiceover is often the last thing thought of when e-learning projects are conceived of. And it's not just in e-learning that voiceover is often an afterthought. There's a statistic that in big Hollywood projects, sound, which includes voice, all of the audio, music, is only 4 to 10% of major Hollywood projects. That's pretty shocking when you think about it. So for it to be thought of last in e-learning, it's not such a shock. But just so that you know, there is standard pricing for voiceover for e-learning. Where do voice actors set our pricing? There are 2 websites that you can go to if you're curious. One is the GVAA Rate Guide. It stands for Global Voice Acting Academy. And the other is called Gravy for the Brain. Gravy for the Brain is a resource for voice actors in the UK, and it's a tremendous resource, and their rates are pretty dead on. Both union and non-union talents have minimums and rates that we post online and share. Those of us who have invested thousands and thousands of dollars in our equipment and in our coaching and in ongoing professional development and in attending conferences, we try really hard to maintain standard industry rates. If somebody is an outlier, if you start bidding on projects and getting prices from talents and all of the prices seem to be in one cluster and someone is dramatically lower, there is something wrong. They should not be willing to work for like sweatshop rates. If they have a good mic and they've had a lot of training, they should know what the industry standard rates are, and you should be alarmed if someone does it. That should be a red flag to you. The rates make a big difference in terms of what you're getting. You know, it's interesting. My son is turning 17 and he's learning to drive, and he's been doing an online training module, and he said that there's 3 different voices that he's listening to. And one of the voices is amazing, and he loves listening, and he thinks he's learning as he listens. And 2 of the other voices, he said it's painful to listen to, and he's having trouble getting through the content because the voices are so bad. And he said the technology is the same. The questions are the same in terms of the way the modules are run and the quizzes that they have at the end, but the voices are so disappointing that he can't concentrate on the content. So the voice matters. And even if the tech in terms of the way the modules are put together is the same, the voice matters. And I remember when I was in graduate school and we studied Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences and talked about the way kids learn differently. It's interesting because in this example with my son, the constant is the way the material is being presented, right? Every module is the same. It follows the same format. The questions are the same at the end. The one thing that's different is the voice, and even the production is standard. So I think it really matters. The other thing to think about in terms of price and what the voiceover indicates is when you cast talents, if a talent describes themselves as warm and upbeat and bubbly and happy, don't cast that person in a serious, morose, cast them where they fit, because there's so many voice actors. There's a lot of us doing this, and there's a lot of us doing this well. Oh, great. I'm so glad you put the poll in. Thanks. That's really interesting. I can't wait to see the result. So anyway, there's a lot of us doing this, and there's a lot of us doing this well. So in terms of the casting, you can always cast a voice actor who fits the role that you need. So when you have someone like me who pretty much sounds happy all the time, I had to play someone agitated 2 weeks ago, and I just thought of some people who really annoyed me. But you can also just find someone who has the right tone for your voice, and then put the happy person sounding happy and put someone who maybe sounds more pissed off sounding more pissed off. Kind of works better. So anyway, I hope that makes sense. I was thinking about what Antonella said in her first talk of the day yesterday, and she talked about knowing what questions to ask. And I think that if you come at it from that perspective, voice actors are a pretty friendly bunch, and we're happy to answer all of your questions. But when you ask the questions up front, I think that you can build really meaningful relationships with talents who are eager to work for you and really want to bring your modules to life. And when David used the example of Greece both yesterday and today and was talking about technology to humanize learning, I think often about how I might have used technology if I were in the classroom setting today, or how my experience at Columbia might have been different if I were in the classroom today. And I think when you're talking about humanizing learning, the way to do it is to have voices that are relatable. It's one thing to create these AI configurations, but when you have voices that people can connect with, it can make a difference. The last thing I wanted to say is, I have a friend who was just doing an AI project, an app for fitness in Toronto, a fantastic talent, really smart girl, great actor. She was cast in this voiceover project, an e-learning project. And especially now when we can't go to the gym, right? Who wouldn't want to do an app? And the really cool thing is that the app learns from you. So as you use it and you move your arms, it corrects you as you do it. And she's the voice of the app. They could not have cast it better. She is truly fantastic for this app. But it's interesting because even 3 years ago, I don't think that the technology for this app existed, this smart technology, because it combines both the AI and the smart tech that as the user moves their phone to exercise, it evolves. So it's really interesting when we think about the future of these voices and the marriage of the voice, the voiceover, the technology, and the e-learning. I think it can really, using the right professional voice can really take your project to the next level. So I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have. Yoda says, mind what you have learned, save you it can. So here I am. I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have. And I can't believe it's 2:58.
Time goes by. No, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. And we have questions. One came from Ceci Eros from Argentina, who asks, if your clients tend to generally connect to you during the recording session to make changes on the fly, or is it mostly that they review the files after?
So it's really interesting. There's been a shift. Until last year, I do a lot of live sessions for commercials. I was talking to my friends about this last week because I'm in a women's group with a bunch of other voice actors and we meet weekly. None of us were having live sessions for e-learning. Last year, that changed. And there's a few companies that produce content regularly that are all wanting to do live sessions now for their talent. Now, the difference, and I didn't talk about this, but the difference is that when they do live sessions, we're not splitting files for them, even if we're recording on our end. So file splitting is a big thing that I forgot to cover in terms of the tech. So if we do a live session, then we typically send them one large file of the audio, right? If we self-record, then we typically file split. So in terms of questions that you ask and pricing, that's another thing, like some people charge for file splits and some don't. And in terms of the voice talents savvy, some of us like split it with ease and it's not a big deal, and some people make a whole to-do about it. So there has been a shift to it. Some companies, I'm on 2 rosters right now, one's a K-12 company and one does more corporate training, and they're doing only live sessions and they're doing only 30-minute sessions. It's interesting.
Oh, yeah, that is a change. I think what I was aware of was more likely to be recorded sessions and much less likely live sessions. I think from what I've seen.
And the other thing that in terms of live sessions is that there's different ways to phone patch, and it's been affected by the pandemic. So most of us, most voice actors who are connecting to studios, we use Source Connect or IPDTL. And the 2 companies that are only doing live sessions, are using Source Connect because there's no latency issue. So the other thing that I've had some companies do, especially when they're new roles and they want to make sure that the character is just right, instead of doing the whole session live, if they want their files split, they may patch in for like 5 minutes and then we'll say, oh, we want it at this tone and this pace, and then we'll self-record. So because there is a latency issue with Zoom. The other thing is that Zoom has been slower during the pandemic and the latency issues are worse for recording.
Right, and that makes sense. Do you then ever run into sound issues? Like, it seems like you work so hard to keep your sound, your studio quiet, and then you're going to have people, right there. You have an open line.
So typically, I don't have my computer's outside of my booth, and I only have a monitor in my booth. So I plugged in a remote camera, and my remote camera has audio, and I think it was bumping the audio off of my microphone because I don't know what else could have happened. But I didn't want to waste everyone's time.
No, I didn't mean I mean when you're working with people listening in, right? So when they're listening in, is there a concern with
the headphones? I don't know if you saw in like the 30 seconds that I was in there, but the headphones that I have on enable me to hear the client in my ear, and I usually have one ear on and one ear off. So they could direct a session. Like if you were to direct me, I would hear you in my ear and could record, and you wouldn't come through on the mic.
Okay, no, it's actually, I have a similar setup right now for this actually, so it's
yeah, so it works pretty well. Great. When I'm not on camera, which I will never try to do again on my booth.
It all worked out. Everything worked out except we couldn't get you to Columbia this year, so it's gotta be next year.
I know.
I know. We got another question from Ceci from Argentina, or I guess a comment. Said she usually, and she's from Argentina, she usually has the Client Connect just to make sure that product names are pronounced correctly, or speeding up or slowing down. Those are the kinds of reasons that when they work with their client, they want to connect.
It's a big deal. Yeah, so it's interesting because a lot of clients don't give us pronunciation guides, and especially when it's from another country or for another language, it can be a big problem. So sometimes I'm in a Facebook group with other voice actors, we'll all be texting each other like pronunciation, please. So it's very helpful when the client can patch in. The other thing, if a client won't do a live session in that instance, we'll ask them to send us a scratch track that they either record. But in that instance, it's great when the client will do a live session because it saves us a lot of time and it saves us the back and forth.
Absolutely. So yeah, no, Ceci totally agrees. And Elizabeth Barber points out, that she had a client she had to work with to practice pronouncing, words because it just wasn't something she was always familiar with on certain terms. And that's,
there's actually a voice talent in Montreal, Kim Handysides, and she used to be a newscaster in the 80s, and she does a read, rate, and reading improvement workshop for voice talents, and she talks about the rules of phonics, and you'd think like being Columbia educated, this wouldn't matter, but she's a good friend and she's in one of the groups that I'm in, but I was really curious to take her class because she talks about like, if you see like 3, 4, 5 syllable words and you've never seen this word before in your life, how do you quickly in an e-learning session break down the word and pronounce it correctly?
Oh yeah, no, and I think the other one that I've seen are acronyms because sometimes you just don't know. Like, what do you say? Right. I remember we had a project where it referred to OSHA, right? So,
right.
And no, I don't think anyone knew whether that was necessarily going to be OSHA or OSHA, right? It's how do you pronounce? When do you say an acronym? When do you spell it out? Sometimes it's client specific, like that's a general U.S. government term, but sometimes that's client specific or a client acronym that who would know? I mean, how would anyone know?
Well, and I know that we have a big international group here today. The other thing that I've had is that I've had e-learning content that's designed both to be stateside and on the European continent. So they'll want it recorded, like, let's say it's something involving geography, and they'll want it done in miles, and then they'll want it done in kilometers, or if it's a K-12 project, and they'll want it done like in inches, and then I'll want it done in meters. So there's a lot of that, and you'll have to do it both, and then we deal with it with file labels too, right? Because you'll label it one way, and then you'll have the alt files. So there's ways of handling it, but that is much easier when it's a live session, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. If it can't be, it's your preference then to get a pronunciation guide from your client, so you can really just anything that's at all questionable is there on a list.
Yeah, a pronunciation guide and a scratch track, because we don't care what the voice sounds like, but we can mimic. Most of us are really good mimickers. So if you have someone who can't mimic, you have a big problem.
Okay. Then you've hired the wrong person.
Okay.
All right.
Well, this is great. It's so nice to be here with you today. And if any of you have any more questions afterwards, we all have very unique voices, and often if you find a voice actor who isn't the right voice, we can typically refer you to someone who is the right voice for your project.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. It was great to have you here. And like I said, next year in person at Columbia, we'll get to the campus from your first slide. And so really enjoyed this and getting your perspective. And I think everybody did here as well, as you can tell from the comments. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well, up next, a little bit more for me, and then there'll be another talk. So up next for me, I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence and education, just for a mini talk, just about less than 10 minutes or so. And it's a concept that keeps coming up, and I thought it was worth a few minutes. I kind of had some time in between some of the other sessions to talk about the role of artificial intelligence in education and training in L&D, and see, kind of go through a little bit of the history and some other things. AI it's a term that gets kind of tossed around a lot, and I think a lot of times in public view it's kind of considered the same as machine learning, and I don't view it as being the same as machine learning. And to me, machine learning is a subcategory of AI that really you want AI. It does mean a lot of things, but that it can, if something behaves intelligently, that you probably have enough of what you need. And there are AI techniques, meaning you can take some parts of artificial intelligence, I'll give an example in a minute, and build it in. We're not necessarily looking for, a full human or a full learning model, or learning, something that can necessarily learn in the conventional ways. We're looking for really what can we accomplish using these techniques. And I think it's a little bit different. My own background was in this area way back in the late 80s, early 90s. I did my PhD in essentially in artificial intelligence in education. My PhD advisor was a guy named Roger Schenk, whose name still floats around a little bit. And Roger had been an artificial intelligence researcher at Yale and created a lab at Northwestern University, which brought together education, cognitive psychology, and computer science and AI all under one roof. And that's the root of a lot of this for me. And I think why I like to talk about it is AI kind of is, been a big thing these days. Once again, so in education and training, again, what do we do with it? And I'll give some more examples. It's not that it has to be anything and everything. I mentioned in my earlier talk that analytics use some AI components, but again, we have to kind of think about it. To me, the best place for AI is to make sure that we're helping the experience. And that's where I kind of see these AI coaches and these other, the uses of data, big data and personalized data both. I think personalized data may be more so. It's lots of data, but look at it from at the localized level. So kind of walk through so I'm calling it a semi-personal history of AI in education, or relevant things. Start back in 1966. You could start back in other ways before that with something called ELIZA, which was a psychologist created by Joseph Weizenbaum, and it basically was a little psychotherapist program, and it looked like this. And it would ask you questions, and it would say things that were sort of vague, and it simulated a conversation with you. And so it would ask you, would say, I'm having a problem, and it would say, do you think this has something to do with your mother? And that may or may not be true, but it would get you talking things. So it wasn't really intelligent in the sense, but it did feel like a realistic conversation. And that was one of the interesting things, about it. In the 1970s, you started to see more intelligent tutoring systems. You saw some different kinds of approaches to AI in education and trying to build smart models that helped you through things. We saw expert systems, which would build a content model of an area, often in medicine, and try to help do a diagnosis. So there lots of interesting research was done in these years, and it all kind of reached a certain point of being helpful, but maybe not being mainstream. 91, I'm going to list training simulations using AI. I'm going to give you an example of that came out of the research lab where I was, and my own contribution to the corporate learning world in 91. So I will show a screen from that in just a minute. So let's take a look at that. This is a screen from what was considered the early days of learn by doing simulations, and it was for Boston Chicken, which was it's now Boston Market. It's a semi-fast food chain in the U.S. They don't like to call themselves fast food. At least they didn't when I knew them. It's rotisserie chicken. It's supposed to be sort of home-cooked food, homey food that's done in a reasonably quickly, and that's sort of a concept that's much more common now than it was back in 1991. So what I ended up doing for Boston Chicken, and really what I was tasked with was, as a graduate student at the time, was go, here's a client that we can, who wants to talk with us, go talk with them, see if you can come up with some way to apply simulations in the corporate world. It was really that vague. That's all we were. Um, and what we ended up doing was talking. I went actually to Boston Chicken training school. I spent about 2 weeks out there with them, learning about the business, learning what trainees would learn. And what came out as the sort of the best fit was a training system for cashiers. And it looked like this. So they would run this. This is actually what their cash register looked like on the right-hand side of the screen. This was the keyboard that they had. And so in the training system, and I don't have a full demo, I only have this one screen, and it's, remarkable that it survived all these years. I feel like I had to, dig it out of the archives. So this was a cashier training for Boston Chicken. What they would do was a customer would come up. The customer would come up in video, actually in this white area, which got reused for a few different things. Bottom left of the screen. Customer would say, I'm ordering, I'd like a half chicken with sides. And you could do several things. You could ask questions. Now what? So what do I do next? How do I do that, and why? So there's a questions you could ask at any time. So there was some coaching guidance for you. There were some buttons over here, tell the customer the amount due, give customer change. It kind of pushed you through the scenario when you needed information. But mostly what you did was use the cash register to ring up the order. And this was not a trivial thing. The cash register was designed to be efficient for this job. It's not such a general cash register. And it takes some effort. Someone orders a half chicken with sides, and they would actually order, I'll have a half chicken with broccoli and cranberry walnut relish. That was actually a real order that you might place. And I had to know to ring that up as a half chicken with sides. I could not ring that up as a half chicken and as a side order of cranberry walnut relish, and I guess it would really be coleslaw rather than broccoli. So I could not do that. That wouldn't be accurate. I'd be overcharging them. So there was some work in that, and you had to be fast. So we talked before about gamification really, really briefly. And so here in the upper, kind of the upper left, performance meters that give you speed and accuracy. And this was a gamification element. You were constantly measured as you did this on your speed and accuracy. You would see these meters going into the red if you were slow. If you made mistakes, meaning you hit the wrong keys, you would see that go slow. So your goal was reach a certain level of speed, reach a certain level of accuracy. That's when you're ready to do the job. And the gamification came from the real thing. Right? This is real gamification. It was the real job. And that's what was so nice about the gamification here, was that it wasn't even gamification. It was simply a realistic simulation game that measured you on the real things you'd be measured in the job. And so it would work nicely as training, and then had potential as an assessment as well. Key elements of this experience is to learn by doing simulation with guidance and feedback. Game-like feel from the meters was really, really valuable. And the challenge aspect was effective. You really wanted to get a good score on speed and accuracy. So you had a challenge with yourself. It didn't have a leaderboard. It wasn't something that was done in those times. That might have worked here, but the key was that you were getting evaluated on the real things that make you a good cashier. You're fast and you're accurate, at least a good cashier. And then there's customer service too, but this was focused on the using the cash register model. The guidance and feedback used AI techniques in that they sort of had an implicit content model of what it meant to be a cashier and a cash register, and were very much in context. So there were some advantages there. And again, a short talk to get into that just a little bit. Do want to show a little bit from a second demo of the same kind, which was a director assistance training. I'm just going to show you one screen on this, and I'm going to maybe get to more in my time later this afternoon. But this one, you get a call with someone asking you for the phone number for someone, it might be a phone number for the Treasure Island grocery store in Wilmette, Illinois. And this is the old days where director assistance people had to look up listings using a specialized keyboard. And that's what they did using this system. And it had the same kind of model where you would be advised what to do next, but mostly you had to just jump ahead and go. So I might say, now what? It would say you have to go to the loc field. That's somewhere on my keyboard. What does that mean? I'd ask what that means, and it's going to show me where the key is. All right, so that's what it does. It would flash the key for me. All right, so I'll actually go ahead and get through. There's not that much to show, so I'll show this here. It gave me a performance summary at the end. And again, it was another learn by doing activity. So a couple last things for you. We've had analytics, chatbots, recommender system, robots, so much more, and the opportunity for us to do all sorts of things. We have the AI experiences that I've shown. I'd love to be able to get there. I see lots of potential to get there. We just saw these demos in my last talk with the AI coach in Greece, with the AI coach in the store, and all of this is stuff that I'd like to see us do. And it really build in certain ways on the experiences from a lot of years ago. So these are all experiential learning, learning by doing, and learner control and feedback and all of these things. So I'll leave these up on the screen for just a second. These elements that we saw in the talk earlier, coaching guidance and feedback, realistic performance-based assessment, learner control, and just a very different kind of experience. And there's so much potential for us to do this. So to me, we use AI to create humanizing experiences, let machines do what they do well. Machines are great with memorizing information, help build them more to be helpful, help them to synthesize and provide using AI techniques, the right education, the right thing at the right time, and to create individualized, engaging learning experiences that are scalable. And it scales up and we do it right. It can be available to anybody at any time. And that's really, really the goal. All right, so thanks for bearing with me on that and for 10 minutes kind of walking through some quick things on AI. And with that, there's not time for questions now, but I'll be back for the closing session. There'll be plenty of time to talk about the Turing test, which I see Elizabeth mentioned. And I skipped over, but it was on my mind. And with that, I'm going to move on to the next talk. And we are delighted to have Steve Schmidt here. Steve's from East Carolina University. And he's going to talk about how instructors learn to teach online and what HRD administrators need to know. So with that, let's roll Steve's intro, and I'll turn it over to Steve after that. His camera and mic going, and we should be good. So it's a pleasure to have Steve here. And there he is. All right, all yours. Great to see you, Steve.
Thank you, Dave. Can you hear me and everybody and see me and everything?
Well, I think you're good.
All right, great. Well, thank you. Thank you for attending. I'm excited to be here. I wish we were all meeting in New York. That would have been a lot of fun, but I'm glad to be here virtually. And I've been enjoying the conference so far and enjoying listening to all the different presentations. And thank you all for attending this one. So I'll go through the research study that I did, and then I would imagine at the end, David, you'll kind of keep the comments and questions in mind, and then we can answer them at that point. And certainly, I'm happy to answer any questions that you've got. So let me talk about the study a little bit, and we'll go from there. So the study I did was with a couple of colleagues of mine at East Carolina University. I should note that I'm a professor of education at East Carolina, and I've been there for probably 15 years or so. But before that, I had about a 20-year career in workplace training. So I did workplace training and development for Harley-Davidson Motor Company, the motorcycle company. And that's really my background, and that's how I got into adult education and eventually decided I wanted to work in higher education. But my first love and my real passion was training in the workplace. And so the research I do with my colleagues, a lot of it has to do with training in the workplace and applications that apply in a lot of different contexts. And this is one of them, I think. And as we get into the study, I'll talk about that in a bit more detail. All right. Okay, so we all know that even before COVID-19, there's been a huge growth in online education in a lot of different areas. And it's growing in terms of individual courses and training programs that are offered by various entities. It's growing in terms of degree programs. We at East Carolina University see that all the time. And it's growing in terms of workplace training. And just to give you some statistics about workplace training, that e-learning industry notes that 77% of companies use online learning in 2017, have used online learning in 2017. So most organizations are using e-learning in one way or another. And they're using it for all the reasons that other folks have decided to use it. It is more convenient. People can work on online courses when they are interested in working on them. Sometimes the cost is lower. You don't have travel expenses, things like that. So a lot of different reasons why growth of online education, again, in a variety of venues is increasing. Okay, from an administrative standpoint, many organizations long-term strategy for just the reasons I noted here. And there are a couple of reasons, even before the advent of COVID-19, that made e-learning attractive. Now with the situation we're in, it's even more attractive, and I think we're seeing people move to e-learning even faster than they had before, and sometimes, in a matter of weeks, or at lightning quick speeds, just because of our situations where we're all staying at home and sheltering in place and things like that. So I think all of these issues are important, but it's certainly the move to e-learning has been really magnified because of the fact that we are all social distancing and staying at home in order to be safe. So again, reasons are important, and when I submitted this proposal, COVID was not on my radar or anything like that. So, but all the more timely, I think, because of it. Okay, so the focus of this presentation is the role of the online instructor, and we know that the role of the online instructor is different than the role of the face-to-face instructor, and it requires different knowledge, different skills, and different attitudes. And so we wanted to take a look at how instructors learn to teach online, and we wanted to look at the processes. We wanted to look at how this all happened, how long it took, a variety of types of things. So that was the focus of our research, is the process that instructors went through to transition from face-to-face to online teaching. Okay. Now, again, we know that online, the role of the instructor is very different. In face-to-face training opportunities, the instructor is often a lecturer. They often stand up in the front and talk. Online, the lecturer role turns into more of a facilitator. Rather than being a presenter, online educators are more guides or coaches. And rather than being an instructor, a lot of times online instructors design their own content. And so the role of the instructional designer is also one that online instructors have to undertake. In order to be effective online instructors, you have to know about technology in addition to your subject matter, and you have to still be able to build relationships with learners, and you have to be able to understand them and be able to successfully work with them in order for them to learn. So again, different roles here that we're working with, and lots of different skills involved. Now, here's the kind of the equation that I think is important now to take a look at, because research says that many of us teach the way we were taught. So we often develop coursework and we often develop our teaching styles based on what was developed for us as learners. And that type of system has worked for many years. And that's why you have people teaching in a lot of different professions who may not have an understanding of education, but they're subject matter experts, and they learn from subject matter experts. And so that idea that you teach the way you were taught has kind of come down through the ages. But now we're in a different situation these days, in that many people who are teaching online and who are developing courses online may not have any history as online learners. And so this is a little different, because this is not the model that we're used to when we learn how to teach. And so we need to learn how to teach. We need to learn how to use technology, and the clock is ticking. And I say that because every day more and more organizations and more institutions of higher education are moving toward online learning. And again, especially today. So this is kind of the equation as I see it here. And really, when you think about it, we are probably or I am at least probably in the only generation to face this issue, because the folks before us who taught, the teachers before us taught face-to-face, or learned face-to-face and taught face-to-face. Teachers that come after us will probably have experience as online learners by the time they begin teaching. So they'll know how to be an online learner and then move into online teaching. But we in this generation right now are about the only ones who are moving into online teaching without having any or much experience as an online learner. So I think that that's an important and kind of interesting point in where we are now. Okay. Now, as a result of what I noted before, the fact that there's a lot of pressure on instructors to move online as programs and as courses and things like that go online. We're working with a lot of people who don't have experience teaching online, and they may not know the first thing about it. And so what we see in higher education, and what I've seen in the workplace training that I have done as well, is that the inability to teach online, or the fears about, or the misunderstandings about teaching online, kind of result in fear of online teaching and negative attitudes toward online teaching on the part of instructors, and questions about the value and legitimacy of online education. So I think that fear of the unknown that instructors have when it comes to teaching online, that fear kind of manifests itself in a lot of different ways. And so we have to really look at these fears and these negative attitudes, and we have to work with our instructors when we work with them and teaching them how to teach online, to kind of get to the root of these problems so we can address them, so we can move forward and help the people that we're teaching become successful educators. And research has borne this out. I have notes from a study here that the learning curve for both online course development and online teaching decreases substantially as those instructors get more experience developing curriculum and teaching online. And when that decreases, then the fear decreases, the negative attitudes decrease, and the question about the value and legitimacy all decrease. So we know that once we get our instructors in the ballpark, and we know that once we start working with them to help them become good online teachers, once they start doing it, they'll be fine, and they'll understand it, and these fears will kind of go away. So the question is, how do we go about doing that? And that's what we're looking at here. What we looked at in our study are what types of learning activities are helpful to instructors learning to teach online, and also important, we wanted to know what types of things were not helpful. And we wanted to know what content areas should be addressed in professional development for online instructors. So how can we help kind of clear the pathway and make the process of learning to teach online more efficient and effective? So in order to look at these questions, we put together a qualitative study. It was a series of focus groups of online instructors. It was done at our university, East Carolina University. And the focus groups consisted of online instructors who had both face-to-face and online teaching experience, a variety of different subjects taught, a variety of different levels of experience. And we did focus groups, and we used transcriptions and notes from participants and notes from from us as the researchers. And we also had the participants fill out like surveys at the end of each focus group. We did focus groups throughout the course of a year, and we used that data as well. Okay. All right, our findings can be kind of broken down into 4 areas. First of all, we looked at professional development topics. We found that we looked at smaller focused training as one of the benefits, and we looked at that in more detail. The importance of both informal learning and the importance of self-directed learning. Those were kind of the main themes that we looked at, or that we found when we analyzed the qualitative data. And so with each of those, I'll talk a little bit about them, and I'll talk about the good and the bad in each area. Because again, when we're looking to do effective and efficient training, we want to know what works, but we also wanted to know what didn't work and what was not helpful, because that helps us move forward as well. Okay. Now, with regard to professional development, respondents indicated that when they learned to teach online, they sought out professional development activities, and most that they found had to do with technology. And what they didn't find was a lot of focus on help or on courses or on any kind of professional development opportunities related to the actual pedagogy of teaching online, or issues of curriculum development, all of which you need to be able to do if you're going to teach online. There was an overemphasis on technology, and that was frustrating to the respondents, because the technology by itself doesn't teach you how to teach. And so the idea that you have to use the technology to teach, but that doesn't give you the pedagogy of teaching online. That was a key point that we found. Too much focus on technology and too much focus on a variety of technology that often left people confused about what they should be doing. Now, having said that, all of them agreed that they needed to have a baseline understanding of some technology in order to get online and to start the teaching process. So they needed a little bit to start out with, but what they got was like turning on a fire hose when you just needed a little bit of water. It was way too much, and that was the main focus. So that was one of the big takeaways, that technology is important, especially up front, but there has to be teaching on how to teach, the pedagogy of online teaching, how to serve as a guide rather than a lecturer, for example, how to coach and work with individual learners, how to make curriculum types of decisions. So all of these types of topics they found very little of. And so we realized going forward that that training for online instructors would have to have all of these types of things. Okay, we found that smaller and more focused training was helpful. We found that not as helpful were larger group training sessions run at the broader organization level. And these types of big training sessions or general seminars that people went to weren't as helpful because they weren't specifically related to the topics that these folks were teaching. And again, the comment was they focused more on technology. And so the larger group sessions run at higher levels were deemed not as helpful. What was helpful were smaller group sessions run more at a department or division level. And these sessions were helpful because they could help learners understand the technology and also how to teach their topics online. It's so different, the amount of things that are taught in the world of human resource development. And because the way you teach something online may be different depending on the topic, just like the way you teach it face-to-face is different depending on the topic. So big general sessions, again, didn't help with the intricacies that these folks needed in order to be successful teachers when they were learning to teach. Okay, but the more focused sessions did, and the smaller sessions did. All right, also very helpful, and this was probably the most, over the course of the year in the focus groups, this idea came up most of the time, and that was the most important and helpful ways of understanding how to teach online were informal small group or one-on-one tutoring or mentoring sessions between inexperienced and experienced online instructors. And this was helpful because people could ask specific questions of how to teach in their particular topic and learn from people who were experienced educators in that particular topic. So that was very important. Informal conversation. Somebody said, what I found to be most helpful is just asking people out at lunch about some new piece of technology and then figuring out how to use it in my class. So informal conversations, learning in small pieces. That's, again, a trend we're seeing in higher education as well. Learning in small pieces rather than these big broad classes where you spend a lot of time and learn are supposed to learn a lot of stuff in a very great amount of time. This chunking or learning of small pieces was very helpful, because learning to teach is an ongoing process, and when you can gain knowledge a little bit at a time, that can really help you to grow as an online instructor. And the development of informal online teaching groups. There's a couple people in our focus group were members of different groups, and these groups were kind of informal. They were some people in their departments, some people in other departments. Sometimes they were groups, they formed groups with colleagues who taught similar subjects at other institutions. And these groups met, maybe once a month or so to kind of share what they learned, share online best practices about, technology that they've learned, share tips and tricks for how they work with their learners online, things like that. So the development of these types of groups, most of them came about organically, but certainly something an organization can encourage the formation of groups that help people to learn to teach online and to share their ideas. Okay, and opportunities for self-directed learning. Again, I think the job of the HRD administrator, or the job of any administrator who works in adult education and workplace training, is to create spaces and create opportunities for their instructors to be able to learn. And maybe those opportunities are in the form of a group, like I mentioned earlier. Maybe they're in the form of providing spaces and space and time for self-directed learning. Maybe it's in the form of access to different resources, opportunities to try product testing, for example, and to explore different things. When we were, we at East Carolina moved to a learning management system called Canvas. We're in the process of moving right now. Canvas gave us all sandboxes, and so we could just go in and play in the sandbox, and we could kind of try things out on our own and kind of learn through trial and error in an environment that didn't affect any of our classes. It was, an offline environment that was just for our learning. So the creation of these things, I think, is important for those HRD administrators who want to help their instructors learn to teach online. Okay. All right, some recommendations again, and I've talked a little bit about these, but again, for those who are administrators in human resource development and workplace training, focusing more on the curriculum development and the pedagogy of online teaching, focusing more on what it means to teach online and actually how to teach online without technology. And technology aside, how do I connect with my learners online? How do I make, get those light bulb moments that I see in the classroom, but maybe online, I know they happen, but it's a little different. Focusing less on technology, focusing enough on it for people to get online and get what they need, but not making technology the focus of professional development opportunities for online instructors, especially those who are new. Offering professional development through a variety of channels is obviously important. And then that very last point is what I mentioned earlier about providing the spaces and the opportunities for your online instructors to develop networks and learning communities, because they are very helpful, and those types of things really can facilitate instructor learning very efficiently. Okay, so kind of a recap of what I've been talking about so far. Moving to online teaching is a process, and no matter if it's a fast process like many people experience this spring, or a slower process, it typically follows the same types of steps. An initial feeling of worry, apprehension. There's a feeling of overwhelmedness, especially for people who are not as familiar with technology. The role ambiguity, like I said, there are different jobs, duties associated with online teachers. So that can result in some role ambiguity, some confusion about what is my role as an online instructor. The struggle to master technology, that was certainly difficult, being able to figure out how to put your online content into the face-to-face course. One of the things that we found really consistently throughout was that the struggle to move online was not, the institutions did not help, because a lot of times with the struggle to move online, because online learning, you probably know, is presented as a convenient way of learning. It's convenient. You can learn at home. People say you can teach in your pajamas if you're an online instructor. So there's a lot of convenience associated with online learning. Now the issue is the problem is though that convenience is not the same as ease. Because it's convenient doesn't mean it's easy. And so I think the perception out there that people like to present of online learning is, anytime, any place, do it whenever you want. It's easy to get into it's easy to do the learning, but it's convenient to do the learning, but that doesn't mean it's easy to learn online, and it doesn't mean it's easy to teach online. And so there's a little bit of a paradox here, because we have these perceptions of e-learning as being something easy, and then we go to try to do it, and we find that it's not easy to do. It may be convenient for learners, but it's not easy to do if you're an online instructor. One of the things that I thought was really nice, and what was important, and it speaks to the interest that our focus group folks had, is that we talked about the motivation to succeed. Why do you keep, what's driving you to move to be a good online instructor? And by and large, the most common responses to that had to do with the fact that they didn't want their students to have a bad learning experience. So it was really the students that drove this. They wanted to provide a good experience. They realized that, when they moved online, they probably didn't provide very good learning experiences for their learners in those initial times that they taught online. But they didn't like that about themselves, and their motivation to succeed was based on they wanted to get better so they could provide a better learning experience for their students. So I thought that was a neat part of the study, and a very appropriate reason for wanting to get better. Okay. And again, the summary here, it's a haphazard process, and it involves typically mostly informal learning. Support from colleagues is important. Trial and error is important. Informal training, not as helpful. There should be the word as in there, not as helpful. The big formal training. Now, we looked at the progress of online instructors, and as instructors matured, they demonstrated different qualities, and they talked about online teaching a little different. And we thought this was really interesting too. As instructors got through that first initial stage of, they had to jump in, they were overwhelmed by technology, they were afraid of teaching online, they didn't know how to do it, they had to learn technology, they had to move their course content online some way that would be meaningful to the learners. So that was like the initial experience. But as they got into it, what we found, and they got comfortable, and they kind of got set with after that initial move to online learning, they kind of got to a spot we called a leveling off kind of spot. Whereas, they got the basics, they got their footing, and so at that point they were able to branch out a little bit, and they started looking more. The conversations started to be dealing with more about focusing on student needs and learning styles, more focus on improving communication, more interest in looking at different tools to help do all of these things, more focus on creativity and finding creative solutions to meet the needs of their learners in their classrooms, and more confidence. So we really saw them broaden in a lot of ways once they got to that point where they could catch their breath and kind of level off. And so at this point, they kind of were able to start trying new strategies in their classroom, start doing a lot more to meet learner needs and to provide good learning experiences. Kind of a third level after they got to that leveling off spot where they could catch their breath. Once they started looking at different ways of meeting their needs, students' needs, that in turn kind of developed in itself, and so the next level of instructor mostly focused on how to communicate individually with learners in their classes now that they had learned a variety of different methods to do so, how to communicate and give students more one-on-one coaching and mentoring. So as they got more into online teaching, and as they understood more about it, they really could branch out and really start becoming experts in the field. Okay, and then the implications of our study. Well, certainly understanding the experience of those who went through the process of learning to teach online helps us better to prepare future online educators. And hopefully this will help in the development of roadmaps and materials and plans for online educators who are learning to teach online now. Okay, and that's it. Do we have any questions or comments or anything? Oh, David, coming on.
I'm coming on, and I'll help with the Q&A. So thanks so much for doing that. And let's see what we have in terms of questions. If there's anything in the chat, and while people are taking their time to put things in the chat, I have one question for you. What's your sense? When you talked a little bit about people taking their time to adjust to the technology, and it's a challenge for instructors. Are there things, how do you feel about the technology that they have to work with? Like what do you think could make them, what could be built better for them to really do what they need to do? So, how much of that is that the technology is not really designed for them? It's kind of something they have to be forced to learn to accomplish something, as opposed to, being well designed. So what's your feel on the, the instructional technology that you're seeing out there?
My feeling is that the instructional technology is very good and very user-friendly. In answer to your question, though, I see the biggest stopgap as being like right up here in the minds of the folks who are seeing this teaching online thing as something that is like out there that I don't know that I can do because it involves a whole bunch of stuff that I'm not familiar with. And I think that once folks get into the technology and see how user-friendly it is, and especially the basic learning management systems, things like that, with help, once they get in there, I think that does so much to kind of alleviate their fears. And you can, the folks that I've worked with, you can almost feel like this sigh of relief, like, oh, maybe I can do this, because I think it's overblown in people's minds, and especially the folks we're working with now, because online teaching has been around a little while, and so folks who are interested in doing it right from the get-go, if you've been interested, you probably have had an opportunity. But to the ones who may not be as interested and maybe more may fear it more, they're the ones who maybe stood back in the weeds and didn't jump ahead for these opportunities. So those are the folks that we tend to are working with now. And in those people, I see once they, they're kind of surprised that they can do it. Once they get in and see what's going on, with the one-on-one help, again, I think that small group or the individualized instruction helps. That does a whole lot for their sense of, oh, maybe I can do this. Oh, maybe it's not so bad.
Okay, so it's really, so a lot of it, in your opinion, is really just getting, just getting through that first initial fear of it, and once they kind of settle in a little bit, they're pretty good and comfortable.
Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now we don't do any favors, the institutions who say, everybody says, well, just take your face-to-face course and put it online. How often have we heard that? That's not so, that it makes it sound so easy, but that's not easy to do. So once we kind of reframe things to, it's going to be different, but we can help you with the technology. We can teach you how to do this, and this. You can do it, and they can do it. So,
yeah. How do people tend to feel about restructuring the activities or the educational experience to use online? Do they find themselves wanting to do things differently, or is their goal usually just to try to transfer immediately, because especially now when you got to get something up and running?
Yeah, and it kind of goes in a sequence. So yeah, that's their first goal typically. I got to get something running, and especially in the spring, working with folks who are transitioning into online very quickly. I got to get something up there, and I got to get it up there quickly. Once they do that, and once they figure out, okay, this is up there, then they do what you mentioned previously. Then they start to look at creative ways to present content online, or other ways to do things. And it really is amazing. And there are some amazing online instructors who've thought of really creative ways to present content that they would have never thought of had they stayed in the traditional classroom.
Right.
And that really makes me happy to see.
Yeah, absolutely. For the people who are suddenly remote and may eventually go back to online, at least part-time, I'm assuming that will happen to somebody. Do you feel that, from what you've seen, are there people who for whom the online experience has helped them rethink things, and they might actually bring that back to the classroom when they go back to a classroom environment, if they go back?
Yes. Yep. I see exactly that. I think even folks who go back to the face-to-face classroom, I'm hearing a lot of stories about, oh, this really worked online, and or that this, I didn't think I'd find a way to do that online, and I did it this way. And the students, I'm here. I work a lot with our faculty at ECU on faculty development types of things, and I have heard definitely people say, I never would have thought to do this face to face. I'm doing it online, and I'm still going to use it because my students like it. And especially with trends in higher education now, with things like flipped classrooms and stuff like that, we're moving in that direction where all instructors now, whether it's in the workplace or higher ed, you've got to have a good bag of tricks that you can use face to face, online, or in blended situations. And I think this really helped give people some confidence that they were able to find some really cool things.
Are there any examples that come to mind that you can share? I'm curious to know what some of the stories are. You can tell us.
Well, I work with a lot of folks that are medical and dental schools, and ways of I was working with a student the other day who did some online work with heart murmurs, and so it was for an online course. He found some heart murmurs that he listened. He found some heart murmur tapes somewhere online, recordings, and he put together this really cool exercise where it was about heart murmurs and how you had to identify different components of them and things like that. All done online, all really good for auditory learners, and it's going to be a piece that I'm sure that they'll incorporate once they get back to face-to-face teaching. So I don't know the details. I don't remember the details because it's medical stuff, but
Sure.
But the idea I thought was really cool.
Yeah, no, that's great. Is that something you can use for the people who are having trouble dipping their toe in the water and need a little bit of encouragement? Is that kind of thing something you can use to help encourage them? Not only, it's not just about teaching online, but you're gonna maybe find yourself coming up with some new techniques you can go back. Is that, I don't know if is that motivating or is that just extra work? I don't know, but is that something you might be able to use that's helpful?
It is helpful, but not at the get-go when they're so overwhelmed, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's really amazing how, people people just get overwhelmed when it comes to trying, learning to teach online. They fear it a lot. So not at the get-go, but down the line, yes, I think that's a good way of presenting things.
Okay. Does that seem, is the overwhelming nature more, is that, I mean, I guess it's all the time. It's obviously worse now, but did you see that before the pandemic as well, where people were really just still so overwhelmed before they, that the level of the word overwhelmed, did that suit people before the pandemic as much as it does now?
The funny thing is it did. I went back and looked at this study a couple of weeks ago because I'm doing an editorial piece on this topic now for a journal and for eLearn, actually.
I was going to ask, yes. Okay.
Yeah, for eLearn. And it was funny because looking back at the data and the transcripts and stuff, the people who learned to teach online in our study talked about things like trial by fire, and I got dropped into it at the last minute because somebody dropped out of it. And I knew I was going to have to teach online, but I didn't know I was going to have to teach online this semester, and I got 2 weeks to get into it. And so it was interesting that was pretty consistent. There weren't a lot of people who learned that, okay, next semester I'm going to teach online, so I've got all this time to prepare. Right. It just didn't seem to work that way.
Yeah, and there may be something too, it becomes an emergency and you have to focus. And there may be something extra to that. I mean, you're overwhelmed, but sometimes you just fight through it because what else are you going to do? We have to be online in 3 days. People didn't think they were going to be doing that for months, if not, or years, or forever, and now they're doing it. So that's, it's kind of what you do, right? What are your choices? You don't have the classroom option anymore.
You don't have a choice now. Yeah, yeah. I think this spring had to have been the largest mass movement of instruction to online in all areas that we've ever seen. I think because it was in the business sector, it was in higher ed. Everybody moved things online in a very quick amount of time.
Oh, no.
And like I said, I think this was the biggest single event in online learning movement.
Oh, I'm sure, and worldwide, as we've seen.
Yeah.
Certainly. And I guess looking at that, are there different ways you would think you would approach the group of people who, basically took the unexpected intensive course in how to move things online? So, once do they seem different in any way in their experience, or the way you would approach them because they've had a different experience to get to where they are? When you get to say, have a little more time. So fall is coming, probably staying online, but it's not the same urgency. You're already a little more accustomed to it. So is there a difference between that group and the group of people who are pre-pandemic, who are working through things in a little more casual, relaxed way, I would think?
Actually, the group that I did this study with, we are doing the IRB right now for our next study, which is going to focus just on that.
Okay.
So
all right.
that's coming down the pike. So
Excellent.
maybe next year's eLearn will have some information.
Yes, next year's eLearn, you can talk about it here. We got all kinds of things. So
yeah.
No, that's fantastic. I have a question from the chat from Dominic, who wants to know whether you used one LMS or a few different systems. I think you mentioned Canvas in there, but you use other systems as well.
Yeah, we've used Blackboard at East Carolina, and we are in the process of phasing that out. And starting in the fall, we'll be all in Canvas. We started Canvas informally in December, or in January. So there's a little bit of overlap, but we've moved from Blackboard to Canvas.
Okay. And within the university, just one, everybody uses Canvas? Do they have any say in that? Is it just everybody uses Canvas and that's the deal?
Yeah. It's there are committees that decide, and we've had a couple vendors come in and we did the whole analysis of things like that, and got feedback from students and instructors and administration and things. But so yeah, it was a big process, but Canvas was the one we ultimately went with.
Yeah, but that's the winner. Yeah. Other things, do you find that people who are new to Canvas, or do they start to do different things with it over time? So they start with kind of, here's the basics, I'm really just migrating my course, I've got the syllabus online, and I'm going to teach through Zoom or whatever you have to link to from Canvas to that, and then start to appreciate more of the things they can do kind of as time goes on. There are other features of Canvas in particular that help that.
Yeah, and actually that was one of the things we liked about Canvas is making short video clips. It's so easy in Canvas. Adding, bringing in content from multiple sources is so easy. So that certainly was a consideration, and that will make that'll make the classrooms all the more interesting. The online classrooms all the more interesting. Yeah,
no, absolutely. Has there been feedback yet from the students? Are you able to tell the sort of the way the students view the sudden online classes versus the earlier online classes? Is that too fine grained to maybe know at this point?
Say that again. I didn't.
Is there a way to do you know that the student response, the sort of student feedback on the sort of the rushed online classes as opposed to how they felt about the classes that were moved online in a more relaxed manner?
No, I haven't heard that. I'm sure I will at some point, but just because everybody's still kind of away from where they we're really not at the university now, so right. I haven't heard.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, and I'm thinking the study that we're starting that would be an interesting thing to look at. Is how that process went from an instructor and from a student standpoint. Yeah,
no, absolutely, and it's it's certainly different when you're not there in person. Although maybe you had a meeting at the Zoom water cooler and go through things and see where you are. It's kind of how it is. So how it is these days. Sure. All right, well, great. Other questions in the chat from anybody? So we got a little bit of can spend a little bit more time if we'd like with Steve, and I'm trying to see if there's anything else we want to cover. Before the next one, we got a little bit of time left, but it's interesting studies and interesting stuff that you've been doing and coming out that I guess if we can step back for a second, so we have a little time. So you talked a little bit about your corporate background and then getting into higher education. So what are some of the differences you see between corporate learning and higher education? This is a conference that kind of borders on, we have both, right? It's a workplace learning conference, but we have a lot of people doing research who are here, and we have people who work with faculty as you do, so that's workplace learning as well, and corporate people. So what do you see as some of the things that you found to be different in the two audiences, two environments?
Yeah, the biggest thing I think that I found is that in workplace training, when I was managing training and doing the training function, I could make changes to things very quickly, and we could put together programs very quickly, and we we in the business world were much more responsive. Everything in academia takes a huge amount of time, and there are committees involved, and 20 people to sign off on things, and that was a real shock to see that you just couldn't change something like when in the workplace when we had a new product come out or something like that, and we needed to do product training on something, we could do it very quickly. But in higher ed, nothing is quick. So the ability to be responsive, the ability to change to meet the needs of learners more quickly, I guess that's a big thing.
Okay, no, that's interesting. And do you think there are ways you could bring that? As more people are getting into technology and as everybody's now accustomed to teaching online, are there ways you think you might be able to bring that? I mean, there's the bureaucratic structure. Okay, I mean, I teach at Columbia, and there's bureaucratic structure, but are there things you might be able to do, in terms of process within the university to bring some of the, some of the speed and some of the, the agile nature of change to a university environment? Is that kind of asking too much?
Well, that's where I think technology is another thing that's helpful there, because our curriculum development system now, the process we use when we want to propose a new class is all online, and it goes much faster than it did. We literally had paper copies that we used to have to, hand around to 20 different people, and then we'd get different signatures, and we'd have to unstaple and staple them in different groups and things like that. And, so putting that sort of thing online does help move things forward.
Yeah, you certainly can save. Yeah, how much time do you save on stapling when you add it all up across the university? There's a question.
Stapling and copies, yes,
yeah,
because they still need hard copies of everything.
Still, so, to this day, or not anymore, or that's really pretty much
not as much anymore, but still, yeah, still there are hard copy and ink, ink signatures.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Is some of that some of that is just bureaucracy, and it's hard to change, and some of the things even I talked about in my talk, that like it just takes a while for people to move to a different way of doing things. Is some of that solvable by technology? Could you do the same thing that you're doing to get people to teach online and help them get more comfortable with technology for sort of everyday job support tasks that might make things run more comfortably and more efficiently, especially remotely?
Yeah, I think you could. Again, the biggest thing that I have encountered with the folks that I work with is, just getting out of their heads, getting those preconceived notions out of their heads about, I can't do this, or I'm afraid to try this, or stuff like that. That I find is the biggest barrier a lot of times.
Yeah.
Once you get that, once you get that out, you do pretty well usually. And that that's the thing that. The piece of that, though, I think is important, is that that involves getting to know the learner, because if you're going to reassure them and if you're going to work with them, you're going to have to understand why they're worried in the first place, and you're going to have to understand a little bit about the background and maybe the experience they had. So it all goes back to those adult learning principles, are understanding the learner and understanding their goals and motivations. That all comes back to that sort of thing.
Right. No, absolutely. And in this case, really, the learners really are faculty members in this case.
Yeah. When I say learners, I mean teachers.
Right,
yeah.
Right, exactly. And that's I mean, you've got people who've been doing things the same way for a really long time, and it's hard to change. And there's probably, I would imagine, there's some potential resistance just to the amount of effort involved. I think you've just got people who've been teaching a class a certain way for a long time, and they know it. They know how they do it. They're comfortable with it, but they also are, it's easy for them, and so there's extra effort now in like starting. There's a startup cost in doing something new, and just an extra level of energy that they have to expend to get used to doing it in a different way, however far they take it.
Right. And that actually is another thing that's different about the business world, is that, in higher education, you hit the nail on the head. You've got people who've taught the same way, for years and years and years, and they don't really want to change. And, the business world, you have to be able to change more quickly, again, as the needs of the business change. In higher ed, you can stick and do what you're doing for a long time.
Yeah. No, you certainly can, and I've seen it, and I sometimes wonder, are there incentives, and I don't mean external incentives. I don't mean cash for converting your course, but are there incentives in other ways to help people see not just how to overcome the fear, but how this could really benefit them? Like you might be, is it cool for people to be on video? I don't know. Some people might think it is. Is it, can you reach a broader audience? Like, you go to conferences and you talk to people in other countries and they can't take your class. Now they can. So are are there things like that that can come into play as an incentive to get people interested in changing things up at a time when maybe they otherwise wouldn't be, not because they're forced to, but because they kind of can maybe get persuaded that, yeah, I kind of, wasn't going to put time into this, but I see how maybe it's worth my while.
Yeah, yeah, and those are the things we're really interested in finding. When we do this study and we look at that experience and look at how these folks have progressed, even if they go back to teaching face to face, there's got to be some learning there, and there's got to be something there that we want to take a look at, because I think that'd be fascinating.
Yeah, and maybe you'll find that maybe you'll find things that people would want to integrate videos into their class in some ways. Maybe they bring in pre-recorded videos that they show, and it wasn't something they would be doing before. That up till now it's been much more traditional lecture, but now they want to show some examples of things that they haven't thought of. And the classrooms are going to have. I mean, I've been teaching my class at Columbia online for quite a number of years now. But even a decade ago when I was teaching in person, the rooms were set up. They had internet, they had computers. They did have the old overhead projector as well, which even then
with the transparencies,
those are still there. I mean,
Yep.
I mean, the IT guys that come in before the class want to know, do you need the overhead? And I'm kind of looking at like, did you, yeah, you have an overhead.
Yeah. And students walk in and say, "What's that?"
I'm sure. I mean, what kind of paper is this, and what do you do with it? What is this for? I mean, I can't even imagine. It's one step away from the carbon copies with the carbon paper. And
yes.
They're going to bring in typewriters, but they did have even then a pretty decent, it's a pretty good setup. The projector on the screen, you could control things from the panel, and it was really pretty good stuff. If I wanted to show videos, I would show demos. I mean, obviously I was in technology in a different way than most people. I would bring my laptop and set up and show the demos I had on my laptop. I didn't show it on their machine, but they did have that set up. But I got the feeling then, and I know it's changed somewhat, that people didn't fully, not everyone would do that, and it sounds like there's still plenty of people who don't and might be persuaded to do that now.
Yeah. I have a feeling when we get back to the traditional ways, such as they'll be different, but those folks who were teaching online, because of the pandemic, go back to the way they taught in the past. I have a feeling that'll still be different. I have a feeling that they will take some things from what they've done here, because from what I've seen, people have found things that worked, and so I have to believe that education is going to be different because of this going forward. And in that sense, I think it's a good thing, because they are expanding how they're able to meet the needs of their learners. Yeah,
absolutely. You're being sort of pushed to consider at least new methods, and it's it's not necessarily new technologies in the end, although it may be, but at least new methods that can work either way, and get people to even just to push people to think about things in a different way and reevaluate. Kind of like the example of cooking the roast. Like, why do we do it this way? Why do we have to do it this way? And by being sort of jarred into the situation that we all found ourselves in, people are put in a position where they kind of have to rethink, like, why is this the way that it is? And do I have to do it this way? There's inertia is always a powerful force, and we're all busy and everybody's got a lot of things to do. You kind of want to teach it the same way, but force you to think about things. So that's great. And Donna points out that she remembers, I think, the overhead projectors, maybe the carbon copies, I'm not sure, but also that they are now using.
I'm with you, Donna. I'm with you.
Digital PDF participant guide. So they've gone a little more paper, where she has gone a little more paper oriented than or online oriented than even with paper documents. They're not sending out paper documents everywhere. So good. Well, any other questions? Just maybe another minute or two with Steve if we want. We got any other questions from the chat? So we'll see if there's anything else. And
okay.
All right. Well, thanks again. It was a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you.
It was great to talk to you, and thanks for taking the time.
All right, I appreciate it. I enjoyed it a lot. Thanks a lot, Dave.
All right, thanks a lot, Steve. All right, so we've got a couple minutes before we move on to the next mini talk. And the next mini talk, just to give you a little bit of background about what we're going to be doing, is going to show us. And I don't think we're going to see these yet till he gets here. But Stephen Forth did a survey on. I think many of you have potentially participated in this. It was sent out to our conference mailing list attendees and I think other people as well. Did some surveys on mobilizing talent after the disruption, and he's going to come talk with us about the about the results of that survey, and so that's something we're looking forward to. So I think a lot of people have participated in that, and everybody's got a different perspective on what they're doing and where to go. And we saw again with Steve Schmidt, we keep hearing sort of the same themes echoing, that there's there's a lot we can do with technology. People are starting to do some of it, and that they're being more open to it. And maybe that's an encouraging takeaway from of many things from Steve's talk, is that his audience of faculty members, many of whom were resistant to technology and sort of had trouble initially, just kind of overcoming the fear of doing things in a different way, were able to do so, fairly quickly, and are now rethinking. A couple of stories in there, rethinking the ways that they might do things, rethinking how they might take things back to the classroom and do it in a different way. And we certainly hope that that's the case when they go back to the classroom, and that they'll look at the methods that they use and the advantages of being online, and the different ways of seeing things that come from being in an online environment, and just from being shaken up a little bit, right? Like it just, you've done something the same way for a long time, and now you can't do it that way, and that you've got to reconsider, what is it that I can do? And back to some of the things we were talking about earlier in the conference, to me, that I hope that opens the door for people to look at new ways to use technology, and think of things that are, maybe, seem a little bit more radical. And there's always going to be some subset of people that are early adopters, some subset of people that are pretty quick to get comfortable, some subset of people that are a lot more resistant to change and otherwise. But and related to that is the idea that the more we humanize technology, the easier the change is, right? If it makes your life easier, if it feels natural to use, so much technology out there still feels awkward, and feels difficult, and feels unnecessarily complicated. Even sometimes at a really, really detailed level. Somehow when I'm looking at contacts in Outlook, if I go away and come back, they're never in the state that I want them to be in. Where was I looking again? Like, Outlook should know this better in 2020. I don't know that I expect Outlook to know me, or really necessarily want to get to that level of AI closeness with Outlook in particular. But these are things that technology can do. If it makes your life easier and consistently makes your life easier, people will be able to to appreciate it more and get over the fear a little bit more quickly. For those of them who have it. And I think that's something that we all aspire to, and we're all working toward as part of this field. So it's really both for the creators. So in this case, Steve's talk was focused on the faculty members who are creating courses, and then for the learners that we see in all of our workplace environments, all the corporate environments, and and for university students as well, who are sort of the other side of the faculty workplace. The people who are the consumers and have different expectations coming in than they have, and so trying to find the best of all worlds in that is something to that. So, all right, so it's probably a good time for me to wrap up, and I think we're just about ready for Stephen Forth to come on. So I think we can. I see that he's already here, so I think we can go ahead and roll Stephen's intro and move on to Stephen's polls. I'm interested to hear the results.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to turn my
Camera back on. All right, welcome. I hear you. Your camera is on, and there you are.
Great. Well, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to just briefly present the results of the little survey we did, and also thank you very much for everyone who took the time to take the survey. I think this sort of exchange of information is an important part of community building at a time when it is more important than ever to build communities. So let's see if I can advance this slide. There we go. So the theme of our survey was how have talent management leaders adapted to the COVID-19 pandemic, and how will this change talent management? And the reason that the things we'd like to cover in this talk are our motivation for doing this research in the first place, some key insights that we think we found, a little bit about the survey demographics so we can know who is giving us this information. Quickly go through the survey results and look at some recommendations that we felt came out of this work. So, the motivation here is, I think we all understand that COVID-19 put unique stresses on HR and talent management. And not just on the function, but also on each of us as individuals. And, we really are part of a community, and it's important at this time to reach out to other members in our community and see how they're doing, see how we can support each other, see how different people are adapting and coping. So those are really the things that we wanted to understand here. And we're hoping that by doing this survey and some of the conversations it sparked, we've helped to bring a little bit more connection to a community under a lot of stress. So what are the key insights that we found? So, we got a little bit under 100 responses to the survey. So this is not by any means an authoritative set of data, but we did run it through our clustering engine, and a little bit more on that later. But we found that there were two quite clear groups. There was a group of people, a little bit less than half, who really felt that things would return to normal, and that the new normal would not be that different from the past. But there was another group, and this was a slight majority, who were really expecting to see fundamental change. They did not think that things would ever go back to normal for them or for their organization. Short term, there wasn't that much difference between these two clusters. Everyone is really very much focused on supporting their current workforce, on working from home and making sure that people were healthy, were safe, and were engaged. Long term, though, there were some quite clear differences between the two clusters. So cluster one, the group of people who felt things would return to normal, felt long term that their main role would be to help people stay focused and to build foundational skills. And foundational skills are those skills that people use to build new skills. They're sometimes referred to as enduring skills. The second cluster were less certain. They were really very much more focused on preparing for change and had a lot less certainty as to what that meant, which I suppose is normal. And in both cases, they felt there would be a need to really enable and ensure internal talent mobility. And what this means is the ability of people in an organization to change, not just to change jobs, but to change career paths and to move into adjacent areas, so that the way that work would be much more flexible for these people. So before we dive in, this survey was taken between April 27th and May 18th. So really, at the height of the pandemic for many of us. In terms of the roles of the people that responded, the largest number were people in executive or board leadership positions. Then that was followed by people in HR and talent management, learning and development, operations leadership, and design leadership. And so this may surprise some of you that design leadership was such a large percentage, but I think that really just reflects IBICA's community. IBICA is very active in the global design thinking community, and as a result, many of the people who respond to our surveys are members of that community. In terms of what sector people were in, the largest sector was education. But there were people from many other areas, from finance, from healthcare and pharmaceuticals, from telecommunications and technology, and a wide range of people who identify themselves as other. In terms of scale, again, the scale was from the very small, from the 1 to 5 person companies, to the very large, to the 100,000 plus person companies, with the largest number being between sort of 50 and 5,000, which is, fairly representative of the American economy itself. Yes, the largest number of companies are in the sort of 1 to 20 range, but they do not tend to invest as much in learning and training directly. Most people were from Canada and the United States. There was good representation from the European Union and the UK, and a fairly decent number of people from India. And again, we find this is a fairly typical distribution, that we, the majority of people responding to our surveys are from Canada and the United States. There's also good representation from the EU and the UK. And India kind of punches above its weight in terms of the number of people engaged. Same thing is true in the design thinking community. It's a 140,000 person community, and there are about 30,000 people from India in it, which is perhaps more than one might have expected. So in terms of the survey results, so as I said in the introduction, we found 2 clusters. So the way that we find these 2 clusters is we run a clustering algorithm known as Louvain across the data. And the way Louvain works is it tries to find the most densely connected. So it optimizes for dense connections between responses. And also it tries to minimize the cross-cluster relationships. Louvain is a very powerful algorithm that can be used in many, many places for understanding networked data. So as we said, about 45% of people felt that the economy and their work situation is going to be up and down, but would eventually return to normal, and eventually generally meant over about the next 12 months. The people who were expecting fundamental change were really expecting change. They felt that their current business models would not survive. They would need new business models, and with that would come different customers and different ways of doing work. In terms of current focus, the people who expected things to return to normal were very much focused on just making sure that people could work effectively from home, that they were concerned with people's health and safety and focus, just making sure that this transition to working at home was actually working for people. And this is very similar to our own experience, where we found that the first couple of weeks, especially with the younger staff, we had to overinvest in helping people feel comfortable, stay focused, and stay connected. The fundamental change group, the patterns weren't as clear. There wasn't a huge differentiation between these 2 groups at this level, and there was I think there's a lot of fear and uncertainty among people in the fundamental change, some of the people in the fundamental change group, and that is making it more difficult for them to act in the short term until they see what patterns may emerge. In terms of how people see this playing out going forward, there's going to be a continued focus on collaboration and making sure basic needs are being met. Ongoing work on helping people stay focused and on helping people take their foundational skills and apply them to succeeding in the new working environments that they're in. Over on the group that were thinking they would experience fundamental change, the conversation was much more around resilience. What were they going to need to survive through the next 12 months to 36 months? What kind of skills would they need to adapt? and a lot of questions as to about what these new skills might be. So every time you do one of these surveys, you realize afterwards that there were questions that you should have asked that you didn't. And the comments are usually the most richly rewarding part of the survey. So we realized after we started to get the survey data back that we should have been asking people about how well they themselves were coping. We should have asked people about their families and their communities. But we could pull some of this out of the data. And one of the most people seem to be coping fairly well, and a lot of people were enjoying having more time at home, especially those who were with family. But people who were not with family, especially people who lived alone, were suffering far more from isolation and uncertainty. We didn't probe into communities outside of the work community. We should have, but we didn't, and we didn't really get a lot of insights there. In subsequent research that we're doing and in interviews we're conducting, it turns out that the local community that people are in, not their work community or their educational community, but their local neighborhood and city and state, had a huge impact on how they perceived the experience of going through the pandemic. And that is, I think sometimes we forget, especially in a world where there's a lot of virtual work, that our community really matters. And our community is an enormous source of both support and learning. And having community connections helps in situations like the pandemic. We didn't probe on how well people's organizations were supporting them. I suppose it's obvious that we should have. But this came up quite a bit in the comments. And most people felt that their organizations were doing a good job of supporting them, that they were being kept well informed and were pretty comfortable with the role that their organizations were playing for them. But there were about 20% of people, or about 20% of the comments, because of course not everyone commented on this, where the comments got quite dark. And there is at least a smaller group of people who really think that they are being taken advantage of and very poorly supported by their institutions and organizations. And interestingly, when we filtered this, we found that the vast majority of these people were working in the education sector. This surprised me. I don't know if it will surprise you, but it was a surprise to me, and I think it's something that is worth further conversation and investigation. Just to go through this a bit faster then, so the skills that people were using to adapt were primarily around adaptability, resilience, empathy, and patience, using online skills and critical thinking. And the skills that teams were using were not surprisingly collaboration and remote collaboration. There was much more mention of specific tools, with the Zoom coming up most often, and relationship building. That relationship building and relationship management were very, very important to people as they tried to adapt. Again, current focus, we've spoken about this. I want to leave a little bit of time for discussion, so we'll go through, we'll skip that. Priorities for the network going forward, building on new collaborative ways of working. We've all learned a lot about how to collaborate, and now is a great opportunity to build on that. People wanted to ensure that those around them, those people that they work with, are safe and are focused, and on how to become more adaptive and resilient. So I'm going to, to just skip forward to what needs to change there. So we asked what needs to change in HR and talent management. And the conversations here were again, very much fell into three groups. One is that HR needs to become more strategic. It needs to become more essential. It needs to become more human and show human values, was one group, probably about 60%. But there was another group that said, you know, HR can't change. HR is homeostatic. It's not strategic. It's not and never will be a strategic function within the organization. And then there was another group who, again, there's too much flux. It's too early to tell. So our recommendations from this are, first of all, people have to come first. And at this point in time, that means safety, making sure people are safe, building trust, making sure that they're engaged and they're focused. And if this is not your number one priority, you probably will not succeed in any other priorities you may have. Secondly, is that this is a unique opportunity to invest in collaboration, to understand it better, to support it, to see how we could become more collaborative, not just in the sense of virtual work, but really learning how to work better together. And that we need to learn more about how to design for both resilience and adaptation. And that's a large topic, which I am sure that is being explored in many parts of this conference. So I'd like to stop there and turn the talking stick over.
All right. Thanks so much, Stephen. No, thanks for sharing the results. And it's interesting. I was interested. Yeah, interesting the number of people that thought things would go back to normal, and that sort of. I thought that was a higher percentage than expected. I don't know that especially given the timing of the survey, as opposed to being something different. I want to thank you for that. We don't have, unfortunately, time for questions. It's kind of a short slot. I very much appreciate your sharing the results with us, and it was great having you. So thanks once again, and. We're going to move on. I think our next presenter is kind of just going to be queued up. So thanks again, Stephen. It's great to have you here. And
Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks once again. All right. So coming up next, we have Elizabeth Barber, and I believe Donna's going to join her. Rapid e-learning development in the midst of COVID. She comes to us from the state of Arizona, and specifically from Phoenix. So I think when we're ready, let's go ahead and roll her intro.
Hi, can you folks hear me?
I can see you. And there are your slides. So there you go.
Great.
All right.
I want to thank you first for having me present at this conference. I was excited to go to New York City, but I'm not crazy enough to go to New York City right now. So I hope you guys are doing well over there. Donna decided to join me last minute yesterday. So she and I have been working on our team through the Department of Economic Security. We're operations. And so we work on a team where we have had to rapidly develop courses and flip the classroom. I come from a wealth of knowledge as well as Donna does, where we've had the theoretical background, but also the real world experience. If you see my cats, I apologize. There might be, hi. And so, yeah, I live in an apartment, so this is my office. And so, I really liked the other presenters and what they had to offer regarding virtual reality. That's something I'm very big on. I was a STEM educator, so I incorporated STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, and math. I also was a computer science teacher where I did blended learning approaches with like Google Classroom. And so not just with my master's, which is in online learning, I had it where it was in person, it was also online, and then it was also the blended component. So I was working with real world organizations like Sandia National Labs for my degrees. And as I was doing that, I was working full time. So as some of the other presenters were talking about, master's level students usually are working full time and doing part time. And that's kind of how my journey started in 2008. And Donna, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself real fast and explain a little bit about your background, and then we can get going with the presentation. Your sound, honey.
work with the Office of Professional Development along with Beth. I have been in training as an instructor for about 32 years, and I moved over into the design portion about 3.5 years. Was actually working on some self projects for about 7 years before that. I really look forward to listening to presentation that Beth put together regarding the projects that we worked on. I will be monitoring the chat and just chiming in as needed, but I'm going to turn off my video so you can focus in on Beth during the presentation period. So I appreciate your time, and I look forward to chatting with you all.
And thank you, Donna. So we, at our organization, we've had to rapidly develop online, especially now in the midst of COVID. We went virtually about March. I was paying attention because I have a lot of friends in Italy on what was going on, you know, in different parts of the world. But before that, with prior knowledge and existing expertise, I was foreseeing certain things that could possibly come down the pipeline. I identified in the organization that, you know, for learning systems, what we needed to be looking at going forward as we have these stay-at-home orders. And really, with what we have done, because of our learning constraints right now, we have implemented Google as far as the learning mechanisms regarding instructor-led training, and having to see what would work, what didn't work, and go from there. Along with that, I also helped create an e-learning module for virtual office for supervisors. My colleague Travis, he created the narration script, and me as the instructional designer, media designer, we created that course within 4 weeks. So I spent about 128 hours of time from the time I got the scripts, including the audio narrations. I'll talk a little bit differently on like how I've worked the process with the people and then the end all product, because I come from a world of working corporate, working higher education, but also consulting where I was working virtually. I worked with a Dutch organization in 2016 where I consulted on software simulation training for Microsoft Dynamics AX7. And most recently in 2018, 2019, before I started with the state of Arizona, I worked on an ERP system training that was fine-tuned for production, manufacturing, and the retail side. So there was a lot of systematic learning that was used in Camtasia. When I transferred over to the state of Arizona, we've been using Adobe Captivate and Camtasia. And I'm going to be talking a little bit about that and how my process and Donna's process is. We have a little bit different of processes, but we're working together as a team and collaboratively bouncing ideas off of each other. And really, it's amazing to be not just the subject matter expert instructional designer, but actually working with not just our team that are instructional designers, but also there's about 60 of us with the state of Arizona. So I've been very thankful in this past year to bounce ideas from so many different people, and me not just being the only instructional designer or the second instructional designer. So my organization is the Department of Economic Security. We do a lot of different things within the organization. It's not just the benefits that they receive, but especially with COVID, we have unemployment. So all the items that our state has had to deal with up training individuals, there has been a lot of systematic organizational change when it comes to just teaching online, for instance. We also handle things like Division of Developmental Disabilities. My background is a little bit where I actually do the compliance side of it. So I'm working on HIPAA, your OSHA, limited English learning proficiency. I've been in other countries and I've worked with international organizations, so I understand how it is very important to understand cultural aspects when it comes to these new learning technologies. And it's changed dramatically in the last 10 to 15 years. I've seen it when I started in 2008 on this journey. I was dealing with the recession of 2008, and I discovered this instructional design program at the University in New Mexico. And it also gave me the ability to learn from people from all over the world. And it was a mix of different types of learning, in class, online, and then I could be in Denver, Colorado, working full-time and learning technology skills. And back then, when we're talking about the learning process, it was Stanford on YouTube. I was learning Java programming. So the MOOCs and the learning has really dramatically changed. And I've been embracing it. And I see a lot of currently where everybody's had to rapidly move everything online, reading articles of a philosophy instructor from San Diego who was very resistant to online learning. And I think that's partly a training or maybe a lack of understanding, because a lot of the times it's very overwhelming for teachers that are going from that instructor-led component to the online world. And the things that I've been telling and talking to my teacher colleagues about has been really learning that one tool first. So be it Zoom, some type of conferencing tool, you learn that, and then you start learning other things that you can incorporate. So be it maybe a whiteboard. And really what happened, and I'll talk about Google Classroom later, is we kind of switched gears because of the overwhelming component of technology and really keeping it simple. And I think that's going to help facilitate the instructor-led courses as virtual instructor-led and flipping that course. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about rapid e-learning in my process. I started using Articulate Studio in 2009, Articulate Studio 2009 version in 2011. And then from there, I learned Adobe Captivate in about 2013, and as well as Articulate Storyline 1 and 2. I've been using Camtasia since about 2013. I learned a lot of things in my degree program that was video editing, and it was at the beginning stages, really, when these MOOCs were starting to come about. So I'm going to pull you folks real quick. See if that poll is coming out. Yeah. And what I want to ask you, if you do use e-learning software at your organization, be it Articulate, Storyline, Rise, Adobe Captivate, Camtasia, or maybe you use multiple, or you might use some type of Adobe product or Apple product. If you can list that out in the chat, that would be great to kind of get an idea of people's knowledge.
One of them?
Okay. I'm familiar with the name. I haven't really utilized it that much. Okay. Well, I'm going to be talking about a few different softwares that I use regularly. Captivate is the big one that I use for e-learning builds. I've in the past worked with like the Dutch organization where the licensing is very competitive and affordable for somebody that is trying to consult, or if you're in a large organization such as we are government. So having that enterprise license is just a better fit cost-wise than say, let's say with Articulate, which I love, and they have pros and cons to them. And so you use Camtasia. Yeah, Camtasia is one of the ones that I really have used a lot, and I see the positives. And it depends really on what modality and what you're trying to instruct, because it sometimes Camtasia is not the best thing. And like the other presenters have talked about, where it really depends on your needs. Adobe Captivate definitely has some shortcomings. I definitely love Articulate a lot more for my e-learning builds, but I also come from a programmer's mindset. So I think that's also something that when you're looking at software for like e-learning, for instance, I would say Captivate is probably a little bit high. There's a learning curve with it. I do have a process, and I will try to show that to you folks in a little while on kind of how I lay out slides and what have you. And then I'm seeing Google Slides. Yeah, I use Google Slides as an instructor. When I was teaching on Google, I use that when I'm working on collaboration. But as far as like, say, my builds, I'll use things like PowerPoint for my background on my learning. So yeah, we use various versions of these as well. So I'll be talking a little bit about Adobe products and then also sound engineering that I do, because sometimes organizations are limited in budget, and like Laura had talked about with voice narrations, to get high quality edits, and what she had to talk about with the software, I might use Audacity, but she might use a different type of software tool like Pro Tools or what have you. There's different ones out there, and I'll talk a little bit about them. But for this learning, I'm actually going to be talking more about the rapid component and how I build these screens out e-learning content. So best practices. I always like to talk about this first, because it is, without knowing where your path is going to lead. A lot of people want the mountain, and usually you can build the hill. And so that's my main thing that I always try to instruct individuals on, is that I can build the hill, and then I can build those little hills to make that mountain. So depending on time, resources, and availability from your stakeholders and subject matter experts will really dictate some of these builds. And so not everything is rapid, but I try to, as I'm going through, have a process, because I will have difficulty either finding items on shared drives. If you're using Google, say you're in the Google Drive, there is, you can search on the terms, but it's easier if you put them into their respective folders. And so I have a system where I'll show you, if we have time, where I actually set up an audio file, a video file folder, my slides, my images, and they're all separated out within that course I'm building and designing. And I have a thing that it comes from like the database programming background that I have, where I have file names. And when we're talking about extracting data or putting data into our learning management system or content management system, knowledge management system, could it be SharePoint? You want to have the correct file name for it. Certain things don't work properly in different systems. And so you may put something into, say, SharePoint, and then it'll have little characters that populate that you never intended for the file name. And so it makes it difficult for the other person that may be going in to rework or revise that learning. And so having that set agreed upon standardization helps when you're looking down 5 years down the line, what is going to work, what's not going to work. And Donna's saying in the chat, it's standard work. I've in the past used it. You can think of it as your policies and your procedures. So the procedure to do something step by step on saving files into their respective file folders and locating them on those drives. And then lastly, when I'm building out my courses and my presentations, I'm looking at the colors. And the way I look for colors is I will go up to, say, the yellow on this image, and I'm going to use an eyedropper tool that will pick out that color code, which is called a hexadecimal coloring code. And so when I'm really building out my courses, I'm envisioning what I'm seeing, but I'm also making sure to make note of the colors so that as far as the course design, look and feel is going to be across the board where it flows and it doesn't jump from one design to the next. And it really all depends. In presentations, it might be different than what I do with e-learning content. It's going to depend on the course or the learning that I'm building out. So again, like I said, that, there are pros and cons to different softwares. Some it's the cost, some is the learning curve. For the purpose of the session, I'm going to be talking about Captivate, really my process in that. Then after I speak about that, if I have some time, I can show tutorials that I do in Camtasia. Usually for Camtasia, it's the one-offs that I'm doing. At my last client that I worked for with the ERP stuff, we created these little 1 to 5 minute videos in Camtasia, and I narrated it, and then it was thrown onto YouTube. And then we imported that into the WordPress learning management system, and the videos were uploaded into that LMS. Graphic design is a very key point in any design that you're going to have. And again, it goes back to learning one tool at a time. There are free software out there like GIMP that I've used in the past, or even Microsoft Paints. If you have Microsoft PowerPoint, you can do amazing development as far as graphic design is concerned for your learning just by using the PowerPoint slide deck. I've been using Adobe products since about 2001, 2002. So I started on version 6, and now it's a creative suite in the cloud. And I learned Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator, and InDesign for a business graphics course. And at the time, I didn't think it was going to be so, it would come in so much like in handy, but it really is the commonplace and standards for individuals to know Photoshop and Illustrator that are designers building out e-learning. And I use Photoshop a lot for isolating, say, the picture of the person and incorporating that into my learning. Or I might use Illustrator to use the vectors, which they have the illustrations, and I can go in using that color of that yellow on that slide, the hexadecimal color, and then incorporate it into the design that I'm creating. My recommendation is always to learn PNG, that's the transparency image, first with Photoshop, and then also learning JPEG if you're not on the graphic design component. And then after you learn Photoshop, you've kind of mastered it, then you can get into Adobe Illustrator and learn more about that. But I really think about technology and how one of the other speakers was talking about being overwhelmed. And I think a couple of them spoke about this, is the overwhelming of technology. And what I keep saying through these stay-at-home orders is just learn. If it's Zoom, learn that. If it's Google Classroom, learn that. And then you venture into Google Docs or Google Slides. But it's getting familiarized with that software first and foremost, because I know as a teacher, there's so many new tools you can use as a technology teacher. And I look back at those past experiences, and, I was even guilty of that, doing the blended classroom where I would teach and then do my instructor led And then my students would do all their assignments through Google Classroom. And I would find all these really cool tools like making music through Python. And so I would be throwing students into that, or I would have students that were block coding. And depending on their levels of learning, I had 3 different levels. And so it can be done, but it's also having that grasp of technology. And I see with a lot of instructors is that they've been thrown into this. And so it makes it very difficult to learn all these things. And it definitely has that overwhelming component. So my best advice, learn Photoshop first, kind of get the hang of that, then Adobe Illustrator.
One thing, Beth,
if you don't,
also, it's very important to, if you're an instructor and you're getting that material, familiarize yourself before you get into that classroom with that material, and make sure you kind of understand what that flow is. And that way, if students are struggling, you at least know what you kind of work through that, and you usually develop some tips. As designers, we are also adding tools to assist the facilitators during the courses to help them understand how that flow is supposed to happen. We're having meetings one-on-one with them to make sure they understand how we intended that course to be rolled out as well.
Yeah, it's definitely been a process. I think Donna and I and our team has really, had to rapidly develop things offhand, but it's also the communication we have between each team member and our weekly meetings that we have to make sure that there's nothing anybody else might need assistance with and so forth, and finding out their availability. But to rapidly develop right now is I'll talk a little bit about educational technologists and how they play a role with getting people onboarded with online learning as well. So getting back to design components, you may have heard them or have actually used master template slides. As you see here on your screen, this is kind of the blank canvas that you start out with. Some people prefer to use it. It really is a preference. I typically will use just the slide deck itself to build out my canvas, is what I call it. I'm thinking of it as an artist kind of mindset of what I want to see, what I want to envision on the screen after I've received the narration script. So in PowerPoint, going back to PowerPoint, the reason why this is for the newer versions of PowerPoint. I think after 2016, they really started having the ability to create slides on the fly where they would auto-generate different designs. And so I use that tab a lot, the design ideas. It really does assist me with rapidly building out slides where I will save the background and as a JPEG, and then I import it into my Captivate file, for instance, or it will be through, I've used it in Camtasia as well. It's a time saver, like Donna was saying right there. And then that gets back to Captivate. Depending on the software you're using, a lot of times, even in sound and movie making software, you'll have things called layers. And I have a systematic process where I'll have my narration down here, then I'll have my background, then I'll have the words on the screen. And the reason I do that, and one of the other speakers was talking about embedding text. The reason I don't do that is also for learning needs. Students that may have hard of hearing, or they may be a non-native English speaker, I want to ensure that students are able to succeed within my courses, be it in class as a computer science teacher or an instructional designer. I want to give them the tools to succeed. And one of the reasons I do the text on the screen in my Captivate rather than exporting or importing the PowerPoint slide deck into, say, Articulate or Captivate, is I want to make sure it's not flattened where a text reader could not read it. And so I'm constantly thinking about that as I'm building out my courses. Let's talk a little bit about sound engineering. I loved how Laura talked about narration and how audio quality is very key here. You know, I've had to be in-house with the narrations. So as you can see here, there's a few different icons I have of software I've either used currently or I have used in the past. They all have their pros and cons. For rapid development for myself, how we usually do it is we will do the text-to-speech option within Captivate, where the reader reads it out to us, and then I'll time my words on the screen coming up. And I use shortcut keys a lot for this. But it would be ideal to have like a voice narrator, but for the purposes of what I've experienced in the job field is, or even in the educational sector, I've had to do it in-house. So I do actually have my Yeti mic here. So this is what I use to record. I've actually had sound studios in the past, and I've worked with voice narrators for courses. It really all depends, but it can be done low budget. Also with VR, I think about the cost, and I've worked on things like the Cave, which is this, you point projectors into the corner and you're able to create an immersive environment on the cheap. So depending on your budget, it really, you can do it effectively, but it's also somebody that understands how to do voice narrations rather than outsourcing. So what I do with my naming conventions is I'll put like an S01, 05, 06. And as I'm recording my audio, I take a couple seconds before, and then I start recording my narration. And I always try to find a quiet place. Ideally is a walk-in makeshift sound booth. I have a walk-in closet, and it, even without having the foam that goes on the walls, I can still create an audio narration that sounds decent as an e-learning build. And I prefer that over the robotic voice. It definitely has a lack of personalization when you are doing the text-to-speech. But for what we do at OPD, we have so many projects we're working on, 60 designers, that for us to hire a voice narrator, or even for myself to do narrations, it's time consuming. And then if you have re-recordings that you have to do. So sometimes for our needs, it may just be the text to speech. I've seen the positives on both. I understand that voice narration has way better impact with the learning, but we've really had to rapidly develop items, and these are just-in-time learning. So sometimes when we're designing items within our organization, that's why we will use that robotic voice versus a voice narration. However, with the course that we did that was 15 minutes, the virtual office for supervisors, Travis spent a week. I spent I gave my supervisor an guesstimation that for every 5 minutes, it takes me an hour to record. So I knew about 2 to 3 hours it would take me to do the narrations, crop it down, and so forth. That was for a 15-minute course. Now, when we're talking about larger course sizes, usually you want to segment those out, but if you can't fit it within that time frame, that's when we start getting into the text to speech and breaking them into parts. So really, it all depends, and it's also depending on the organization I've worked for or my clients and their needs and what kind of software we decide to choose on to create those projects. And that's what I was talking about here is, you know, voice narration versus text to speech. You know, I don't think there's a lot of people that do like the robotic voice. I'm not a fan of it, but sometimes with the development process, it's best to get the content out, and then you can do fine-tune revisions after. So as you can see here on the screen, I have created an example in Captivate. So it's split up into different layers like I was talking about. The words on the screen that link to the teacher portal for Google, I've added to on top of the screen itself. So that's the layering component we're talking about here. And this also incorporates the audio. The reason why it's split differently, usually I'll keep the audio at the very bottom, is because I actually did this as a recording through a web conference through Google Meet. And so I was splicing and editing this out. So next poll question. Do you currently use a learning management system? So it looks like a majority of you folks do. Okay. So learning management systems, I've worked on a number of learning management systems. Some that would be considered learning management, some would be considered knowledge management systems like SharePoint. And then some are just content management systems. And for me as the data girl, I want to actually have data. And certain LMSs will have great data, and then some of them, you're not really factoring in all the other items that may come into play, like how many times they tried logging in and attempting the assessment, or, were they having difficulty on the discussion board, if that's something that was part of the learning journey. I initially, when I started out with this, I learned on Moodle. That was basically my first learning management system. Then I went into Blackboard. At the University of New Mexico, that's what I learned on. WebCT as well was another one that we used initially in the early days of my online distance learning classes that I would attend. Then from there, around 2015, I worked with a school, a university, and it was mostly medical side of learning, and they had the Canvas LMS. So I was an administrator for the courses there and was able to basically be that ed tech professional. As an instructor, I've used Google Classroom, and also it's a solution that we've had at our organization here at the state of Arizona. So we use another proprietary software, but we also use Google Classroom now that we've kind of had to switch to Google, the stay-at-home orders. So when I'm instructing the instructors, really I've been letting them go to this website. We've actually had to rapidly get them up to speed. And Donna and I were just discussing this at our last meeting, is that we realized that the teachers needed to be they needed to learn one tool at a time. So we went from having Google Classroom, which some instructors are using, but they're also just using Google Meet, which is the conferencing side that you would have for Zoom. But it's on the Google platform with Whiteboard. So it made more sense for those instructors that were maybe teaching a critical thinking class to be on a Google Meet versus a Google Classroom platform. So it really all depends on how the teaching is going, but giving them the tools and then having the training solutions for them. And some of the items might be a quick how-to through Camtasia, but sometimes you might need to just direct the learner to, or the instructor to, the resources that are out there. Say for Camtasia, they have about 5 videos that I would instruct, individuals to go to learn Camtasia, so that they could get a kind of a learning curve onboarding before they started using the 30-day trial software and then decided to either buy it or not use it. But it's come in handy with those resources and knowing where to find that information. And really, that's where an educational technologist is so important for these learning journeys. This poll is, do you currently have somebody identified as an educational technologist at your organization? Okay, so about 50-50, 40%, okay, yeah, 50-50. This could also be an instructional technologist or an instructional designer. Okay, so it's kind of split, and I'm not surprised by that. I've worked in organizations where I've been the only educational technologist, and then I've worked in organizations like currently where there's a few of us that are kind of the facilitators of educational technology. And the reason why I go to educational technology, it's not just designing your course objectives and your lesson plan, but it's really having somebody that can help you facilitate switching to online platforms. And I've worked with some of the instructors here where I sat in on their Google Meets and would assist them with posting the web URL to what they were referencing from their PowerPoint slide deck so that the students could easily click on it, and assisting the instructor with any technical issues that may occur. And I think it's very imperative that educational technologists do play a role in your organization. Having that person that actually knows the information is going to help tremendously with getting these courses rapidly online and flipping the classroom. And sometimes organizations fail to realize that, or they have a misconception or misunderstanding on why that is important. And I would say, from my experience as learning management administrator, database administrator, these are things that we really need to be thinking about as we're rapidly developing this course content and getting it online. And I've seen where not even having lesson plans, a lot of the instructors that had their learning objectives and their lesson plans were ready to go quickly and rapidly, faster than the instructors that did not have that. So depending on your organization, the lesson objectives, knowing your pathway for learning is going to be key, but then also having somebody that can facilitate and assist with technology, because the teacher becomes that facilitator, going from just the passive learning in the classroom to now having to facilitate that learning. So that's all I want to kind of leave you with, you folks, on my rapid e-learning development. I can show examples, but I wanted to leave this up for any questions that you folks may have. And I wanted to thank you folks for listening, your time and listening to me. And I'm here for any questions. And so is Donna.
All right. If you have questions, please go ahead and type them in the chat. And if as we wait for that, if you do have, I know you mentioned examples a couple of times, but if you've got time to share those while we wait, it'd be great to see one of those. I think there's always help. So
let me share my screen. Hold on. Let me know when you can see it.
Still on the slides for now.
Share.
And there we go. Can see it. I can see. Yep.
Okay. So this has been updated, and Donna can talk about this, but we're working on an instructional design cert. And so I took the learning and created PowerPoint slides that Donna actually went in and revamped, I think. Didn't you put that information together?
I took, we had, I believe it was 7 different people working on this project, and I kind of coordinated and put everything together into one cohesive course.
Yeah, so we had different people working on the content itself. And actually, let me see, in Google Classroom, we converted the instructor-led component to different topics, day 1, day 2, day 3 for instructor certification for instructional design. And so we've been working on converting PDF participant guides to editable PDFs so that the students can type within the documents, make their notes, and so forth. So it's been a joint effort as far as getting things online for the learners, depending on when and if we return back into the office. And it's sounding more like that we're going virtual.
The other thing is it makes it more interactive as well by incorporating, like Beth was saying, Google Meets with the whiteboard. In the whiteboard, you could split out activities, and that way all the students, you could assign them, or the facilitator can assign them maybe a group 1, group 2, group 3, and they could collaborate in that activity. And then we could all come together at the end, and the facilitator could cover the different points at the end. So it becomes more interactive. And that's kind of where we were bringing in some of those. Beth and I are in the gamification piece too, where it's not just you add a game or a leaderboard or badges to a thing. You're actually engaging that learner in an activity that's current for the course you're teaching. Yes.
So that meaningful learning.
Yeah, really quick, before we move to this, Donna, you mentioned 7 people were on the team.
Yes.
Can you tell us quickly what their roles were, as best as best as you can describe them?
Yeah, the course was broken up into different modules, and we had people that just started in design, and this was their first project that they worked on, down to people that have been with the agency for 25 years. So there was a big learning curve for some. And it's kind of really getting that mentorship and developing those people to get those design skills up to snuff, and then making sure everything was cohesive with the people that, have the scripting and have that design elements down, and then the ones that are still struggling to learn it. So kind of building that teamwork and collaboration on that project was, it was a challenge, but it was a very good challenge. So.
Was it primarily 7 instructional designers at different skill levels, or was there more specialization? Okay, so
yes.
Generalists. They had some graphic skills. They could do PowerPoints, but you didn't have a PowerPoint graphics person. You didn't have
Correct.
It was everybody was kind of just at different levels.
Yeah,
Great, okay.
As an instructional designer with our Office of Professional Development at DTS, we're hired in with a basic skill level, and then as you go through the trainings, you're mentored and building up additional skills. We have a design skills matrix that we use, where if somebody's very strong in one skill, they assist people that aren't as strong in another skill. So we're constantly trying to mentor and build up our skill levels in all areas.
Okay. All right. Well, great. Well, Beth, I didn't want to interrupt your example. I'd love to get back to that. I just want to ask the follow-up while Donna was on that. So
no problem.
Well, I can, let me share my screen real quick again. I'll bring it back to my rapid e-learning prototype.
Okay, and real quick, Beth, we do have a question coming in on the chat that may be relevant. So I'm going to interrupt you one more time, but I think it's relevant to this. Patrick asks, it says you talked a lot about the tools that you use to create the experiences. Can you talk a little bit more about the process, and maybe the prototype will be a good context for that? What makes your process rapid, and can you talk about the process in general?
Yeah. Well, this is one of the courses that I've taught on, I've done a couple workshops with my colleagues, is rapid prototyping. So when I'm building out graphics, for instance, and kind of getting my look and feel of the course, I'm actually building a lot of it in PowerPoint, and then I may use Photoshop and Illustrator, but before, that's what I used to use. With the design ideas tab, it really gives me that ability to, when I'm putting out smart art, because I'm very anti-bullet points, it kind of, I just get like the glazy eyes when I'm learning something. Sometimes that bullet points can kind of detract from the learning. So this is actually like a bullet point inside of smart art. And it's actually created little icons for me as I'm building out ideas. It takes me about 2 to 3 weeks once I get the narration script. And then from there, I can start building out my PowerPoint as a template. And so I'll be setting up my images and then timing on the screen that goes into the Captivate file. And I've been making use of shapes. I've noticed with the pre-built items in Captivate or Camtasia, I'll probably use that. But if I'm trying to crop out like a person, you know, like my headshot, and do a circle around it, I may use Illustrator or I might use PowerPoint. And that gets into the cropping. So as you see here, these are different perspectives you can have on images. But depending on how you lay out the screen is going to direct the learner's
Another thing
eyes.
is we use a SAM2 process. I don't know if you're familiar with SAM. And it's an iterative process. So we may we do a savvy start where we're just getting the outline and the research and everything together. We meet with our client and we really make sure we understand what the goal and objectives for the course. Of approximation model, and we really make sure we understand what we're trying to accomplish and why we're trying to accomplish it. Then we go into the design portion, and at that point we come up with just a working model of what the course is going to look like. Then we go into a pilot, and with that pilot we then go into an iterative phase where we may do multiple revisions until that product is set according to what our client is expecting. And then we go into a final or a gold phase where it gets signed off, and then it goes into our learning system or into our SharePoint drive, depending on which type of course it is. So that's kind of the process that we use, but we kind of called it SAM2 because it's more iterative than the normal SAM process. Hopefully that answers some of it.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Patrick says thank you as well. So yes, it did.
Okay,
All right.
good.
Thanks so much.
So yeah, this is definitely like in the pilot phase or my prototyping phase. I was going to mention the SAM too, but Donna got to it. So thank you. And then these are kind of just slides that I've created where I take 2 images and I change them around on the screen. So depending on where my layout is going to be for the backgrounds, it's really going to dictate how my learning is going to be. And then bullet points like I talked about. And then talking about the Photoshop, Illustrator, and design.
Yeah, a lot of different. All right, a lot of different tools. Great. Are there other questions in the chat? But if not, and if you have more examples, we've got a couple more minutes if you want to show more. It's great to see the examples.
Oh, okay.
It's a rare opportunity sometimes.
Well, I was going to show you my business. And also the thing that I think this comes from my creative background. And if you can find a creative person, I try to not use the same template over and over again. Like I have that constant change, like design thought hat. And I think Donna's a lot like me in that sense, where we we designed something that is completely different than the previous e-learning builds. Because one, compliance training for me is boring. I've created scenarios where it was OSHA and learning about how to wear your PPEs, and it's boring content. And so I named the character after my mother, which was this relatable story where my mom almost died from tetanus. And so the reason why you wear PPEs. And so I took them on like basically a 7-branch scenario learning on the reasons why it's important to wear the proper protective equipment. But I had to figure out a way to make it creative, engaging. And that's where the time, I think, for me to write the scripts and me to write the stories out, that's where a lot of my time is ate up. And so I spend a lot more time thinking about that flow through the course of learning objectives. And then the last thing I usually do is pull the assessment questions, because I never like a trick question. And as an instructor, I did not like trick questions. And I always wanted my students to prove their knowledge. And when you're talking about project-based learning, I'm a big advocate for it. But when you're in the real world, or you're in an organization, or you're limited on the tools with your learning management system, you may or may not have that capability. And if you have something like Canvas, yeah, you can create a learning journey, but it really depends on the technology and the access of what you have at your disposal. So depending on that, you have to switch gears. And so as I built the scripts for OSHA, that was, 10-hour construction training and trying to make that interesting. And that's how I learned on Articulate. And from there, learning about wellness and software simulations. And what I like about Captivate is it does give you that ability to do the software training. And if you're an organization that's working a lot with, like, say, the retail, you might want the student to be engaged through that simulation. And again, it comes down to the tools that you have access to, because it used to be the thing with Flash animations, and Flash was the thing, and now that's an obsolete technology. And I even thought about it with my instructors when they were teaching me Flash. I'm like, why are we doing this in Flash? It should be in Articulate. So even the schools have that gap of training when it comes to e-learning, because I didn't have access to Captivate. I didn't have access to Articulate, but my classmate from Brazil, he had, through his work, he had Articulate Studio. So we actually built the assessment in Articulate, and I built out the Flash. But it's really seeing, okay, will this work for us in the next 3 years or 5 years or 10 years down the road? And using the tools at your disposal, because I've been in organizations where we didn't have a budget. And so you have to think lean and mean in those sense. And it'd be ideal to have like a sound booth like I've had in the past, but you make do with what you have. And it's the ability to switch and think about, okay, this technology, but sometimes people just don't know where to start. And that's where the instructional designer kind of comes in and facilitates that. Or if you're working virtually and getting people up to speed with technology, that's where an instructional technologist or educational technologist would come in handy to really just kind of help facilitate that, especially with what we're doing in the midst of COVID.
We deal with multiple clients and multiple divisions within the state, and they're all struggling to convert all their courses to the virtual. So that's where we're running lean and mean, and we're getting that process out as quickly as possible with quality. And it's very important when we talk about assessments, just very quickly, make sure those assessment questions really tie into what were the objectives of the class. They should match. If they aren't matching, then there's an issue with it. There needs to be a cohesive thread throughout that. Why are they taking this course, and are they meeting those objectives, and how are we going to assess that need? Yes.
And feedback, and having the feedback, not just like, yes, you're correct on this answer. Well, why are you correct? Or, with our virtual office for supervisors, it was, well, maybe just sending a text message if it's late notice for a meeting that you have virtually, because the person may or may not be on the email. Or they might be away from their computers, and just simple things that people can be thinking about that may or may not have thought about, oh yeah, we're all virtual, or the considerations of like, when I worked with Donna and she was down in Tucson and I'm in Phoenix and we're in person, but she's virtually. And now I realize, the considerations of those teleworkers where we're not doing the face-to-face component like we used to, but then the individuals that are working virtually that are kind of being left out of that conversation because you don't see them in person. So it's the awareness has changed definitely in the past few months. And, I've worked virtually before, so this wasn't too unfamiliar for me, but I've seen the growing pains and the learning curves with our colleagues. It's a new world, but it's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I guess there's a lot of time pressure that goes with it. And I guess speaking of that, it's just about time. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to be with us and also for your participation. Hopefully you'll continue through tomorrow and we'll see you more in the chat.
Oh yeah.
It's been great having you. Donna, thanks for checking in with us as well and contributing. It's great to have you here. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow as well.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks to everyone so much for that session. We have what do we have? We have an interview coming up. So next we have Hal Christensen, who is a performance support expert, and he's been contributing to the chat as well through this course. Hal and I spoke in an interview a couple weeks ago, and we're going to see that clip next, and then I'll be back live with you in 15 minutes. So let's take a look at Hal. I'm here with Hal Christensen of Quick Competence. Hal is a world expert in just-in-time performance support, among other things, and we're really pleased to have him here. So Hal, thanks for being here.
Oh, welcome. I'm very pleased to be here. Been to your conference, I think, from the beginning, and it's always a joy. Too bad I can't see people this year.
I'm here with Hal Christensen of Quick Competence. Hal is a world expert in just-in-time performance support.
I'm very pleased to be here. Been to your conference, I think, from the beginning, and it's always a joy. Too bad I can't see people this year.
Right. Thanks so much. So if we can start off to talk about just a little bit for our audience, can you just give us a kind of your view of the best definition of what performance support really means and where it fits into workplace learning?
To me, the focus that I've had is always to look at it as a solution to an issue, which is how do you get people who don't know how to do something to be able to perform their duties, their tasks, responsibilities in the quickest possible time with the least amount of effort.
Definition of what performance support really means and where it fits into workplace learning.
To me, the focus that I've had is always to look at it as a solution to an issue, which is how do you get people who don't know how to do something to be able to perform their duties, their tasks, responsibilities in the quickest possible time with the least amount of effort. So the focus is not, it focuses on the actual performance. How do we enable their performance? It's not on how do we teach them, what do we tell them in order to be able to do it, but the focus is on performance. And it becomes a process of not just telling somebody how to do something. It's no longer a teaching role. The role is an enabling role. How do we make it possible and easier and facilitate their doing the responsibilities rather than how do we teach them and tell them and then they go off and hope they remember what we taught them and fumble around for years trying to figure it out. So it's basically an enabling role.
Well, great. So given the situation that we're in now, companies have moved to do some more performance support than in the past. It's been growing ever too slowly. But given where we are now, we're at a time of change as everybody's working remotely. Things have suddenly changed. So when you think about how things may change, what's on your mind these days?
Well, it seems to me that so many things are going to change. They have to change because you can't do business the same way. maybe eventually get back to some things we've done, but anything involved how workers work, where they work, interactions, what products we sell, what people want, all that's going to change. And since what it's going to mean is that everybody in our organization is going to be a novice, the people trying to figure out what the organization is going to do. And secondly, the people who are in the organization, particularly those that you are, if you want to call it reboarding, who have been furloughed, who have gone for a period of time, now they're coming back, they're going to be coming back to a different world. And how are you going to quickly get those people to function in the new world that they have to function with? And the methodologies we generally use are methodologies of training, so on the idea that we're going to tell somebody how to do it and then practice maybe to do it. So, and maybe somewhere down the line, they'll be able to absorb it and be able to do the work. So my interest is there a better way in which you can take novices, get them up running and performing effectively than by the normal method, which is you have to teach them first, and then once they've learned it, then they'll be able to do it. So for me, that's performance support. And for me, the model that makes sense that I've been playing more with the last year or so has been the concept of a recipe. What a recipe does is take someone who does not know how to cook a particular dish or meal, and it guides you through that process, tells you what to get, what ingredients you need, does all that planning up front, enables you to do it, and then you can do and present the meal to family and friends in the evening without poisoning them. All of that is done without a single bit of what we call training. It's not designed to, Betty Crocker doesn't exist actually, but was a marketing figure. The whole purpose of what she did, the recipes that they produced, was for the harried housewife in those days, from the 20s on up to the 50s and 60s. The women were housewives, personally. Her market was them, and it wasn't, I'm going to teach them how to be cooks. The market of the recipes and so on was, I am going to enable them to cook a good meal for her husband this evening. Entirely on the performance. And once you shift to that, then shifts what you do. That means the learning, which is going to take place, is not going to take place up front. It's going to take place as you are doing the work. And so you're making that whole shift away from, oh, I got to know before I do. It's now doing produces the learning. Learning is a byproduct then of the doing. There's some very interesting research going on in product marketing and innovation. And one of the people that was involved now was Clayton Christensen, no relationship, at the Harvard Business School, unfortunately passed away a couple of months ago. And it's a thing called jobs to be done theory. And there's several people around it. Now it's called jobs theory and so on. And the idea is that what our audience wants, he's talking about marketing and products and how do you add, update and upgrade a computer application you may be selling. What features do you put in? That the key to understanding that is to understand what it is that the worker or the person wants. The person doesn't want to get something that they really want to rent the information, in a sense, rent the tools. They don't want to have to memorize things or spend investment in it. And it's a great quote from Theodore Levitt many years ago, in terms of what people want and customers want. Again, we're talking about customer market. What customers want, they don't want a 1/4-inch drill. They want a 1/4-inch hole. What our workers want is not to learn how to do something. They want the damn job done and off their desk. And when we understand that, then we begin to understand why are we training them when they don't really want the training, they want the job done. And our focus has to be, how do we enable them to get the job done and not worry about, oh, what do we teach them? What do they walk away with? What do they know? Can they get the job done? Because that is what they want more than anything else.
Yeah. Can you give us a couple more, maybe another example of performance support in the workplace where you really, seen it, created something that really worked and solved a particular workplace or performance support problem?
Well, I think you have to look at the support that you provide. I think we tend to look at it, it's just knowledge. So how do I do a particular thing? Again, it's how you tell me how to do it. The advantage of having it right there is that it becomes a see and do rather than see, memorize, hope I remember, do it later. It's right there immediately at the point at which you do it. But a lot of, if you get back to the concept of enabling, a lot of it involves, well, how do you structure the things that people do in order to avoid complications and problems? So it's like a GPS functioning, and it takes you all the way through the workflow. And it's the same thing. If you don't have the GPS on, it doesn't do you any good. And if you try to use your GPS or Google as you're driving over the cliff and saying, how do I avoid driving over the cliff? It's a little bit too late. So having the workflow not only enables us to provide them with information at the point in which it would be useful for them to have that information, those who need it, those who don't, they just keep on going, but that you can structure the work in such a way that it changes the way you do it. A great quote from Buckminster Fuller is that if you want to teach somebody, if you want somebody to think and act differently, you don't teach them to think and act differently. You give them the tool, the use of which requires them to think and act differently. So if in order to build something, I give you a form or a template or a structure that says this is how it should be done, and your job becomes, part of that becomes completing that form or structure, you then are going to be able to execute that in a far different way. A good example is I've done work with how do you run an effective meeting? The key part to running an effective meeting is not how good you are negotiating with people in the middle of the meeting. It's how do you set up the agenda? So the structure of the agenda drives the meeting, and the agenda structure is thinking, how can we prevent and avoid some of the basic problems that will occur in the meeting?
So one more question. As we're looking at the world that we're in now, how do you see performance support changing and playing a bigger role in this sudden new world where companies are working remotely and not having classroom training events and maybe having fewer classroom events? So where do you see the possibilities for change?
Well, my ability to prognosis is rather weak, considering I've been pushing this for a good 30 years and still hasn't happened when I thought it would have, because it makes so much sense to me. I think organizations are going to flounder if they can't find a better way of getting these people back on board. And you can't rely on just talking and so on. Social media is great, but then it still takes a lot of time. It's very unstructured, and there are things that people are going to need to do that they're not going to be able to do effectively. Whether or not the change is enough so that people stop looking at the basic core is to begin to realize that learning up, you don't need to learn before you do, that you can enable people to do something without that. So can they grasp that concept? And given that, there's all kinds of ways they can begin to do things, to think in those terms. If they think about the performance, what's the outcome, the measurable outcome to do the job and do it effectively in this way, or that, whatever it is, then your focus has to be on something different. It's not going to be training. And if they look at, everybody has a million apps on their phone, and most of them are basically the same thing. They're performance support in the sense that they enable people to do something they couldn't do without the app. With performance support, it involves more knowledge of understanding something. Perhaps it's more of a knowledge app, but it's basically an app. And once we understand that what you've got on the phone, how that helps you, that this kind of a knowledge app, which can help structure the job, but also give you the knowledge that you need, is the way to do it. People will be going to that. It may be that much of the stuff becomes things that one gets totally external of their organization that they're in. I don't know if organizations are ready to grasp that or can make that change, because they have not done so effectively in 30 years or so we've been talking about this. The key thing is you have to look at what is the performance and how do we get to the point. You start by that point, that we want to enable effective performance, and what is that performance? And it winds up being as much by role as anything else. Our training has tended to become very generic in the last number of years. It's become HRified in a way, and it becomes skills and attitudes and attributes as opposed to doing the actual jobs. But if you understand it's job performance and something has to be done, it's focusing on that and saying, okay, how can we enable that is the starting point. And once you begin to do that, you begin to, I think a lot of things begin to open up related to, I'm doing a little workshop now at ATD on these kinds of things. And people grasp the basic change of, no, I don't have to teach them up front. I can set it up so they can do it, and they will learn as a byproduct of that. Once you grasp that, then it becomes, oh, this and this become more obvious. So getting into that core understanding of it. Otherwise, it becomes, oh, well, let's give them a little help here, a little bit, the same thing we've been doing, and it doesn't get them, any further. I mean, the idea that the popularity of micro-learning, which currently as part of a performance support system structure within the workflow of the job, is very powerful. But to be selling it as something, well, it's a little bite-sized chunk, and so I can get it and do it in 2 minutes, and gee, I'll learn it better, remember it better 6 months from now. It's absolutely absurd. And the basic concept is you need that information at the point in which you're doing it, and you need it within the structure of the workflow so you can be able to get the exact stuff that you need in order to be able to do it. We'll have to see how that works out. And there's enough people talking about it. I think if people, the wheels of the organizations can change quickly, but I think they're going to have to. So they're going to have to do something, but I'm not sure exactly where it'll come out.
Yeah, we're at an interesting point. There's a lot of possibility and a lot of different ways things can go from here. And I'd certainly love to see some widespread change in the way that learning and performance is designed, and take advantage of some of the technology that we have and can build and all those things. And so it's probably a good time to wrap up. It's been great talking to you, Hal. I want to thank you for spending time to talk through this. And it's been great talking to you as always. So thanks once again.
Thank you.
All right. Well, welcome back, and thanks to Hal for taking the time to talk with me, and so much to say about performance support and ways to people can work more efficiently and not require so much training. So it's just great to talk to Hal. We have another talk after this, and this is coming to us from Australia. Natalie Whelan from Vidversity. It is early tomorrow morning there. She will be here with us. She actually is here with us for the Q&A. The talk will be pre-recorded, so we're going to play Natalie's talk, but she is here for questions, and we're looking forward to it. She's going to talk about online learning before, during, and after COVID-19, observations over 20 years, so a historical perspective. So here's Natalie. Here's her intro, and then we'll go right to her talk.
Hi everyone, my name is Natalie Whelan and I'm presenting this from Australia, which is bittersweet really. I feel very honoured to be part of this program, but at the same time I really wish I was in New York. So I've got my ticket booked, ready to come on the 5th of June, but obviously that's not going to happen. So I sort of tweaked what I was going to present on today because I feel that we're in a different situation. Times have changed dramatically from when I submitted my paper and presentation or what I was going to do. So I've changed it to my observations of online learning before, during and after COVID. And as someone who's been teaching in both face-to-face and the online space for about 20 years in general education, and probably the last 10 of those I've been in the online space, I just am going to share my observations. And I want to point out that I'm going to be telling a lot of stories and I'm going to share a lot of my experiences, but I've also written a paper. So if you want to see more of a robust discussion around a lot of this, feel free to have a look at the paper. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to tell you a little bit about me, because as someone from down in the Southern Hemisphere, most of you have probably not heard of me. A bit of my observations of generally in the creation of online learning and how it's evolved and how we've changed how we deliver it in the last 10, 15 years. What has changed during COVID? What happened during COVID? And then finally, I'm going to have a bit of a futurist approach and spend a bit of time talking about what I think might come out of this. But of course, who knows? So there is a note there that I did do a paper, so with my colleague Liz Colliers, so feel free to go and have a look at that. So a little bit about me is my background is I studied law in the early 1990s, so that gives you an indication I've been around for a long time in this space, or working for a long time. And very quickly, I often say it was, I think, lunchtime the first day of my job that I realised I didn't want to be a lawyer. I really didn't like it. So whilst I was practicing, I went off and did an IT postgraduate degree, which was quite new. I mean, this is really early 1990s, mid-1990s. The internet was just coming out, so that gives you an indication of how long ago it was. And as a result of that, I moved out of practicing law and I got a job at LexisNexis as a trainer. And LexisNexis still is a publishing company, and they were just in the process of moving all of the legislation and cases onto CD-ROMs. So my job was to teach the legal industry predominantly how to use this, including all the judges from the different courts around Australia. And I have to say it was the most incredible experience to learn how to be a trainer and an educator, because as someone who is very junior, my job was to train some really, really well-regarded senior experts in an industry. And I'll give you a story that I always think formed who I became as an educator. So one of my very first jobs was to teach a group of judges from one of the higher courts in Australia how to research using this new technology. And I remember as a 25, 26-year-old being absolutely terrified. For about a week, I barely slept, and I designed it, and I practiced, and I designed, and I practiced, and I had all of these expectations of what it was going to look like. And I walked into the room, and there was probably I think it was about 15 of them, and they were all sitting at their desk, and the only way I'd ever been dealt with a judge was in front of them as a solicitor, so I hadn't been behind the curtain as such and met them as people. So I went in and I started writing my name up on the board, and I said to them, everyone just click on, now remember we're talking a long time ago, everyone just click on the icon that says LexisNexis. And I heard bang, crash, and some people were clicking the mouse on the screen, some people had it on the floor. And I realised in that moment a couple of things. One is all the planning went out the window. We spent the next half an hour playing solitaire, just simply how to learn how to use a mouse. But the second thing I learned is I was an expert in something, they were an expert in something, and my job was to be able to make the information I had accessible to them and teach them. And it wasn't necessarily about just dumping everything I knew on them. It was about understanding my audience, understanding what they needed, and really building the scaffolding to a point where they were able to learn. So it was a really fabulous starting point, and it's something has taken with me when I've taught all over the world. I've taught in universities all over the world and presented all over the world, and I've realised stick in your space and understand your audience, and everyone's got something to offer as an educator. I then went out solo, and I've been basically solo ever since. Then I had children, and I didn't want to go back to the sort of grind of everyday working, so I started a company called CPD Interactive. And CPD Interactive is where I really moved into the online and working space, or education. So in Australia, all lawyers have to do 10 hours of professional development a year, and there was no online offering, and that's where I moved into. So it was a really nice fit of my IT, my law, and my education. And that is the journey I'm going to talk a little bit about. I've also been teaching at Melbourne Law School, so I lecture there, and I have done for about 14 years. And then a few years ago, as part of my journey, I was getting very frustrated with the authoring tools out there. I found them very template-driven, very text-driven, and that led me to be one of the founders of Vidversity, which is a tool that allows you to build online learning really easily using video. So that's my story in a nutshell, but gives you a sense of my journey and how I have sort of grown with the online learning space right at the beginning as someone who had the IT and education. I've been growing in this space as it's been developing. So I just thought this is an opportunity to share my insights and what I've been discovering. And then I'm going to talk quite a bit about what I've been doing through COVID. So the journey of online learning, one thing I just point out is that I often find a lot of people that I talk to about online learning it has a bit of a bad reputation. And I think that's because the very beginning, it was seen as the poor cousin of face-to-face, because I think a lot of the time what we did is we really made PowerPoints move. So online learning became a process where we took content from a subject matter expert, we took it out of their head and made it into some kind of text-based. Now, I'm talking a long time ago, so I know we've improved, but we took it out and created sort of a text-based environment that had a next and a previous button, maybe an image, and they moved through it, and there might have been some quizzes. And I think that sort of, and then there was a bit of what we call rapid e-learning, creation of rapid content, and I think we lost the learners a bit on that. I think that we didn't think enough about the learning experience. We just focused on how to get the content into an online space. So I think that sort of took us back a little bit when we initially started with the online learning. So the first authoring tools, as I said, were really not much more than something that created a moving PowerPoint. The other thing is, the first authoring tools often were really hard to use. So this is a bit of a theme I'm going to be talking about throughout this is the start. Online learning, at the beginning, because of the complexity of a lot of these tools, we started to alienate the subject matter expert or the teacher a little bit. We started to create this divide with the person who delivers the content, so the person who traditionally was the presenter, and the person who built the content. And that process started to become a little bit more complex. And up until online learning, anyone who's a consultant or delivered induction training, you always just did it on your own. You created it and you presented it. But all of a sudden there was this new layer coming in that said, no, once you've designed it, someone has to actually build it. So that creation process started to add a layer of complexity, expense, and started to slow down the process too. It meant that it was no longer build and present. It was now get it out of the subject matter expert's head, design it, then it went off somewhere and got created and came back. So what started to evolve is we had a world of learners and educators. The educators so the presenters, we started to drop them out of this technical loop. So that I think we started to leave the educators behind, or teachers, or whatever you want to call them. So I sort of drew this up a little bit. The process became a bit of a disconnect between the educator and the learner, so what was ultimately delivered. So the process became a subject matter expert created some content. Then an ID might come in and storyboard and design the content. Then a creator builds the content, and then it's delivered to the learner. And I think, as someone myself who does a lot of face-to-face training as well as online, I've always liked that I've had the technical skills to deliver what I've wanted to do. I absolutely collaborate with a lot of people. I don't say it's only me who designs it, but I think I work with a lot of people who say I go through that process and then what I actually deliver, it's not my authentic self. It's been sanitized. All this stuff has been taken out of my head and gone through this flow, but what's delivered is not what I want. And that goes back to my example with the judges. As the presenter, I adapted to that environment because I really knew my learner. I got to really understand them. Often I think this process, the distance between the educator and the learner potentially became too much. The divide became, and not to mention along the way, where each period that we're going through, so every decade or whatnot, we're leaving the educator further and further out of the technology skills, which will be, in a moment, is what I'm going to talk about. We didn't equip them for something like COVID. They weren't ready with the technology. And I'm speaking in very broad terms. I don't want people to be, I know I'm well aware these are generalisations. I want this to be seen not as research, but rather my observations as someone who's been in this space for a long time. But I started to feel this, and I've been watching this for a while with concern, saying, I don't understand why we're not giving the tools to the teachers and the educators and the subject matter experts to be able to create some online content. So that's the first observation that I just want you to be aware of, that I feel we started to leave them behind. The next thing I want to talk about, which I feel really, really strongly about, and I think we're seeing this now with what's happening in COVID, is there's been this debate for the last 2 decades on what is better, face-to-face or online. And I really think we need to have a different discussion. It's not the mode of learning that should be the focus. It's the content. It's how it's delivered, the teaching style. A great educator is great whether they're on their feet or whether they're on Zoom. And I'm finding this really stands out at the moment while we're here in Australia, and I know a lot of people around the world are homeschooling. I love talking to my children each day, and I've got a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old, about what their day looks like. Because the great teachers are still great, even though we've moved into this new world of online and delivering they're using Teams at their school. So I say to them, oh, how was PE? And they go, oh, it was shocking. And whereas the other child will go, mine was brilliant. But he always loved PE because he loved his teacher. So I think we need to, as a sort of industry, not be focused on having to, I think we have to, people constantly having to fight for the right to build online, but I think online can be amazing, just as face-to-face can be amazing, and I think online can be bad, just as face-to-face can be bad. So I think that we need to change that discussion and that debate. I don't think they compete against each other, face-to-face or online. I think good teachers and good educators are good whatever mode of learning we deliver it in. And I think that we need to really believe in that and be strong when we're presenting that concept. So then COVID arrived, which nobody could foresee or anticipate was going to happen. But it exposed a lot of issues in the teaching and training profession. A lot of people simply were not ready. And they were frightened by it and didn't, we lumped, in our education system, we lumped all this expectation. We said, you've got to move online. A big percentage of people didn't even know what that looked like or how to do that. We had a lot of people panicked and frightened. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what role I've been doing during COVID. So I've been employed by a number of big organisations, ranging from the Melbourne University, which is a large university here in Australia, specifically in the law faculty, to a number of government bodies, and then to quite a few workplaces, as something that I would kind of call a digital coach. Because what I thought I was going to be doing was helping people build things online. What became apparent to me very quickly was I was more of a coach, a support. A lot of people I dealt with were really, really freaking out. So I was dealing with professors from Switzerland, San Francisco, the US, UK, all over the world. And just about everyone I spoke to was in a flap. I had tears from very, very, very senior people saying, I simply can't do this. And it really highlighted that, what I was talking about before, why can't you do it? Because you haven't been given the tools and the skills and kept up with the training, or our industry hasn't. We haven't kept people on the front line trained in the latest tools. We've kept them in the sort of behind the room, behind the curtain of the Wizard of Oz. We've said, oh, online training's built over there at Central. Or if anyone wants online training, they've got to go to their L&D department and someone will organise it for them. So they didn't feel that they could take that leap and do it themselves. So the first step many people did is they just simply said, I'm going to move to Zoom or something similar. I'm literally going to do what I've always done, but that I've done face-to-face. So if that's induction training to my new staff, if that's compliance training, if that's lecturing, I'm literally going to get on Zoom and do the same thing. And I think every single person now has got a Zoom story where something's gone wrong. The reality is sometimes Zoom is great, sometimes it's not. The reality is not everyone's technology is the same. We've all got Zoom fatigue now. So not only is our day of work on Zoom, now our social life is on Zoom. So it's really been an interesting, a lot of people just shifted across to Zoom. So I want to talk to you about the process I've been working with, the people who have come to me or I've been coaching as such. And I've never been a coach. That's not what I say that I traditionally am. But as I said, I thought I'd just go into organisations and help them. But what I realised is they're just telling a lot of their staff, just build something online, and they don't even know where to start. So this is a bit of a process that I've come up with that has been really working and helping me talk these people through it. And the first thing you might notice is there's in this slide, there's a computer being thrown out of the window. I keep telling everyone I'm working with, don't worry about the how. You're the subject matter expert. Let's talk about what you used to do face-to-face. Let's talk about what you'd like to do. And then let's skill up on the how. Don't get bogged down with the, I don't know how to do that. Because we'll sort that out. That's just a skill. We can teach you the skill, but we still want you to be passionate about your delivery, passionate about your content, design the content in a meaningful way, and then we'll talk about the how. So I've been sitting with these different subject matter experts or educators or teachers, and I've sort of been going through this process with them. Now, I always say to them, you've got the content. The content, and one of the most important things to have at the back of your mind when you're working with someone who has done face-to-face training or is used to presenting or has done your induction training, whatever it might be in your organisation, we mustn't underestimate the design that's already gone on with that content. They don't just turn up to a class, they don't just turn up to a workshop and present whatever they can think of on that day. There's been a lot of work building the scaffolding, the design. It's often been built on over years. So I'm working with a group of people who do domestic violence training for frontline workers. So they teach people how to work with victims of domestic violence. Those people have been teaching that for over 10, 15 years, the team I'm working with. So their insights and understanding and how, if they went and looked at what they were delivering 10 years ago to what they're delivering in their workshops today, the evolution would be outstanding and amazing. So I don't want to go in and mess with that. They've got the content. So I say to them, bring to me the content you've got. Sometimes I might have to do some tweaking with making sure it's a good scaffolding and building up a skill. But most of the time, the subject matter experts I work with or the educator, the content is not the issue. So I've been saying to them, okay, get your content. And the first task that I give them is I want them to break up the content into these 4 parts. The first is static content. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to encourage people to have a bit more of a blended approach. I don't want them to feel that they have to do all Zoom, all pre-recorded, all just read a book. I want them to see what fits. So static content is something that I just have to tell the group of people. So if it was compliance training, it would be, these are the rules for occupational health and safety that you must know. And there's nothing I can do with that. That's the rules. So the static content is the stuff I talk to the group of people. I talk to the learners. I then say, what's the interactive content that you've got in there? What's the stuff that once you've given them the OH&S rules, do you do a case study? Is that more of something you want to discuss with people? You want people to work as a group? Self-paced. Self-paced content is things like, I would like you to have read this before you come to the session. Or it might be anything you want the learner to do in their own time as part of the program. And then Is there any kind of assessing that you have to do? So it might not be. It might simply just be, I just want the first 3. But it might be, yes, we do quizzes. We get them to submit case studies, whatever that might be. So the very first task I say to people is, okay, here's your content. Because this is where the people come to me. So I've been doing this just about every day for the last 2 months now. The first time I talk to the person, they're almost always distraught. They're just saying, I've been told, so this one I'm working on at the moment, they've got to deliver the workshop end of June, and they're just saying, I just don't even know where to start. I've never done anything like this, just filled with anxiety. And we know as soon as you're anxious about something, your brain finds it very hard to process. It starts to just panic. So by breaking everything down, instead of running a marathon, let's run to the next tree and then the next tree. So this process is doing this because what I say to them is, let's ignore the how. Right now, I want you to get your content and I want you to break it down into static, interactive, self-paced and assessment. And instantly I can see even the body language, albeit on Zoom, the person starts to relax because that's something that they say, oh, I can do that. So I often just make the table of what, so I do a Word document, which is a table of all the sessions, and then I get them to add a column at the end, and I say, I just want you to put in there what's static, interactive, self-paced or assessment. So off they often go in a group, and they simply just work through that. Then, once they've done that, they come back to me and I keep saying to them, I do not want you to worry about the how. The next step is we then start talking about the static content is the content that can be pre-recorded. That stuff we can basically put in the can. So I'm talking video here. We could build some text-based material as well. We could build some interactive, or we could build, some animation type stuff, whatever. We'll get to that in a moment, but that's the stuff we can prepare. You don't have to deliver that on the day. All right. Now this is what I'm doing here is for a workshop. So if you were doing, so another question I should say right at the beginning when we're talking about content, I ask them a couple of questions. I say to them, do you want to do this as a fully self-contained online module that you never have to do anything with, or do you want to do this that has some component of live, whether that be Zoom or some component pre-recorded? So let's assume in this one they've said they want to do a bit of a combination, but if it's just fully self-contained, it's basically the same process. We just have to ask that question at the start. So the static content we can pre-record. The interactive content, now this person has said they want it to be live, so they want to have a component where all of the cohort comes together. So this might be grad training in an organisation that you want everybody to come together on a particular day, albeit on Zoom at the moment. So that interactive content, you could use live sessions. If you didn't want it to be any live stuff, you just want it to be fully self-contained, we could still make some interactive content. Self-paced, that's the stuff we want them to be able to deliver. So we're talking about any resources that they might have. So I'll say to them, have you got a handbook, a guidebook, have you got PDFs, have you got policies, all of those things that we think the learner should have access to. And then we've got the assessment. So tell me, are you wanting to create any assessment in this stuff? Then down here we start talking, now we're at the technology stage, because there's no point me coming to them saying, I think you need to learn Zoom, I think you need to learn this, because if that's not what they're going to be doing, it's irrelevant. All right. Now, of course, it depends if you're working with an individual or an organisation. At an organisation level, you might do this and then start just giving skills to the individuals within your organisation. This is very micro. This is the process I've been doing with individuals or groups of people delivering programs. But it's something that it's a framework that can really be used with anything. So the basic concept is start with your content and decide what do you want to deliver. Do you want to deliver a self-contained online stuff, or is it blended? Then break the content down, then talk about what that looks like, then we talk about the technology and we skill up our team or our individual or our educator. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring back the educator into this process and work really collaboratively with them. So if we're an instructional designer, an L&D manager, we're bringing them back to work with us. We're going to empower them. We no longer work in sort of parallel, we're going to work as a team. And then we can start saying, well, actually, you need to use Loom to do your recording, and you might use Zoom to do your live session. So I've identified some skills. How competent are you? Let's get you trained up in those. So that process I found to be extremely powerful for people who are overwhelmed with all of this. So I'm just going to tell you a few stories of what's happened or some observations I've made throughout this. The first one is, I don't know if any of you recognise that picture. That was a news reporter, I think in 2019, who delivered some news, and in the background his children turned up. And it ended up on the news all over the world. And I think that really highlights how different we are now. The reality is, I don't think anybody has tried to deliver something in the last few months where something, if that was on the news every day when that happened to one of us, it would be 24/7, 3,000 stories a minute. Both face-to-face and the online space for about 20 years in general, talking about the static content is the content that can be pre-recorded. That stuff we can, all right, a combination. But if it's just if it's just fully self-contained, it's basically the same process. Relevant, all right. We no longer work in sort of parallel. That was on the news every day when that happened to one of us. It would be 24/7, 3,000 stories a minute. So the world is very different now in the online space, and so that's a really amazing thing for us. It means we've got an opportunity to work more freely without fear of the dog barking or that. We now know that's life. So I think that we're in a very different world, and I think we need to embrace that as L&D professionals and start really not worrying about perfection. Authenticity is becoming really embraced within reason. We've always understood that we need to be professional, but it's a very different world. We're in people's lounge rooms now, and we've never been there before. One of the other pieces of advice or things that I keep reminding people, I'm finding so many people are very, very, very overwhelmed with the technology and how to do this. Don't forget about the learner, okay? The learner for the first time ever, just about everyone in the world is in the online space. So we've got to remember they've got an anxiety around that too. But also, they have got to be kept stimulated. So if you are going to be doing something in Zoom, keep thinking about, just as you would when you design content in any other world, how long can they stay engaged? I mean, I'm speaking for a long time today, and I'm feeling very concerned that you go, oh, it's a long talk. So I would love to do some activities and ask the audience something. We'll do a Q&A session at the end, but I think we must remember to do things like breakout rooms, polls, whatever that might be that you would normally do when you're delivering training. Make sure you've always got the learner at the back of your mind. So take them with you on the journey and make sure we're keeping them always in our thoughts of how we can keep them engaged. This one, I love this story. I was working with a professor, a very, very highly regarded professor he works in building law in a university in the UK, and he rang me, and I was about 2 a.m, and him and I were on Zoom chatting, and he said he prided himself on being an innovative or an exciting teacher. He was a passionate teacher, and I said to him, and he'd been given the brief to make 15-minute videos because someone had told him 15 minutes is the standard that you should present a video. And he was really saying to me, I don't want to make 15-minute videos. I want to make longer videos. My content is really rich, deep and heavy. And I said to him, what do you usually do for your class? And he said, well, the first day I take them on a tour of the city and we talk about some of the key buildings, and I tell them the story and the history of the building and issues that might have had with planning and whatnot, because he said, I'm very proud of my city. And I said to him, what's your laws around COVID? Are you allowed out and about? He said, we're allowed to go for an exercise, a walk, or do any exercise. And I said to him, grab your phone and make a tour. Go around and tell the stories, because that's such an integral part of your teaching. And I'm sure it will keep the students so engaged. And he was someone who'd never done anything like that before. He said, I've never even taken a selfie. I said, don't worry about it. So I took him through some hints and tips, and we had a bit of a practice. So I spoke about him. Ironically, this picture, they've got the camera portrait, but I always say to him, I said to him, film landscape. We got him some headphones with his microphone on it that came with his phone. I said, head off to the city and just go for it. Just tell your stories. Don't worry if there's background noise. And that was probably about March, and he emailed me sort of beginning of May to say he'd delivered his online content, and he said he got the most incredible feedback from his students. Now remember, the brief had been make short 15-minute videos, give PowerPoints out, teach on Zoom. So he stood out as absolutely exceptional. He was doing what he loved. He was doing as an educator, delivering it the way he felt passionate about and knew that worked. And he was able to continue to be creative. So by going through that process that I did with you before, he was able to say, well, I do these tours. I said, well, record it. That's static content. Go and do it. And it's really been an incredible journey for me to help these people feel like what I'm trying to do is make sure that face-to-face is never seen as the poor cousin. I want it to be an amazing way to deliver content that's accessible and anybody can access it and really have great learning outcomes. So it's not something that's done because of COVID. I hope we use this opportunity to know people can make great stuff online. So just in closing, I want to talk about coming out of COVID, what I think we're going to learn from this. The first thing is I want to talk a little bit about mindset. And if you want to do a bit of research around mindset, there's Carol Dweck, but there's also some great rare things around the beginner's mindset. And I think that that's a really important thing we need to understand at the moment. So one of the things, and I don't like to say it's generational, and I don't want to make sweeping statements like that, but if I give my 16-year-old a new app or something in the technology world to have a play with, I watch him and he just seems to assume there's an undo button for everything. He never panics. He never asks me, what does this button do? He just clicks the button. Whereas when I'm working with a lot of people, I find they've got that, and I would call that a beginner mindset. A beginner mindset is embracing something is, I just want to have a go. I know I can't play piano for a concert yet, but I'm going to try and have a go at piano. It doesn't scare me. And a lot of the people I'm working with, they're calling me 5 times a day saying, what happens if I click on cut video? What happens if I click record? And I really hope what comes out of this for the whole world, not just in the education space, not just L&D, but I hope this sense of have a go. So I'm saying to people I'm working with, I've been working with a guy the last couple of weeks who just seems he's getting so concerned about what if something goes wrong. I said to him yesterday, just assume everything has an undo button, because the reality is when we're building online learning, it doesn't go live until someone's seen it. It doesn't go live until you've published it and put it in your learning management system or however you're going to deliver it. So I hope we say to our people who are delivering education, just have a go. Don't be frightened by the technology. So we've lifted the curtain behind the Wizard of Oz. Let's show them the technology. Let's be really open to including them in this process with us. Let's not say, oh, that's something a specialist has to do. Let's say to the subject matter experts, you can have a go. So this mindset is, to me, a really critical part of what we've got to do as L&D leaders and professionals. We need to digitally empower people to come in on this journey and help us build great online content for our staff and organisations. So I want a more collaborative approach. I want a world where the subject matter expert is central to the process. Not it's the content's taken out of their head and then it ends up somewhere and 2 months later they come back to that. And it reminds me of the time when I was a junior lawyer a long time ago. I used to have to dictate into a dictaphone my letter, and then it took 3 days to come back to me, and I'd have to change one word, or it wasn't exactly how I hoped it was. That process was so slowed down, and I feel like that we've done a bit of that in the way we create online learning. And I have to actually say, that's why I developed Vidversity. The whole reason I developed the platform, I never intended it to be a commercial product that was a business. I created it so myself and a lot of the lawyers I worked with, we could actually build online learning without having to go. We could film with our phone, we could upload it to Vidversity, edit it, add some questions and put it in the learning management system. And I think video is such a fabulous tool to be able to deliver this content and to be able to include the subject matter expert. And for anyone who says to me, oh, but video is expensive to produce and develop, we do not have to produce cinema quality content. It goes back to that, it's not necessarily the mode we have to worry about, it's the quality of the content and the delivery. And anyone who says to me, I don't think this will fly, I say to them, you only have to look what happened. The learners have had a revolution, they've revolted. They learn from YouTube. If any of us wants to know how to play drums, knit something, cook a pie, we go to YouTube. We learn from it every day. So I think video is a really key part of our future. The next step, I think we're really getting a sense online that there's two kinds of online. There's synchronous and there's asynchronous. And I think we need to make sure that COVID has not been an opportunity to just do what I've always done and move it into a synchronous environment where I just deliver with Zoom, and as soon as the curtains open, as soon as I'm allowed back out, I just swap back to what I was doing because the horse is bolted. I don't think we're ever going to work the same again. I think we're going to have environments at work that look very different. There's going to be people working from home for a long time. I think there'll be choices for how we work will look different. I think we won't even necessarily work in the same cities if we're a team. So I think we're going to have to make sure we really understand, and that's back to that framework that I did, that's not just dump it all on Zoom and wait till this passes. It's going to be a blended approach forevermore. And I think there'll be a lot of, so for instance, I'm working with an aged care community at the moment that's got 5,000 staff. They've always done their induction training face-to-face. At the moment, the amount of healthcare workers that they need, it's just made it impossible. So they just decided they'd put it on Zoom. Well, that's just exhausting, not scalable, and has been fraught with technical issues. So I went in 6 weeks ago, we filmed 9 videos with a phone. We edited them and we delivered, now that they've delivered something like 3,900 training modules. So it took a week to film, a week to edit and create, and then in the space of about 4 weeks, they've delivered 3,900. And that means the healthcare system got up and running quicker. I mean, that's just a fantastic feel-good story. And that's the kind of stories we need in this online space to say, irrespective if the curtains were open and we're back out, we cannot deliver that kind of service. And the content was beautiful because it was delivered by their staff. It wasn't generic content that came with a learning management system. It was, what uniform do you need to wear? We filmed someone in there explaining the parts of the uniform, what you have to wear, who can wear what, from someone authentically in the organisation. So an understanding of synchronous and asynchronous and blending offerings. blended offerings is what's going to come out of this. We're going to forevermore have to have no one's going to be able to rely entirely on face-to-face ever again. And I work with a lot of consultants who run leadership programs or whatever that might be, and they can't wait to get back out there. And I keep saying, I just don't think organisations will confidently pay $10,000 for you to run your daily workshop once for 7 people. You are going to have to offer blended solutions now. So whether that's all of it online or whether that's a combination, but blended offerings are literally the future. And then based on the YouTube, TikTok generation coming through, online learning is going to remain a key part of what the future looks like in learning. We are, I think, gone are the days where people have to compare the two. I think now is the time for us to shine and show what great online learning looks like. And then I think it's here to stay in many different formats. I don't think it always has to be formal. It can be a TikTok. I mean, the reality is, while we have these debates of what online learning is, literally millions of people are learning from all different online environments. So let's learn from them. Let's listen to the learners and say, so sometimes it can be a YouTube video, sometimes it's a highly polished production, sometimes it's in storylines, sometimes it's in Rise. It's going to be all different things. And that's what learning's always been, a mix of great, exciting, rich content. And that's our job, to make sure that we make that available for all of the learners in our organisations and around us. So thank you so much, everybody. I hope you found that really useful. Like I say, that's my observations. I'm just one person. We're all going to share and learn from each other in this exciting time for L&D, because it's like a revolution in L&D. And feel free, anyone, to reach out to me, and I'm now available for questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. And Natalie is indeed available for questions. You can turn your camera on, and I think you are here for questions. So thanks for getting up early, your time, I think, a little bit. So
it's not too bad. It's
not so bad.
It's 8:30 in the morning, so that's fine.
That's not bad now. Okay, you're 14 ahead of us. Okay, all right. Well, but it is tomorrow for you.
Yeah, so if you want to know what Thursday was like, I can tell you. If you want the
I think so. I think so. You are in the future, so it's good. It's good to see, even ahead of your. All right. If there are questions from the people in the chat, the other thing that struck me, and it's really interesting to talk about your vision for the future and involving SMEs in different ways. What do you see as the best ways to work with some of the SMEs who are not accustomed to working in, you want to involve them more, but they're not accustomed to working in this way. They're accustomed to maybe simply going in and giving a brief lecture and not more than that. And so how do you kind of, envision getting them to think about different educational methods as time goes on?
Well, the gift we've got at the moment is they have to. So that's helping me enormously. I'm working with a lot of academics and professors from around the world. I'm working with a lot of CEOs who have maybe resisted this digital transformation in their organisation, who have no choice right now. And that's a real opportunity for us. So it also creates an environment that's quite forgiving. So I'm really encouraging people, this is the time to explore and change, because we're all learning. Like Hal said in the last session, for the first time, we're all novices. So a big part, I'm working with a lot of people like that. And I really, like I told the stories, I've had tears. I've had people very emotional about this. Their business, their passion, their expertise is teaching. They stand in front of a room and that's what they've built their reputation on. To have that taken away from you is quite traumatic. It's quite worrying. And we know that we're not going back to the same world. So I've quite enjoyed that. It's a mindset. It's breaking it down and saying, let's not worry about the how. You're the expert. You can do this. This is a different way to do it. And I've really been doing a lot of consulting with people, just breaking it down into these small, for the first time, so yesterday I worked with someone who literally, I tried to film them and they were so wooden and so frightened, a CEO trying to give a message to their staff. So I said, I'll interview you. And it changed. As soon as you talk to someone who knows what they're talking about, and I ask about why you're doing it, she came alive and I recorded the interview. So it's helping them navigate the how, because they can.
No, and that's great. They probably forgot to a certain degree the cameras are rolling. They started to focus on talking with you as opposed to getting stiff and looking at the camera and the lights and kind of thinking about how do I do this. So no, that's fantastic. We have a question from Ceci from Argentina, who's a long time ICLW presenter and participant herself, and it's great to have her still with us today. She loved the presentation. You can see this I think as well. The story about health careers. She's seen amazing professionals. Team embrace and be empowered by technology they didn't even know of 3 months ago. So it sounds like you've seen a lot of the same things that people really have just changed so radically in such a short time when they've needed to.
Yeah, I think this is really exciting. And like I said, while I feel like as a community, L&D, a lot of us have debated what the future might be, why 1 billion people are learning from YouTube. So it's been happening. So I think the learners have embraced it. So my son, who's 16, doesn't decide to learn drums by going to a teacher. He finds someone online to teach him. So the world has really changed. And I said in that I'm a lawyer by background, so I work at Melbourne University. I still am a lecturer. And one of the things is I've been helping, some of the lecturers have really, really struggled with the online space. And I said to one lecturer, I think I'll sit your exam. I've sat in so many of your classes. But I've helped him with the technology. And he rang me the other day to say, I don't think I'm going back. He said, I find the classrooms more intimate. I find a lot of my students are talking in the breakout rooms more. So the introverts who often don't speak in class, I'm feeling are given a voice. And I said to him, 6 weeks ago, you were very foul-mouthed and actually making some quite big, he said, I'm just going to resign. I'm going to retire. I'm too old for this. Now he's in a world saying the sky's the limit.
Wow. No, that's a change, especially from the foul mouth part. That is really, that's a change in a short time.
Yeah, well, he's actually this is how granular I got with him. He was actually very emotional on the phone to me or on Zoom. And he said, I'm at home. I'm used to my working environment. I've got a sore back. My back. And I said to him, well, do you have a special chair at work? And he said, yes. So I couriered it to his house. I literally said, let's just make the environment comfortable for you before you're catastrophizing, but let's break it down into, let's get you comfortable, then make sure you know how to use the technology. I'll sit in the Zoom meeting with you. And we did it slowly. And he became what I would call an expert now.
Wow. So he really has embraced it. I know you're not exaggerating, but he really has embraced this in all ways as what he's going to do.
Yeah, and that's someone who felt left behind and felt like he was no longer able to keep up. And it was just the mindset of saying, actually, you're an amazing teacher. We're just going to deliver it in a different way.
Right, and he gets used to just it's really a couple of things, but it's a tough jump if you haven't done it before. Like you remember your microphone is on, look at the camera, know how to click to get into a Zoom meeting, that kind of thing. And
also weigh up what happens if something goes wrong. Right. Things go wrong every day in our presentations. Sure. I mean, I've always said, people say to me all the time, are you nervous of public speaking? I say no, but I'm always nervous with the technology. That's no matter what way I'm delivering, even face to face, if the internet doesn't work or the slides don't show. So. Yeah, no, that's right. There's no, right. If you're there face to face, it won't be nothing. I mean, you're gonna maybe some minor things, but you're there. And if you're online and you lose your internet, it's all over. Well, you saw that I went risk averse. I recorded this for that exact reason. I've been doing so many Zoom meetings and things, and I thought, I'm on the other side of the world. I think that hybrid approach is great. I think a bit of recording and then the coming in is the way to do it. For me, I thought that was great. Yeah, no, and your presentation looked very, it actually looked very live too. You were sort of, you were there in a box in the screen. It looked, it felt very personal, which I think is, probably another issue is something that some online presentations do, some pre-recorded presentations do more than others, but that came through clearly. I think makes the whole thing work. But you're right, it's safer. I mean, the system that we're using for this conference plays pre-recorded videos well. People aren't trying to share their screens and play videos because that's just not going to work. We have slides that go on the server so that yes, you can share your screen if you want, but if you can put your slides up earlier. And it's a couple limitations, but not all that many. Again, it's safer from a technological standpoint. So it's not zero, but it's still technological, but it's already, intended to be safe for the same way so that it maximizes the chances that things will go
smoothly or recoverably if it comes to it. I think basically.
Yeah, and we're L&D specialists who work in this space, and we've had an anxiety about these sessions. So imagine someone who's never done anything like this. We've got to go back to their shoes and think about how we can alleviate that. We want them to jump in. We want them to try.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and probably in a certain sense, with because it's obviously a lot of people are trying because of the pandemic, but also that forces them to try, but also the environments that they're in are less well set up because of that. So there's not really the opportunity that people have, people coming in the room. I mean, you really don't always know what to expect. It cannot be as controlled as if you were going to make a conscious decision. I'm going to set this up. I have a room or an area in a room, and everyone's going to know it. And I have the right equipment, which sometimes, I mean, with the pandemic, sometimes people couldn't get the right equipment. I mean, there was a run on webcams, there was a run on microphones, there was a run on backgrounds. All of a sudden, everybody's doing it, and it was a challenge there to get it set up. So there's sort of an extra level there, I think, as well, that it's just kind of more for people to think about being sort of thrust into a brand new environment and no one necessarily who can help them other than, remotely.
Yeah, well, I had a story about that. I was working with a professor at a university in the US, and I was talking to her, and she said, I'm having trouble presenting. And I said, what technology are you using? It was a very old Surface Pro. Because I said, you're very dark, I can't really see you. And she said, that's what my students are complaining about. Whilst we were talking, her son walked past, who looked about I said, is that a teenager? And she said, yes. And I said, does he do gaming? She said, yes. I said, go and get his equipment.
That's right.
So she came back on 10 minutes later with a very grumpy teenager because she'd taken his laptop and his headset, and all of a sudden all her technology issues had gone. And she contacted me, and she did an intensive master's program at the end of the week, and she said it was brilliant. And she couldn't buy the technology because they were in lockdown.
Exactly.
And that was it was fortuitous actually that her son, I went, that looks like a teenager. I bet he's got good equipment.
Exactly. That's someone who's got a laptop that's going to work a lot better than what you have.
Yeah, he's not going to be he's not going to be doing that TikToks and things with his friends with poor equipment. Go and get whatever he's got.
No, that's the way to do it. Now, no, so then she did the intensive class. We don't know what happened after that, but they might have had a rough time at home for a while, but the class was great. Okay.
And I actually, on the Friday, she contacted me, and he was in the background. I thanked him. I said, thank you. He said, it's been a tough week. I said, yes, you've been using a Surface Pro. An old one.
I understand. I'm sure, but because he's on lockdown too. What else is he doing, right? So he's got to live without his laptop.
But their anxiety, she was very stressed about that. There was this feedback: we can't hear you, we can't see you. And so she didn't know how to fix it.
Sure. And I'm sure there's an extra, I mean, when you come in already with a level of anxiety and then one thing happens, it's got to be even worse, right? So you feel like it's almost confirming you came in with this, this fear that it's not going to go well, I can't fully do this. And then that it's almost confirmed when something happens, even if it's beyond your control. And, people don't always know, okay, that's a minor thing. It's going to be pretty fixable. You got to, try a different microphone. It's probably the microphone cable. It's probably just try a couple things and you're fine. And getting to that level so that they can recover is obviously a big, absolutely a big point.
And I followed pilots with that. I've done checklists for them of if something goes wrong, this is what to do. And we do a practice. So I think anything, if you've simulated it, because when you're stressed, you're in fight or flight mode, your brain can't think. But if you've got a plan, I have a list of if the microphone's not on, say this. If somebody can't hear, say this. All of these things, so they have practiced that, then you can handle it.
Yeah, it's got to make a huge difference, and you've got them mentally prepared and emotionally prepared to do to do it. That's fantastic. I'll ask one question before we wrap up. Are you finding that some of the people who are just moving, been traditional lecturers, are they doing more than lecturing online? Do they get comfortable with the technology and then want to, experiment with sort of different educational methods and different things, or are they really just satisfied to be, I've got this working, I'm happy with it, I'm gonna let it be as it is, and just happy to have broken through to get to that point?
We're a bit broken through now. We've done more than just, so the first couple of weeks was just do what I've done online, and that turned into Zoom fatigue, because what happened in the world, not only was our business life online, our personal life was. So we're exhausted from a day of then you do your drinks with your friends online, your coffee online. So I think that was just a reaction. But my hope as an educator is to pique interest that they want more. So they're starting to say things like, I'd like all my students to send, or I work in corporate as well, I want all the team to send in a photo of them going on a walk. So I tell them about Padlet, I am finding they're getting more inquisitive as they have conquered that initial phase.
That's great. No, that's great. And I would imagine it's probably partly because they've conquered the fear, and partly because they do get, more familiar with the technology and start to maybe think about like how it could be used in different ways. And they, something they might have been shying away from before. And all of a sudden you think like, oh wait, here's something else I can ask people to do with a tablet that maybe, just hadn't been thinking about tablets. And now I am thinking about tablets and laptops and what to do with them. So you're right. I think
Yes.
it's a new world, and you're, preparing a lot of people for the new world and to help transition and cause the transition to things. And I think you're right that the learners have caused it, but this is a group that's got to, carry it over. And that's a great thing. Well, terrific. Well, I want to thank you again for taking the time with us, and the pre-recorded talk went great, and having you here is great as well. So I think it's been a really nice way to do it. And great to have you here. Hopefully you'll have some time tomorrow during your waking hours. Not really all that much there, I guess, but we'd love to, if you have a chance to pop in, of course, it'd be great to see you again in the chats. And thanks again for your talk.
Thank you. I hope to see you next year, maybe.
Absolutely. Hope to see you in New York next year. Thanks again, Ali.
Yeah.
Take care.
Thanks a lot. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So thanks so much for Natalie. There's a lot to think about, and a lot of really great things to think about in terms of how things can go moving forward. So I'm going to wrap up a little bit with the end of the demos that I had started before. So I walked through a few demos, and we saw them throughout the day, and I have one remaining to show in this set. So I'm going to sort of jump ahead to this one, and there we are. So this is an evaluation activity, and where kind of jump to a little bit. So this is an evaluation activity where it's designed for the Practicing Law Institute, which is a continuing legal education provider, the biggest legal education provider. They're based here in New York. And this is an activity where people watch a video of something fairly sophisticated and complex, and they comment on it. And it's been used in two ways. So this model has been used in a way where people make their comments, and they're part of a MOOC like we saw with Alicia Aiken before, where people then comment and others can respond to their comments. So they might see a scene, wouldn't be Ray and Jane necessarily. In fact, they're not in that model in that course, but there is a similar model where it's a different legal situation, and people comment on things that they say. Hey, the attorney did a really good job of introducing herself to both of the clients, not just one of them. Oh, she didn't ask enough detailed questions here. So you make comments as you go. And in that model, in the collaborative model, people can comment on your comments, both the expert when she's around, and others can debate you and say, oh, I thought that was pretty good. Well, I don't know. So that's a really useful version of this model. What we're going to see here is the self-paced version of the model, where you watch this video, make your comments, and then you will see after that the video playing again with your comments coming up and the experts coming up. So this is a situation from a course on behavioral ethics where attorneys have learned to confront some of their biases and try to make better decisions, not let their biases get in the way of their decision making. So I'm going to show you some of this video. I will probably stop it in a couple places to point out key things, but what you'll see is the perspective of a learner who's watching this video and making some comments as they go.
So far, so good. Irvin was a great witness, and I thought he came across as believable. Didn't you?
Well, yeah, things are going well, but I mean, we knew they would. It's hard not to feel good when you have a slam dunk confession.
Click the flag motivated reasoning, which is when they think that there's a problem, and where they think that there's been, a problem in the sense of the one of the people in the scene is acting in a way that's motivated reasoning rather than by their biases. So that's what's going on here. So we're going to watch a little bit more of this as the learner continues to make a comment about exactly what they think is going on.
From the defendant. The guy's clearly guilty.
You're not worried the jury could believe that ridiculous claim that the confession was coerced?
No, I'm not worried. The videotape speaks for itself. There's no way they believe the confession was coerced. But Irvin did help. Did you see the jury forewoman when Irvin said that the defendant called him on the night of the murder to help him manufacture an alibi? That's a classic cover-up. All we need to do now is finish up strong. Get to verdict, and we will win this thing, no problem.
Self-serving bias, and you can say anything you want. So this is in this example, the learner is really not given a lot of information, just saying what kind of bias it is, and not really explaining what happened. But it is something, and it is something of value. So that's what the learner is doing here, and we're going to let this play out, and then we'll see the comparison with the expert.
Problem. Carter's going to be really happy with this win, with the election so close.
Yeah, when I saw Carter earlier today, he seemed pretty jazzed that we had this one in the bag.
Hey, glad you're both here. We have a problem. A big one. I just found this.
What is it?
Apparently Irvin gave another statement to the police, one we didn't know about. I found it folded over in the back of the case file.
What are you talking about?
When the police re-interviewed Irvin, he told them he'd had a few beers the night he says the defendant called him asking for help with the alibi.
What? How did we not know about this?
I have no idea. We turned over all the requested statements to the defense, including the one Irvin originally gave to the police. Somehow this statement got overlooked. And Irvin never said anything to us about drinking the night he spoke to the defendant.
Do we need to turn this over to the defense? If we don't and they find out, you know they're going to scream that we withheld it.
Okay, hold on. We only need to turn over statements that are material. I don't think this is even going to matter to the jury. They have the defendant's confession, plus the other evidence on motive and opportunity that we presented. So Irvin's testimony isn't even critical. And plus, who cares if he drinks on occasion?
Okay, so now we've jumped ahead. We didn't watch the rest of the clip. We've got the point. So now we've jumped ahead to the next thing that happens, which is you see the or later thing that happens. You see a little bit of feedback from the expert, but then we also see the same clip with the information from the learner, from everything the learner entered, and then their ideas, the things that they thought that they saw, where they thought they saw bias, and then we see the expert with the expert's ideas popping up at the same time. So you'll see the experts in green and the learner's ideas in blue.
So far, so good. Irvin was a great witness, and I thought he came across as believable. Didn't you?
Well, yeah, things are going well. But, I mean, we knew they would. It's hard not to feel good when you have a slam dunk confession from the defendant. The guy's clearly guilty.
You're not worried the jury could believe that ridiculous claim that the confession was coerced?
No, I'm not worried. The videotape speaks for itself. There's no way they believe the confession was coerced. But Irvin did help. Did you see the jury forewoman when Irvin said that the defendant called him on the night of the murder to help him manufacture an alibi? That's a classic cover-up. All we need to do now is finish up strong, get to verdict, and we will win this thing, no problem. Carter's going to be really happy with this win, with the election so close.
Yeah, when I saw Carter earlier today, he seemed pretty jazzed that we had this one in the bag. Voters want victories by their DAs, especially in murder cases.
All right, so that's another little bit of an example, just to give us something else as we wrap up the day. It's an evaluation activity where, as you saw, the person who took this course in this demo version did kind of had some of the things right, kind of picked the biases mostly correctly, didn't really provide a lot of explanation. The experts picked some things that the learner wasn't able to come up with as well. So you can see how that model can work, and it's interesting when people get to comment on your comments when you have a group setting, and then in the self-paced version you're comparing with the experts in kind of a pop-up video way for those who've seen videos that do this, and it's kind of a nice it's not a learn by doing model, but it's a model that gives you active, creative, critical thinking, and you really have to analyze what's going on of a realistic scene. So that was a scene with the attorneys and, on the prosecution side, and talking about how they're going to handle the case, and some new evidence that had come up. So you saw kind of what that was about, was a realistic legal situation with those people. So it gives us one more thing before we wrap up for the day. One more demo to think about, and some new ideas again that we can put into practice in lots of different ways. We're just going to wrap it up, I think, for us for the day. So I want to thank you for staying with us for another day of full of presentations, interviews, demos, and all sorts of things. Tomorrow we'll be back starting in the morning, 8 a.m. Eastern time, with my opening and then the panel discussion and lots more. It's another full day culminating in the announcement of the IELA Award winners business division at the conclusion of the day tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to seeing you then. So thanks again for staying with us today. Looking forward to seeing everyone tomorrow morning, Eastern time, 8 o'clock. Have a good night wherever you are, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks again.